Chapter 1, Prologue. James Potter paced the dimly lit nursery like a caged hippogriff, his footsteps echoing with the nervous energy of someone who'd just accidentally set off a dung bomb in a broom closet. The air in the room practically hummed with tension, making it feel like they were waiting for a niffler to pop out of the wardrobe and cause chaos. Lily sat in the old rocking chair, cradling baby Harry in her arms, her eyes darting anxiously toward her husband. "James, what's going on?" Lily whispered, trying to sound calm but failing miserably. Her voice trembled like a first year facing down a mountain troll. James paused, shooting a worried glance at the window, where the chill of the night seemed to seep through the glass. "I don't know, Lils," he muttered, running a hand through his already messy hair. "It's just this feeling, like something's about to happen, and not the good kind. More like the you-know-who wants to ruin our night kind." Their daughter, Rose, stirred in her crib, sensing the tension that hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. James moved closer to Lily, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as if to shield her from the unknown. "Maybe it's nothing," he said, but the crack in his voice didn't exactly scream confidence. James's instincts honed from years of dueling dark wizards and evading magical mishaps were yelling at him louder than a howler at breakfast. The sense of doom was so thick you could almost cut it with a cursed knife. Despite his best efforts to calm down, James couldn't shake the feeling that something really bad was about to go down. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the calm of the night. The front door exploded into splinters, sending wood flying across the hallway. James's heart pounded like a war drum as he instinctively threw himself in front of Lily and the twins, his body acting as a human shield against whatever nightmare had barged in. Through the smoke and chaos, a figure emerged: Voldemort, the Dark Lord himself, wrapped in shadows and radiating pure evil like a Dementor's worst day. "Lily, take the kids and run!" James shouted, his voice a fierce mix of fear and determination. He knew that Voldemort's arrival meant danger with a capital D, but he wasn't about to let his family become the next tragic headline in the Daily Prophet. "No, James, I'm not leaving you!" Lily protested, her face a mask of terror as she clutched Harry tightly, like he was her own personal patroness charm. James locked eyes with Lily, a mix of love and pain reflecting in his gaze. "Please, Lily," he begged softly, his voice cracking with emotion. "Take them and go. Keep them safe." Before Lily could respond, Voldemort's cold, high-pitched voice sliced through the air like a cursed dagger. "Avada Kedavra!" With a last desperate effort, James threw himself in front of his family. The green light of the killing curse collided with a protective runic circle that Lily had carefully inscribed throughout their home. This circle, the result of months of intense study and probably a few late-night study sessions fueled by too much coffee, was designed to keep dark forces at bay. The curse rebounded with a blinding flash, turning Voldemort's physical form into a puff of smoke and a lot of dark, icky residue. The protective magic, however, came at a cost. The immense magical energy drained from both Voldemort and James and Lily, leaving them gravely weakened. James and Lily collapsed, their strength sapped by their own protective enchantments. Baby Harry, though shielded by their sacrifice, wasn't left unscathed. The magical backlash weakened his core, leaving him with a strange sensation like he'd just been through a magical blender. As Lily fell unconscious, her wedding ring grazed Rose's forehead, leaving a lightning-shaped mark. It was a mark that would one day become as famous as Merlin's beard, but for now, it was just a peculiar scar on a sleeping baby. In the chaotic aftermath, Dumbledore arrived at Godric's Hollow, his eyes sparkling with the self-assured wisdom of a man who believed he knew better than anyone else. He surveyed the scene, his mind already working overtime to fit the pieces of the puzzle into his grand plan. Dumbledore fancied himself as the Grand Master chess player of the wizarding world, and today was another move in the game. As he took in the wreckage, the Potters gravely injured, their home reduced to rubble, and the lingering darkness of Voldemort's presence, Dumbledore felt a mixture of sorrow and vindication. "Ah, the prophecy," he mused, his voice carrying the weight of someone who thought they had it all figured out. His gaze fell upon the crib where the twins lay, their cries piercing the heavy silence. His eyes were immediately drawn to the lightning-shaped scar on Rose's forehead. "Of course," he muttered, stroking his beard with the satisfaction of someone who just found the missing sock in the laundry. "She is the one." Turning to Harry, Dumbledore's keen senses detected something different. His diminished magical aura led Dumbledore to jump to a conclusion faster than a firebolt could zip across a Quidditch pitch. "Ace Quib," he thought, a hint of disappointment coloring his thoughts. Clearly, he is not the wizarding world's next hero. In his mind, the narrative was clear. Rose was the chosen one, destined to defeat the Dark Lord. And as for Harry, well, Dumbledore believed that the boy would be better off away from the pressures of the wizarding world. He saw it as his duty, his responsibility to make sure the pieces of the prophecy fell into place just as he envisioned. With a heavy heart, and perhaps a touch of self-importance, Dumbledore made a decision that would set two very different paths for the Potter twins. Convinced that Rose was the vanquisher, he decided to raise her himself, determined to prepare her for the challenges ahead. After all, he thought to himself, who better than Albus Dumbledore, the great and powerful, to guide the chosen one? Meanwhile, Dumbledore deemed Harry's magical potential as lacking and chose to leave him with the Dursleys. He needs to grow up away from the wizarding world, away from the dangers and expectations, Dumbledore reasoned, convinced that his decision was the right one. Besides, a normal life is the least I can give him. Harry Potter's life with the Dursleys was like being stuck in an endless loop of the worst reality TV show ever. Picture a show where the contestants are relentlessly cruel, the challenges are mortifying, and the only reward is a never-ending supply of disdain. That was Harry's reality minus the glamour, and with way more sorrow. From the very start, Harry's life was more cramped than a gnome's favorite hiding spot. His room, if you could call a dark, damp cupboard under the stairs a room, was as inviting as a troll's lair. It was so small that even the spiders had to fight over space. The only light was a dim, flickering bulb that seemed perpetually on the brink of quitting. The Dursleys, his lovely relatives, were experts at making Harry feel like the universe's biggest joke. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were the Voldemorts of family dynamics, creepy, oppressive, and bent on making Harry's life as miserable as possible. Their looks of disdain? They reserved them for Harry like he was a particularly nasty houseplant they couldn't get rid of. Their son Dudley was the undisputed emperor of his playground kingdom. Dudley had more toys than an entire toy store, while Harry was lucky if he got to scrape up the crumbs from Dudley's leftover cake. Meals for Harry were a pitiful affair. He got the scraps, while Dudley had enough food to make a young Roman emperor jealous. The Dursleys' idea of punishment? Making Harry eat his dinner in the cupboard while they enjoyed a sumptuous feast. Talk about a meal plan from the darkest depths. If Harry ever made a sound or accidentally used magic, which was always accidental, he faced Uncle Vernon's infamous wrath. The Dursleys saw magic as a personal affront. If Harry's spoon floated an inch above the table, Uncle Vernon would turn purple, like an overripe tomato with anger issues. "You're a freak," he'd bellow, as if Harry had just performed the worst insult imaginable. Physical punishment was as routine as breakfast. If Harry failed to meet the Dursleys' absurd standards, he'd be locked in the cupboard without food or sent to bed early. The cupboard became his dark, cold prison, filled with nothing but the occasional mouse and the echoes of his own lonely thoughts. Then there was the emotional abuse, an area where the Dursleys were also experts. They never missed an opportunity to remind Harry that he was a burden, a mistake, a living reminder of everything they despised. "Why can't you be more like Dudley?" Petunia would sneer, as if Harry could just magically transform into a chubby, spoiled brat with a single wish. Harry's life was a master class in hardship, each day more dismal than the last, as if the universe was giving him a crash course in suffering. But through it all, Harry had a remarkable knack for survival. It was like he had an internal resilience radar that kept him going despite the Dursleys' relentless attempts to break him. Meanwhile, in a far more magical corner of the world, things were quite different for Rose Potter. Under the care of Albus Dumbledore, Rose was living the kind of life that could make a house elf green with envy. Imagine a child who was pampered with attention, gifts, and magical indulgence. By age 5, Rose had already perfected the art of throwing tantrums that would make even the house elves quiver. "Grandfather," she'd demand with a haughty air, "this pumpkin juice is lukewarm. How can I possibly concentrate on my playtime with such tepid juice?" Dumbledore, ever the doting grandfather, catered to Rose's every whim as though she was the golden child of the wizarding world. Meanwhile, Harry was stuck in the Muggle world, unaware of his magical heritage. His mundane existence was about to be shattered by a reality he could never have imagined. Now, let's take a peek at James and Lily Potter, who were in a slightly less glamorous situation. Picture them in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Their state? Think less holiday spa and more extreme magical exhaustion. They were lying in beds in the intensive care ward, looking like they'd just survived a particularly grueling Quidditch match. James's usually lively face was pale and hooked up to a web of diagnostic spells and soothing charms. Lily's hair spread out around her like a halo, while she looked serene despite the dire circumstances. The healers were working tirelessly, casting diagnostic spells and murmuring reassurances. "Magical exhaustion," they frequently said, their faces edged with concern. The magical backlash from Voldemort's curse and their own runic array had left James and Lily in a deep magical coma. They weren't quite gone, but they weren't fully here either, caught in a strange limbo. Dumbledore, with all the gravitas of a Shakespearean hero, visited them often. "Ah, James, Lily," he'd say, his voice heavy with the weight of a grand plan. "Your sacrifice was monumental. Truly, the world owes its fate to my careful manipulation of events." Amidst this backdrop, Rose was thriving in a world of magical luxury while Harry struggled in a world that barely acknowledged his existence. By the age of 5, the Potter twins were on drastically different paths. Harry was preparing to discover a world beyond his dreary cupboard, while Rose was being groomed for a destiny shaped by Dumbledore's grand design. So, there they stood, two very different children at the edge of their futures. Harry, with his cupboard of sadness, and Rose, with her world of magic and privilege. The stage was set for their stories to collide in ways that would make even the most elaborate of magical prophecies look like child's play. The magical chessboard was in play, and the pieces were about to move in ways that would change their lives forever. Chapter 2, Chapter 1. In the year 1985, the living room of number 6 Privet Drive was as cozy as a dragon's lair if dragons were into comfy armchairs and sipping tea by the fire. Mr. and Mrs. Smythe were settled in, their evening ritual of small-town gossip in full swing. "Did you see the new flowers the Johnsons planted?" Mrs. Smythe began, her voice bubbling with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for chocolate cake. "Absolutely breathtaking. So bright, even the sun would feel a bit jealous. And their new car. A snazzy red convertible like something straight out of a Bond movie. Can you believe it?" Mr. Smythe, a man with a mind like a secret agent's Rolodex, nodded, but his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Maybe plotting his next espionage escapade, or wondering how to make a perfect cup of tea. "Oh, yes, dear, quite splendid," he muttered, barely listening. Mrs. Smythe's eyes sparkled like she'd just found out the neighborhood's juiciest secret. "But wait till you hear about the Dursleys at number 4, she leaned in, as if she were about to reveal the secret ingredient in Mrs. Johnson's famous apple pie. Mr. Smythe snapped out of his daydream. The Dursleys? Now that's a topic worth pausing his mental mission for. The Dursleys? What's the scoop? It's their nephew, Harry Potter." Mrs. Smythe's voice dropped to a dramatic whisper, like she was about to announce the winner of the neighborhood's best garden competition. "Strange things keep happening around that boy. Just the other day, I saw Petunia dragging him down the street, muttering about freakishness. And you'll never guess Mrs. Fig's cats go absolutely bonkers whenever he's near." Mr. Smythe's curiosity peaked like a cat spotting a laser pointer. Cats, you say? Absolutely. Mrs. Smythe nodded like she was confirming the juiciest bit of gossip. And get this, last week, Dudley was chasing Harry, and out of nowhere, Dudley tripped over thin air. One minute he's running like a rhino in a tutu, and the next, he's face down on the pavement. Vernon blames Harry, but seriously, how can a 5-year-old make that happen? Mr. Smythe's eyes gleamed, a light bulb moment in the making. His Hydra training secretly, of course, had taught him to spot the extraordinary hiding in plain sight. That's quite the twist, he mused, stirring the conversation as easily as he stirred his tea. Anything else worth noting? Mrs. Smythe settled back into her chair, her teacup perched on her lap like a queen on her throne. Oh, definitely. The lights flicker when Harry's upset, toys seem to move on their own, and even the weather takes a turn for the weird. Poor Petunia's losing her mind. Mr. Smythe hid a sly smile behind his teacup. This Harry Potter could be quite the asset for Hydra. Well, kids often have wild imaginations, he said, his tone as casual as if they were discussing the weather. But it might be wise to keep an eye on things for the good of the neighborhood, of course. Mrs. Smythe nodded, satisfied with the evening's gossip session. Absolutely. We can't have anything disturbing our peaceful little street. As their conversation drifted back to the mundane, Mr. Smythe's thoughts were anything but ordinary. His mind was abuzz with plans, schemes, and all sorts of spy-worthy ideas. He was ready to report this curious child to his Hydra superiors, setting the stage for a new adventure in the seemingly quiet town of Little Whinging. With a determined stride, Mr. Smythe slipped away from the cozy confines of No. 6 Privet Drive, his heart racing like he had just outrun a pack of hungry werewolves. The shadowy world of Hydra awaited his news, and he knew that what he'd uncovered could be a real game-changer, like finding out your cat was secretly plotting to take over the world. Finding a secure location, he tapped into a top-secret Hydra communication channel, his fingers moving so swiftly over the controls that they were almost a blur. "Sir, I've got some intel that might just blow your mind," Mr. Smythe announced, trying to sound as calm and collected as a spy in a Bond movie, even though his heart was thumping like a rock concert drum solo. "Proceed," came the chilling response of Daniel Whitehall, a man whose dark past was as long and twisted as a mountain troll's toenails. Mr. Smythe took a deep breath and dove into the details, recounting the strange events surrounding Harry Potter, the 5-year-old boy living at No. 4 Privet Drive. He talked about the cats that went wild, Dudley Dursley's bizarre fall, the flickering lights, and the toys that seemed to have a mind of their own, like they were auditioning for the next season of Stranger Things. Whitehall's mind whirled as he listened, his experience with magical phenomena and dark history guiding his thoughts. "Accidental magic," he muttered, a sinister grin spreading across his face like he'd just heard the punchline to a really dark joke. "Sir?" Mr. Smythe's voice was edged with curiosity, like a kid waiting to hear if they got the last piece of pizza. "Well done, Mr. Smythe," Whitehall said, satisfaction dripping from his tone like melted ice cream on a hot day. "This boy is showing signs of accidental magic. Even untamed, such power is incredibly rare and valuable. He could be a significant asset to us." Whitehall, once known as Werner Reinhardt, recalled his time alongside the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald and the strategic experiments that aimed to harness magic's potential. The power he witnessed back then still fueled his ambitions like a never-ending supply of caffeine. "Monitor the boy closely," Whitehall commanded. "But be discreet. We must gauge the full extent of his abilities without drawing unwanted attention. We can't let him fall into the hands of those who would use him against us." "Understood, sir," Mr. Smythe replied, a mixture of pride and apprehension coloring his tone like a painter with a palette full of mixed emotions. As the connection ended, Whitehall's mind buzzed with possibilities. This Harry Potter might just be the key to unlocking immense magical power for Hydra. With the right moves, the boy's talents could be twisted to serve their dark ambitions, like turning a cuddly kitten into a ferocious lion. Whitehall's thoughts drifted back to his days of working with Grindelwald, envisioning the destructive potential of magic in their hands. The world might have changed, but the pursuit of power remained as relentless as ever. And now, with this new opportunity, Hydra's plans could reach new, unprecedented heights like a rocket soaring through the stratosphere. Meanwhile, Harry Potter continued his unsuspecting life on Privet Drive, marked by curious occurrences and the dark shadows beginning to close in. Mr. Smythe remained ever vigilant, reporting every odd detail back to his master, Daniel Whitehall, as the wheels of intrigue and ambition turned ever forward like a never-ending roller coaster ride. Deep within his dimly lit London flat, the wizard known only by his code name Shadow received an encrypted message from none other than the infamous Daniel Whitehall. It was late, and the shadows danced on the walls like they were at a creepy prom. The enchanted mirror flickered to life, revealing Whitehall's cool and commanding presence. "Shadow, listen up. I need you to dig up everything you can on a young lad named Harry Potter. Lives with Muggles at number 4, Privet Drive. And don't forget his twin sister, Rose Potter, who's under the wing of that legendary wizard, Albus Dumbledore. I want the full scoop background, lineage, magical abilities, you name it. And do it without drawing any unnecessary attention." Shadow, a wizard with more covert operations under his belt than most people have socks, nodded with a serious expression. "Got it, sir. I'll get the details from the Ministry's vaults. Anything specific you're after?" "Everything," Whitehall snapped. "Their backgrounds, their family tree, and any magical talents they might have. We need to know just how potent they are. This is crucial for our plans, so tread carefully." Shadow gave a respectful nod, acknowledging the gravity of his mission. "I'll get on it immediately." Over the next few days, Shadow maneuvered through the Ministry's bureaucratic maze with the finesse of a ninja, if ninjas wore robes and carried wands. He dove into confidential records, balancing his expertise and stealth to keep his unusual interest under wraps. In a week's time, he had a dossier ready and contacted Whitehall through the secure channel. "Sir, I've got the lowdown. Harry and Rose Potter are the offspring of James and Lily Potter, a pair of top-tier wizards. James and Lily took a nasty hit from Voldemort and are now in a coma at St. Mungo's." Whitehall's eyes gleamed with intrigue, like a cat spotting an unwary mouse. "Do go on. Rose Potter's the so-called girl who survived Voldemort's killing curse, which rebounded and supposedly obliterated the Dark Wizard. She's a major figure in the magical world and is under Dumbledore's personal protection and mentorship. Her brother Harry also made it through, but he's been placed with their Muggle relatives, the Dursleys, at number 4, Privet Drive." Whitehall's gaze sharpened at the mention of Dumbledore, a name associated with numerous foiled schemes and formidable resistance. "And their current magical abilities. Both have shown signs of accidental magic, as most young wizards do. However, given their lineage and the circumstances of their survival, they could possess extraordinary power. Dumbledore's direct involvement with Rose indicates he believes she has significant potential. Harry's more off the radar, which could make him ripe for influence." Whitehall's mind churned with possibilities, a plan slowly crystallizing, like a mad scientist piecing together his latest creation. "Excellent work, Shadow. Keep a close eye on both Potter twins. Update me immediately if anything changes or if they display more magical prowess." "Understood, sir," Shadow replied, his loyalty and commitment evident. As the enchanted mirror dimmed, Whitehall leaned back with a smirk, plotting his next move. The Potters, especially the twins, were more valuable than anticipated. With the right moves, Harry and Rose could become powerful assets for Hydra, key players in their quest for global domination. And with Whitehall's blend of magic and strategy, he was certain he could outwit even Dumbledore when the moment arrived. After all, what's a little magical world domination between friends? In his high-tech lair, Daniel Whitehall sat like an evil mastermind, which, you know, he basically was. The room was dimly lit, making the shadows dance on the walls like a twisted version of Dancing with the Stars. His desk was a bizarre blend of modern technology and arcane gadgets, the kind of stuff you'd expect to see in a wizard's lab if the wizard had binge-watched way too many sci-fi shows. A high-tech communication device sat on the desk, just waiting to relay critical information or maybe the latest episode of The Real Housewives of Hydra. With eyes sharp enough to cut glass, or maybe just glare at people, Whitehall studied the report from his secret agent, Shadow. The report was about a 5-year-old wizard named Harry Potter living with a bunch of muggles. Whitehall's mind raced through the possibilities faster than a Nimbus 2000. Rose Potter, he muttered, sounding like a villain who'd just found out that the hero's little sister was a big deal. Protected by Albus Dumbledore, the ultimate wizarding bodyguard. But Harry? Harry is like a shiny new treasure waiting to be discovered. He adjusted his posture, looking like he was about to give a speech to an army of minions. With a decisive click, he activated the secure communication channel, and the enchanted mirror on the wall flickered to life. Shadow's face appeared on the mirror, looking like he was trying really hard to look professional and not like he was secretly checking out cat memes on another screen. "Shadow, we need to switch things up," Whitehall said, his voice calm but with just enough of that supervillain vibe to make you wonder if he practiced in front of a mirror. "We're going to focus on Harry Potter. He's a hidden gem of magical power. Your job is to deal with the fallout while we get him out of number 4, Privet Drive, without causing a scene. We need this to be a smooth operation, no evidence, no one noticing." Shadow nodded, taking the whole thing in stride, like this was just another day at the office and not a major magical kidnapping. "Got it, sir. I'll make sure to handle it with the finesse of a ninja wizard. Dumbledore and the Ministry won't even know we were there." With that wrapped up, Whitehall turned his attention to Mr. Smythe, another big player in this operation. The mirror shifted again, and Smythe's face appeared, looking like he'd just been told his favorite TV show was cancelled. "Smythe," Whitehall commanded, "this is top priority. You're in charge of getting Harry Potter out of his current situation. Make sure the operation is done with maximum secrecy and precision. Leave no traces." Smythe's face showed he understood the seriousness of the task. "What about the Dursleys, sir?" Whitehall's eyes narrowed, a look that could make icebergs shiver. "They need to be taken care of. We're going to make it look like a tragic accident. I suggest a gas leak and an explosion, something that'll make the authorities think, wow, what a horrible, yet totally accidental event." Smythe's expression hardened, showing he was ready to get the job done. "I'll start getting everything ready right away. I'll make sure the plan goes off without a hitch." As the communication ended, Whitehall's mind was already on the next steps. He was picturing Harry Potter as a powerful asset for Hydra. With Harry under their control, Hydra could make big moves in the wizarding world, breaking down their enemies from the inside and expanding their influence everywhere. Whitehall's lips curled into a smile that would have made the Joker proud. The boy will soon be a force to be reckoned with. With Hydra's guidance, we'll turn him into a game-changer. The world won't know what hit it. He leaned back in his chair, imagining Harry Potter as a symbol of Hydra's big plans. The plan was set, and Whitehall was ready to make his move with the precision of a chess grandmaster. Harry's future, once just about surviving, was now headed for world domination. The wizarding world and the Muggle world were about to see some major changes, all thanks to Hydra's scheming and a 5-year-old wizard. In the dead of night, number 4, Privet Drive was wrapped in a thick blanket of uneasy silence. The kind that makes you think something terrible is about to happen. And boy, was it about to. Mr. Smythe was like a shadow slipping through the house, every move sharp and calculated. He was a man on a mission, and failure was not an option. As the clock struck midnight, Smythe glided through the darkness with the stealth of a cat burglar and the determination of a man on a quest. The Dursleys' house, a bastion of boring normalcy, was nothing to him but a puzzle to be solved. He navigated the maze of rooms like a pro, finally reaching the cupboard under the stairs where little Harry Potter was sleeping. With a swift, practiced motion, he slipped a sedative into Harry's drink, ensuring the boy stayed in dreamland while the real fireworks began. Now came the piece de resistance, turning the kitchen into an explosive masterpiece. Smythe was as meticulous as a mad scientist, rigging the place with a gas leak that would make even the most astute inspector miss it. He set an explosive device with a timer so precise it would make a Swiss watch look like a broken alarm clock. The bomb was engineered to wreak havoc and vanish without a trace. With everything primed and ready, he took one last look, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Cradling Harry with the tenderness of a treasure, Smythe stepped into the cool night air. The satisfaction of a job well done washed over him. He was now safely distant, ready for the grand finale of his perfectly orchestrated disaster. Then, it happened. The explosion roared like a dragon waking from a century-long nap. Number 4, Privet Drive was turned into a fireball of apocalyptic proportions. The blast was so powerful it shook the neighborhood, making it feel like the earth itself was unraveling. The house crumbled in on itself, the walls and roof collapsing into a spectacular shower of flames and debris. It was as if the house had been hit by a magical meteorite. Inside, the Dursleys' shrieks were drowned out by the explosive cacophony. The familiar rooms were engulfed in a merciless inferno. Heat surged through the house, while thick, choking smoke blotted out the remaining light. Windows exploded outwards, and walls were shredded in a blaze of chaos. To any outside observer, it was an unfortunate accident, a tragic, if ordinary, disaster that had claimed the lives of the Dursleys and their hapless nephew. But for Mr. Smythe, it was a masterstroke of calculated precision. As he watched from a safe distance, the fire consumed the evidence and erased any trace of his intrusion. Harry Potter's world was about to change forever, leaving the ashes of Privet Drive far behind. Meanwhile, inside the labyrinthine corridors of the Ministry of Magic, Shadow was working his own brand of wizardly mischief. He wasn't exactly casting flashy spells, but his magic was just as potent. With a few flicks of his wand and a lot of sneaky maneuvering, he was rerouting records, obscuring evidence, and ensuring the catastrophe at Number 4, Privet Drive remained an enigma. Dumbledore and the Ministry were left grasping at shadows, completely oblivious to the true nature of the disaster. Back at Hydra's high-tech hideaway, Smythe delivered Harry Potter with all the pomp of a grand prize. Whitehall, looking every bit the villainous mastermind, greeted the boy with an almost theatrical sense of triumph. Harry, just beginning to wake from his drugged slumber, was about to be plunged into a world of covert conditioning and dark training. The kid who had once symbolized hope and resilience was now at the center of Hydra's grand scheme, primed to become their ultimate asset. Whitehall stood tall, a picture of calculated authority, as he surveyed the fruits of his labor. This operation, executed with the precision of a well-oiled machine, was a testament to his strategic brilliance. With Harry Potter now in his clutches, the road to ruling both the magical and mundane worlds had never been clearer. The shadows of Hydra loomed larger, and the world was about to face a new, and rather sinister, force on the rise. In the depths of a hidden Hydra facility, shrouded in secrecy and dark magic, a palpable buzz of excitement fills the room. The air crackles with anticipation as Hydra's elite scientists and a cadre of wizards who've jumped ship to the dark side gather around a large conference table. At the head of the table stands Daniel Whitehall, radiating an aura of command and menace. Whitehall's voice cuts through the murmur like a sword. "All right, team," he announces, his tone crisp and commanding. "We've got Harry Potter in our grasp. Now it's time for Phase 2, turning him into a top-tier Hydra operative." Dr. Schmidt, the head scientist with a glint of ambition in his eyes, leans in. "First things first, we need to gauge his magical abilities and physical stamina. We'll run a battery of tests to get a full picture of his potential." Whitehall gives a curt nod, approval flickering in his eyes. "Exactly. We'll start with non-invasive tests. We wouldn't want to trigger any alarms for the ever-vigilant Albus Dumbledore. Mole Cyber, a former Death Eater who's found a new home with Hydra, adds with a hint of malicious excitement, and let's not forget magical conditioning. We'll use a blend of spells and potions to ensure his loyalty is ours and his memories of his past life are a thing of the past. Dr. Lang, another scientist with a flair for the dramatic, chimes in eagerly, to make sure we're covering all bases, we'll combine magical conditioning with our psychological techniques. Oh, and we could also explore super soldier enhancements and vibranium upgrades, just like in our other top-secret projects. Whitehall's gaze narrows, a satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Brilliant ideas. Implement these strategies, but keep everything under wraps. A slip-up could bring the full force of the wizarding world down on us. With that, the team springs into action. Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Lang take charge of the physical and psychological enhancements, while Mulcyber and his group of dark wizards tackle the magical conditioning. Whitehall wraps up the meeting with a final, decisive command. Harry Potter has the potential to be Hydra's ultimate weapon. We can't afford to fail. Track his progress meticulously and report any anomalies. We will mold him into our perfect agent. As the team disperses, their purpose is clear and their urgency palpable. Whitehall remains behind, his mind a whirlwind of dark possibilities. Harry Potter, once a symbol of survival and hope, is about to be transformed into Hydra's most powerful asset. The stage is set for a new chapter in their quest for domination, and Whitehall is poised to seize it with ruthless efficiency. In the deepest, most hidden corner of a top-secret Hydra facility, Daniel Whitehall stands with his most trusted operative, a master wizard known only by his code name, Spectre. The room feels charged with tension, like the air just before a thunderstorm, every word they exchange carrying monumental importance. Whitehall's eyes gleam with the kind of ambition that could make even the bravest shiver. All right, Spectre, listen up. We've got a high-stakes mission that requires your special brand of magic and cunning. We need to break Gellert Grindelwald out of Nurmengard. His magical prowess and dark knowledge will be a game-changer in training Harry Potter. Spectre, exuding calm confidence, nods. His gaze is steady, and his tone is cool as he responds. Got it, sir. What's the plan? Whitehall's expression turns steely, his voice sharp and commanding. This operation needs to be flawless. You're going to infiltrate Nurmengard, bypass its defenses with the stealth of a shadow, and extract Grindelwald without leaving a trace. Once we have him, his expertise will be key in molding Harry into our ultimate weapon. Spectre gives a small, confident bow, acknowledging the task with resolute commitment. Understood. I'll get it done. As Spectre disappears into the night, Whitehall remains behind, his mind racing with dark possibilities. The escape of Grindelwald and the training of Harry Potter are pivotal moves in Hydra's grand design. With Grindelwald's dark mastery in their arsenal, Hydra is on the brink of reshaping the world's balance of power. Whitehall's lips curl into a cold smile as he considers the impending upheaval. The pieces are falling into place, and soon, the world will witness the full force of Hydra's ambition. On a moonless night, the chill in the air felt almost like a warning. Spectre, Hydra's top wizard operative, approached the looming fortress of Nurmengard, a dark monolith against the starless sky. He was a shadow among shadows, cloaked in secrecy and armed with magical finesse. With a flick of his wand, he cast a disillusionment charm, blending into the night like a ghost. Nurmengard was a fortress of nightmares, shielded by enchantments thick as cobwebs and guarded by wardens with eyes as sharp as hawks. But Spectre was no ordinary wizard. He danced through the maze of protective spells with the grace of a seasoned performer, each wand movement precise and silent, dismantling barriers as if they were mere illusions. As he reached the outer wall, Spectre whispered a spell that made the stone ripple and part, just enough for him to slip through. Inside, the corridor was heavy with an oppressive gloom, but Spectre's path was set. He knew this labyrinth like the back of his hand, having memorized every twist and turn. His destination was the highest tower, where Grindelwald's cell lay wrapped in layers of ancient magic. At the cell's final ward, Spectre paused, his face set in determined concentration. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he meticulously worked to unravel the complex enchantments. Each second felt like an eternity, a test of both patience and skill. At last, the ward dissipated with a barely audible sigh. Spectre pushed open the heavy door to find Gellert Grindelwald inside. The former dark wizard, his once terrifying aura now tempered by years of confinement, looked up with sharp, assessing eyes. "Who are you?" Grindelwald's voice was rough, like gravel over stone. "Spectre, from Hydra," came the smooth reply. "Daniel Whitehall sent me. We're here to free you and offer you a chance to train a new protégé." Grindelwald's eyes narrowed, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Whitehall, you say? And this protégé?" "Harry Potter," Spectre said, his voice steady. "A boy with extraordinary potential, destined to be something great." A slow, calculating smile spread across Grindelwald's face. "How intriguing! Lead the way." With practiced ease, Spectre guided Grindelwald through the fortress, their escape as seamless as their entry. They evaded guards and slipped through walls, leaving no trace of their presence. The fortress, oblivious to the shift in power occurring within its stone walls, remained none the wiser. Outside, a concealed porte-clés awaited. Spectre activated it with a precise flick of his wand, and in a flash, they were transported to a hidden Hydra facility. Grindelwald inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of freedom and the thrill of renewed purpose. The stage was set, and Hydra's grand scheme was set to unfold with Harry Potter and Gellert Grindelwald at its core. In a dimly lit, heavily fortified Hydra safe house, the air crackles with a palpable tension. The shadows dance across the walls as Daniel Whitehall, ever the master of manipulation, faces the recently liberated Gellert Grindelwald. This room feels like a stage for a high-stakes drama, where the actors are two of the most dangerous minds in the magical and non-magical worlds. Whitehall, leaning back in his chair with a smug air, presents his proposal with a glint in his eye. "Mr. Grindelwald, here's the deal of a lifetime. Help us turn young Harry Potter into an unstoppable force, and I'll give you the Infinity Formula. This serum will give you not just more years, but a life brimming with vitality. Just think of the wonders you could work with that extra time." Grindelwald, with the calm demeanor of a man who has seen it all, studies Whitehall intently. Behind his composed exterior, he weighs the deal's worth. Harry Potter is just a kid, caught in the crossfire of their ambitions. Yet, with an air of calculated intrigue, Grindelwald responds, his voice smooth but with a hint of hidden layers. "I accept your offer," Grindelwald says, his tone betraying nothing of his deeper thoughts. Training Harry to realize his potential sounds like an engaging challenge. And the Infinity Formula, well, that could be quite useful. Whitehall's face remains a picture of calculated coolness, though his eyes betray a flash of satisfaction. "Perfect. As long as you pull your weight, the formula will be yours." Grindelwald nods, already mapping out his next moves. He's a master of strategy and deception, and while he outwardly agrees, his mind is busy with plans of his own. He knows that his time with Harry won't just be about teaching him dark arts but also about instilling him with wisdom about the true nature of power and the importance of making the right choices. Whitehall, confident in his own scheming, is blissfully unaware of Grindelwald's true intentions. He believes that Grindelwald's dark expertise will turn Harry into Hydra's ultimate weapon, completely oblivious to the counterplots brewing in the mind of his new ally. As the agreement is finalized, the wheels of manipulation and power keep turning. The stage is set for an epic struggle, with Harry Potter at the epicenter of a cosmic conflict between light and shadow. In the heart of Dumbledore's cluttered, magical lair, the office looked like it had been hit by a spell-casting tornado. Enchanted objects whizzed around like hyperactive pixies, casting flickers of light and shadows across the walls. And in the middle of this whimsical chaos, 5-year-old Rose Potter was having the time of her life, turning every toy into a sparkling explosion of magical nonsense. Her laughter was the soundtrack to a scene that could have been ripped from the pages of a wizarding storybook if that storybook had a chapter on untamed 5-year-olds and magical mayhem. Just when it seemed like things couldn't get any more chaotic, a brilliant flash of light streaked into the room. A patroness, an elegant silver owl dove in with all the subtlety of a firework on a caffeine high. Dumbledore's playful grin vanished faster than a chocolate frog at a kid's party. He read the message, and his face went from jovial to serious in record time. Gellert Grindelwald had escaped from Nurmengard. Not exactly the news you'd want to receive while supervising a whirlwind of enchanted toys. Dumbledore's usually twinkling eyes turned into tiny, worried slits. This was no minor hiccup, it was a major catastrophe that required the full force of his legendary wisdom and dramatic flair. He glanced over at Rose, who was blissfully unaware of the impending storm, absorbed in her enchanted castle. "Rose, sweetheart," Dumbledore said, trying to sound as calm as if he were discussing the weather, "I've got some important grown-up stuff to deal with. You stay here and have fun with your toys, okay? Grandpa's got to run off and save the day." Rose looked up with the kind of innocent entitlement that only comes from being the world's most spoiled child. "But Grandpa, don't you want to play with me? I've got a new enchanted castle." Her whine was as demanding as a dragon with a sore throat. Dumbledore forced a smile that was probably as fake as the grin on a disgruntled house elf. "Darling, I'd love to, but this is one of those grown-up emergencies where my unparalleled brilliance is needed. I promise, we'll play later. Just be a good girl and stay right here." Rose pouted but eventually gave in, her face lighting up with the promise of a surprise. "Okay, Grandpa Dumbledore. But you better bring me something amazing when you come back." With a final, somewhat begrudging pat on her head, Dumbledore strode out of the office, his mind buzzing with all the heroic clichés he could muster. He was on a mission: protect his pampered granddaughter and tackle the menace that was Grindelwald. And as for Harry Potter, who was still with the Dursleys, well, Dumbledore didn't exactly hold high hopes for the kid. To him, Harry was a bit of a non-starter, a squib in his grandiose plans. As Dumbledore made his way through the dimly lit corridors, he ran into Minerva McGonagall, whose serious expression matched his own heavy-duty concerns. "Albus, is it true? Has Grindelwald actually escaped?" McGonagall's voice carried a mix of disbelief and dread. Dumbledore nodded, his face as solemn as a divination class on a Monday morning. "Yes, Minerva. The Ministry confirmed it. It's quite the predicament, one that requires my extraordinary expertise." McGonagall's face went as pale as a ghost in a ghost story. "What's the plan?" Dumbledore's eyes hardened with the kind of self-importance usually reserved for epic monologues. "First, we keep Rose safe here at Hogwarts. Then, I'll rally our allies, track down Grindelwald, and, well, make sure Harry's safe at Privet Drive. Though, honestly, he's not exactly central to my grand designs." With his grand plan set, Dumbledore's sense of importance was as inflated as his ego. The stakes were high, and he was ready to handle them with the flair only he believed he could provide. The wizarding world was on a knife edge, and Dumbledore was ready to leap into action whether or not Harry Potter was a key player in his grand narrative. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. In a dimly lit, sterile room, young Harry wakes up, blinking in confusion at the cold, grey surroundings. This place is a world away from the cramped cupboard he had called home under the stairs. The room is as basic as it gets: just a metal bed, a small table, and a heavy door. The air smells strongly of antiseptic, making the whole setup feel even more isolated. As Harry's eyes get used to the gloom, the door creaks open, and in walks someone who seems to have walked straight out of a fantasy novel. This guy is tall and striking, with piercing blue eyes that could probably cut through steel and slicked back white hair that shines in the dim light like it's got its own spotlight. His dark robes flow around him like he's stepped out of some ancient, royal court. There's an aura about him that's both scary and strangely magnetic. "Good morning, Harry," the man says, his voice smooth as silk with a hint of a European accent. I'm Gellert Grindelwald. But you can call me Gellert. Harry's heart skips a beat. He doesn't know who this guy is, but he can't shake the feeling that something is seriously off. It's like trying to ignore the sensation of standing on the edge of a cliff. Where am I? Harry asks, his voice a mix of fear and curiosity, his eyes darting around like he's expecting a giant monster to pop out. Grindelwald's gaze softens, his eyes turning from intimidating to almost kind. He must notice how scared Harry looks. You're in a place where you can discover your true potential, Harry. A place where you can learn and grow. You've been chosen for something way bigger than you can imagine. I'm here to help you. Harry's confusion is written all over his face. Chosen? For what? Grindelwald moves closer, his presence suddenly warmer, as if he's trying to make this awful place a little less terrifying. You have a remarkable power, Harry. A power that could change the world. It's been hidden from you, but I'm here to help you understand and harness it. To help you become strong. Harry's eyes widen. The idea of having any kind of power seems like something out of a bedtime story, not real life. But the idea of escaping from the cupboard and the Dursley's cruelty is both thrilling and terrifying. Can he trust this guy? What do you mean, power? Harry's voice steadies, showing a hint of his old bravery. What kind of power? Grindelwald's smile turns warmer, almost like he's trying to be a cool uncle rather than a dark wizard. Magic, Harry. You're a wizard, capable of extraordinary things. I'm here to teach you, guide you, and help you become the wizard you're meant to be. Harry's gaze is locked onto Grindelwald's, feeling the weight of his words. Could this be the path to the life he's always dreamed of? Grindelwald, sensing Harry's vulnerability and the rough treatment he's endured, feels a protective instinct that surprises even him. All right, Harry says, his voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. What do I need to do? Grindelwald's smile becomes genuinely reassuring as he places a hand on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that speaks of mentorship and unexpected affection. First, you need to trust me. We'll start this journey together. Welcome to your new life, Harry. As the door closes behind them, Harry steps into a new world, a world where his powers will be nurtured and his destiny rewritten. Grindelwald, starting off with charm, finds himself growing more protective of the young boy who has endured so much. The journey ahead will test them both, but it also sparks the beginning of a deeper, almost grandfatherly bond that will shape Harry's path in ways he could never have imagined. Albus Dumbledore, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts and self-proclaimed guardian of all things magical, arrives at Nurmengard with an air of grandiosity befitting a legend. The fortress, once a formidable prison for the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, now lies in ruin, its gates breached and silence hanging heavy in the air. Dumbledore, cloaked in his long, flowing robes that swirl like a stage curtain, steps through the shattered entrance as though he's about to deliver the final act of a dramatic play. With a confident stride, Dumbledore makes his way through the corridors, his long silver beard flowing behind him like a banner of his own making. His wand is held at the ready but remains sheathed, as if simply being in his presence is enough to command respect. The guards and wardens, awed by his mere presence, shuffle nervously, as if expecting him to single-handedly restore order and banish darkness with a flick of his wrist. Dumbledore's investigation is conducted with the flair of a maestro conducting a symphony. He examines every crack and crevice with the meticulousness of a man who believes his every action is nothing short of legendary. The air is thick with traces of Grindelwald's dark magic, which Dumbledore approaches with the reverence of someone who considers himself the foremost authority on magical residues. As he ventures deeper into the heart of Nurmengard, Dumbledore's dramatic flair is on full display. The walls, steeped in the echoes of Grindelwald's ambitions and malevolent influence, seem to be waiting for his expert analysis. Dumbledore, ever the self-assured sage, absorbs these whispers with a knowing nod, as though he alone can decipher the ancient secrets they hold. The guards recount the escape with a mix of awe and trepidation, their stories punctuated by Dumbledore's knowing interjections and authoritative commentary. His examination of the magical artifacts and spell remnants is performed with a flourish, each discovery treated as a personal triumph. His sharp intellect and vast experience, he believes, set him apart as the only one truly equipped to handle such a crisis. When Dumbledore finally exits Nurmengard, his expression is one of solemn satisfaction, as though he has single-handedly averted disaster. The gravity of Grindelwald's escape is undeniable, but Dumbledore's confidence in his own abilities seems to overshadow the looming threat. He departs with a grand gesture, convinced that his mere presence will set things right and that the future of the wizarding world, once again, rests in his capable hands. Minerva McGonagall apparat to Privet Drive with a stomach full of dread, and she was immediately hit with the inferno of chaos. The Dursleys' house was a blazing disaster zone, flames shooting up like a dragon's fiery breath. Smoke churned into the sky, dark and thick, while Muggle firefighters scurried around like ants trying to contain the beastly blaze. The cacophony of the fire was a roar that seemed to drown out every other sound, mingling with the terrified cries of nearby onlookers. Her normally steely composure shattered in the face of this nightmare. "Where's Harry?" she demanded, her voice cracking with a mix of desperation and authority as she grabbed a firefighter by the arm. The firefighter, his face smeared with soot and exhaustion, shook his head slowly, as if his next words were a physical blow. "No one made it out," he said, each syllable hitting McGonagall like a physical blow. Her world tilted sideways. Ignoring the barriers and the shouts of "stay back" from the Muggle authorities, McGonagall pushed through with single-minded fury. Her eyes darted through the smoke and wreckage, desperately seeking any sign of Harry. This wasn't just about a house burning down, this was personal. Harry was the son of James and Lily, two of her favorite Gryffindor students. And he was the twin of Rose, the little girl under Dumbledore's protection at Hogwarts. The thought of him being lost in these flames was a nightmare too cruel to bear. "Arabella!" Her voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. She spotted Arabella Figg on the periphery, her face as pale as a ghost and her eyes wide with a mix of horror and helplessness. Arabella shuffled over, visibly shaken. "Minerva, it's awful," she said, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "There was an explosion. I heard it from my house. By the time I got here, the house was already on fire. They're saying no one survived." A chill gripped McGonagall's heart, icy and unrelenting. The world felt like it was spinning, every thought a tangled mess of anguish and denial. "Are you absolutely certain? Did you see Harry?" Her voice was nearly a whisper, as if asking the question louder might make the nightmare real. Arabella's eyes filled with tears, her own sorrow a mirror of McGonagall's. "I'm so sorry, Minerva. I didn't see him. Everything happened so quickly." Her voice broke, unable to offer the solace McGonagall desperately needed. Frustration and helplessness surged through McGonagall, a raw and powerful tide. Harry's loss was more than a tragedy, it was a devastating blow to her heart and soul. She knew there was more to this disaster than met the eye. "Stay here, Arabella," she instructed, her voice barely steady. "I need to contact Albus. We need to find out the truth." Arabella nodded, her gaze fixed on the smoldering wreckage, a grim testament to the night's horrors. With a heavy heart, McGonagall apparat back to Hogwarts, her mind whirling with despair and determination. As she reappeared on the familiar grounds, the weight of the night's events pressed heavily on her. Harry, the beloved son of her dearest friends and the twin of the child she had come to care for as her own, was lost. And she was resolved to uncover the truth behind this tragedy, for Harry, for Rose, and for the family she had sworn to protect. In a hidden sanctuary that looked like it came straight out of an ancient magical storybook, Gellert Grindelwald sat across from young Harry Potter. The room was packed with old tomes and mystical artifacts that seemed to buzz with secrets from another era. The air was so thick with magic you could almost cut it with a wand, and Harry's eyes were as big as saucers, soaking in every last detail like a sponge in a rainstorm. Grindelwald leaned forward, his voice low and smooth, almost like he was telling a bedtime story. "Harry, Did you know that magic is all around us, just out of reach from the Muggle world?" His tone was laced with the kind of excitement you'd expect from someone who'd just discovered a hidden treasure. "Wizards and witches can do incredible things. With just a flick of a wand, we can make things appear out of nowhere, cast spells that change the world, and even defy gravity." Harry's face lit up like a Christmas tree, and Grindelwald couldn't help but feel a pang of warmth. "Can you teach me magic, Mr. Grindelwald?" Grindelwald's smile was as soft as a summer breeze, his eyes twinkling with what seemed like fatherly pride. "Absolutely, Harry. Magic is a wondrous gift, but it needs to be handled with care and respect. You have something special inside you, and with the right guidance, you could become a wizard everyone talks about." Grindelwald was a master at storytelling. He spun tales of legendary witches and wizards who used their powers to do amazing things, helping the helpless, defending the weak, and standing up for what's right, even when the world was full of trouble. "Magic isn't just about waving a wand and making things happen," Grindelwald said, his voice dropping to a more earnest tone. "It's about making good choices and making a difference. True strength comes from within, from being kind, brave, and having a compassionate heart." Harry listened with rapt attention, his small face reflecting a mix of awe and relief. For the first time, he felt like he was part of something bigger, something beyond the bleakness of Privet Drive. Grindelwald's words were like a lifeline, offering a glimpse of a world where magic wasn't just a dream but a way to change his life. As they talked, Grindelwald noticed the shadows in Harry's eyes, those tiny hints of hurt that spoke volumes about his past. Harry's eagerness to learn wasn't just about curiosity, it was a desperate need for validation, a stark contrast to the cruel dismissals he'd faced. Realizing how the Dursleys had belittled Harry, Grindelwald felt a surge of protectiveness and a fierce determination to shield him. Their bond grew stronger with each passing story and lesson, evolving into something deeper than just a mentor-student relationship. Grindelwald saw in Harry not just a student but a chance to make things right, to guide a young soul who had been through too much. In their secret sanctuary, surrounded by the mysteries of magic, Harry and Grindelwald embarked on a journey of discovery and healing. Together, they began weaving a new chapter in Harry's life, one filled with courage, redemption, and the kind of hope that could change everything. In the shadowy depths of Hydra's hidden laboratory, the air was thick with tension and a hint of something unpleasantly sinister. The room buzzed with the low hum of high-tech machinery and the eerie glow of computer screens, casting long shadows across the walls. Daniel Whitehall, Hydra's calculating and cold-blooded leader, stood at the epicenter of the tension, surrounded by a team of scientists who looked as if they'd just seen a ghost. Arnim Zola, the genius scientist with an unsettling smile and a penchant for morally questionable decisions, stepped forward with a mix of confidence and something like trepidation. His round spectacles caught the dim light as he began to speak, his voice a curious mix of intellect and an ominous calm. "Herr Whitehall, there's an issue with our super soldier serum." Whitehall's eyes narrowed into slits, his patience wearing as thin as paper. "What's the problem, Zola? Don't keep me in suspense." Zola shifted uncomfortably, a rare flicker of doubt crossing his usually unshakable face. "The serum, while promising, has developed complications. It's not holding up as well as Dr. Erskine's original formula. Our test subjects are showing dangerous side effects and unpredictable mutations." Whitehall's face darkened, the flicker of frustration and anger almost palpable. "You're telling me our serum is a dud? We can't afford any slip ups, especially with our plans for Der Winterzauberer." Zola nodded, urgency creeping into his voice. "Exactly, Herr Whitehall. The formula is flawed. But there's hope. We've discovered that Howard Stark is working on a serum based on Dr. Erskine's original, essentially the only successful version of the super soldier serum. If we can get our hands on Stark's serum, it might be the key to perfecting our own." Whitehall's mind raced, weaving through the implications. Howard Stark was a significant obstacle, and acquiring the serum would require a daring, risky operation. But the potential to enhance De Winter's Zauberer, Harry Potter and Hydra's operatives was too valuable to ignore. While the lab hummed with the frenetic energy of scientists scurrying around, Whitehall turned to a secure communication console, contacting a high-ranking Hydra operative who oversaw some of their most formidable assets, including the infamous Winter Soldier. "Give me an update on Der Winter Soldat," Whitehall barked, his tone leaving no room for hesitation as encrypted data flashed on the screen. The reply was swift and precise. Der Winter Soldat is currently engaged under the Red Room's directive, paired with their top operative, codenamed the Black Widow. They're on a mission of the highest priority, following Red Room Directive 17. Whitehall absorbed the information with a calculating gaze. The involvement of the Red Room added a layer of complexity to Hydra's plans, but he saw value in utilizing the Winter Soldier's formidable skills, even if it was a temporary arrangement. "Keep constant surveillance and update me on any critical changes," Whitehall commanded, his mind already spinning with strategies to integrate both the Winter Soldier and Der Winter Zauberer into Hydra's grand scheme. As the final preparations for the serum injection took shape and global operation updates streamed in, Whitehall's vision for Hydra's dominance crystallized. With Der Winter Zauberer and the Winter Soldier at their disposal, Hydra's reach could extend into both the magical and mundane worlds, reshaping the future according to their dark and twisted will. In the dimly lit corners of a safe house buried deep in the hustle and bustle of a city that never slept, Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, was gearing up for her latest escapade. Picture this, a spy movie scene where the hero dons an outfit meant to captivate and bewilder. Tonight, Natasha's choice was a schoolgirl uniform designed to charm and disarm. Across the room, the Winter Soldier stood like a shadowy sentinel, his presence as intense as the darkness around him. The flicker of the monitor highlighted his metal arm, casting it as an ominous, high-tech beacon. On screen, their target, a high-ranking diplomat with a weakness for elaborate fantasies, was featured prominently. Natasha shot a glance at the Winter Soldier, her eyes a cocktail of steely determination and playful mischief. "Ready for this one?" she asked, her voice smooth with just a hint of "watch out, trouble's brewing." The Winter Soldier gave a nod so sharp it could cut glass. His gaze was brimming with focus and unspoken understanding, the kind that only comes from countless high-stakes missions together. Natasha's grin widened, the kind that suggested she was both confident and relishing the challenge ahead. As she prepared to slip into character, Natasha's demeanor transformed completely. From a seasoned operative, she became a shy, innocent schoolgirl, her movements carefully crafted to convey vulnerability. "Time to charm our diplomat," she murmured to herself, her eyes twinkling with mischievous intent as she approached the opulent hotel suite where her mark awaited. Inside, the diplomat, a middle-aged man wrapped in layers of power and indulgence, welcomed Natasha with a mix of curiosity and barely concealed delight. "Ah, my dear," he purred, his voice smooth and inviting, "what a delightful surprise." Natasha's eyes danced with a hint of nervousness as she entered, her heels clicking softly on the marble floor. "I do enjoy making an impression," she replied, her voice trembling with just the right amount of innocence. As the diplomat poured wine, Natasha skillfully guided the conversation, her role as a demure schoolgirl perfectly executed. "So, what is it that brings you to this charming establishment?" he asked, his gaze lingering on her with an almost predatory interest. "Oh, you know," Natasha said with a demure smile, "just here to brighten your evening. And perhaps, to learn a few things about the fascinating world you inhabit." The diplomat chuckled, his eyes glinting with approval. "Ah, such a curious little thing. Do tell me, what do you find most intriguing about my world?" Natasha tilted her head, her expression one of feigned innocence. "Well, I suppose it's the power and influence. It's all very captivating." The diplomat leaned in closer, clearly enjoying the game. "And what about me, my dear? Am I captivating as well?" Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a sip of her wine, her gaze shyly meeting his. "You certainly have a way of making an impression. I'm sure you've had many fascinating encounters." "Indeed," the diplomat said, his voice dropping to a softer, more intimate tone. But none quite like this, I'm sure. And I must say, you're quite the enchanting little actress. Natasha's eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she leaned in closer. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just playing a part. Or maybe there's something more to it. The diplomat's gaze grew intense, his interest clearly piqued. Oh, I'm certain there's more to it. Tell me, what is it you truly desire? Natasha's fingers lightly traced the line of his arm, her touch a blend of command and invitation. Perhaps I'm just here to explore, to see what secrets you might share. In the shadows, the Winter Soldier's tension was palpable. He was calculating their next move with the precision of a chess grandmaster, every moment bringing them closer to the intelligence they sought. The diplomat's defenses began to crumble as Natasha expertly played her role. Tell me, she asked softly, her voice a mix of genuine curiosity and feigned naivety, what do you find most exhilarating about your position? The diplomat leaned back, clearly enjoying the attention. Power is exhilarating, my dear. But I find the thrill of secrecy even more so. There are many things people don't know, things that are kept hidden, for a reason. Natasha nodded, her eyes never leaving his. And what about the secrets you keep? Are they as thrilling as you'd like? The diplomat's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Ah, my dear, you're quite perceptive. The secrets I keep are my most prized possessions. But sometimes, sharing them can be quite the indulgence. As the night wore on and the diplomat's defenses crumbled like a sandcastle at high tide, Natasha gave a subtle signal to the Winter Soldier. The extraction was executed with the precision of a well-rehearsed ballet, each move perfectly timed to leave the diplomat none the wiser. Mission accomplished, Natasha's mind was already racing ahead, plotting their next maneuver in the ever-shifting game of espionage. Beside her, the Winter Soldier stood like a rock, his job done but always ready for the next twist in the tale. In the world of spies and secrets, Natasha Romanoff and the Winter Soldier were the dynamic duo of covert operations. Their partnership, forged through countless battles and tight squeezes, was unstoppable. Together, they danced on the edge of danger with a blend of wit and skill that was nothing short of legendary. Minerva McGonagall operated into the ancient halls of Hogwarts Castle, her heart weighed down by the gravity of the news she carried. The crisp autumn air seemed to cling to her robes as she made her way down the dimly lit corridors, each step echoing with the urgency of her mission. In Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was steeped in an almost theatrical grandeur. Albus Dumbledore stood by the grand window, gazing out into the twilight with the air of someone who believed himself to be the maestro of a grand symphony. Candles flickered dramatically, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to dance to the rhythm of his self-importance. Minerva! Dumbledore's voice rang out with a flourish as he turned to greet her. His expression was one of practiced serenity, tinged with the kind of grandiosity that came from years of self-assuredness. What brings you here in such a state of distress? Surely it must be something momentous. Minerva took a steadying breath, her usual composure cracking under the weight of her message. Albus, there's been a tragedy at Privet Drive, she began, her voice heavy with sorrow. The Dursleys' home, it's been engulfed in flames. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, but the concern was fleeting. His expression quickly morphed into one of contemplative detachment, as if he was already mentally adjusting his grand plans. Harry, he asked, a hint of curiosity laced in his tone. Is he? Minerva's face softened with a rare glimpse of vulnerability. I'm afraid, he didn't survive, she whispered, her voice barely holding steady. The Muggle authorities couldn't save him. Dumbledore's response was a mix of fleeting surprise and philosophical acceptance. Ah, yes, he said, nodding thoughtfully. Harry was always meant to be a symbol, but I have always had my doubts about his true potential, him being a squib and all. We must look forward. Minerva's eyes widened in disbelief. Albus, Harry wasn't just a squib, he was an innocent child caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. This isn't just about symbolism. Dumbledore's demeanor remained unfazed, as if the reality of Harry's death was a mere footnote in his grand design. Indeed, it's a tragic loss, but the true focus should remain on Rose Potter. She is the one who carries the mantle of our future. We must ensure that the world continues to see her as the beacon of hope she is destined to be. Minerva's frustration was palpable. Rose has been spoiled and shielded from the harsh truths. The reality of what's happened hasn't even touched her. Dumbledore, ever the grand orchestrator of his own narrative, dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. We must inform the Ministry and prepare for any necessary adjustments. The narrative we've crafted around Rose will continue, regardless of these unfortunate developments. Minerva struggled to maintain her composure. And the Order? The wizarding world deserves to know the truth about what's happened. Dumbledore's gaze was distant, absorbed in a vision only he could see. Yes, inform the Order. They must be ready for the new reality. As for the wider world, they will remain focused on Rose as their symbol of hope. We cannot afford to undermine their belief. With a heavy heart, Minerva turned to leave, her steps laden with the burden of delivering a truth that Dumbledore's grand vision had overshadowed. Dumbledore watched her go, his mind already reweaving his plans and precautions. In his world of self-crafted destinies, the future was a grand spectacle where Harry's tragic end was but a minor detail, overshadowed by the shining promise of Rose Potter. In a secretive, dimly lit chamber within the safe house, the air crackled with an electric mix of excitement and warmth. Gellert Grindelwald, the famous, and, let's be honest, kind of full of himself, master of wand lore, was sitting across from a young Harry Potter, whose eyes were a cocktail of awe and nerves. The room was packed with an assortment of wands, each one just itching to be the next big thing in Harry's magical journey. "All right, kiddo," Grindelwald said, leaning forward with a grin that screamed, "I'm about to drop some wisdom on you. Choosing a wand isn't just about picking a stick with a magical core. It's about finding a buddy, a wand that totally clicks with your soul." Harry, all of 5 years old but already carrying more emotional baggage than an overstuffed suitcase, looked up at Grindelwald with a mix of hope and trepidation. The magical world was like a whole new universe to him, and picking his own wand was like being given the keys to the kingdom, or at least that's what it felt like. Grindelwald's eyes softened, and he picked up a wand made of sturdy oak with a phoenix feather core. With a flourish, he handed it to Harry, who took it with trembling fingers. As Harry gripped the wand, it seemed to glow with a warm, comforting light, a far cry from the icy indifference he was used to. "Oak represents strength and endurance," Grindelwald explained, his tone dripping with that classic wise old sage vibe. "And the phoenix feather? It's all about rebirth and bravery. If this wand's chosen you, it's because you've got something pretty special going on." Harry waved the wand experimentally, feeling a wave of energy that was like a burst of sunshine in his gloomy world. The wand felt right, like it was an old friend he'd just met. He looked up at Grindelwald with wide eyes. "Do you really think this wand is for me?" he asked, his voice a mix of excitement and disbelief. Grindelwald's expression softened even further, showing a surprisingly grandfatherly concern. "The wand chooses the wizard, Harry," he said, his tone both reassuring and grandiose. "And this wand seems to have found something extraordinary in you." Harry's heart fluttered with a newfound sense of confidence. "It feels perfect," he said, holding the wand like it was the answer to all his problems. But then, Harry's gaze was drawn to another wand on the table, a sleek ebony one with a dragon heartstring core. "Gellert," Harry said, his voice filled with curiosity, "there's another wand, it's sort of calling to me." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by the depth of Harry's connection with the wands. He reached for the ebony wand, handing it over with a touch that was both careful and a little dramatic. As Harry grasped it, a powerful, intense energy surged through him. "This one," Harry said, his eyes wide with awe, "it feels so strong, like it's meant for something big." Grindelwald's eyes sparkled with a mix of admiration and protective affection. Ebony wands are known for their power and versatility, and a dragon heartstring core? That's pure legend material, fierce and full of fire. Not something you see every day in a kid your age. Harry stood there, holding both wands, feeling a unique connection with each one. Gellert, he asked, hope and uncertainty in his voice, can I keep both? Grindelwald's smile was warm, a blend of pride and a touch of theatrical flair. It's unconventional, sure, but if both wands have chosen you, who are we to argue with destiny? They're yours, Harry, and they'll serve you well. With a heart full of gratitude and a spark of newfound self-worth, Harry accepted both wands. Under Grindelwald's watchful eye, he was not just getting his magical tools, he was also receiving a rare gift, belonging and protection. As the doors to the magical world swung open, Harry felt a fresh wave of readiness and hope, guided by Grindelwald's blend of wisdom and charisma. In the shadowy depths of the Red Room base, two of the world's deadliest operatives emerged from the gloom, Natasha Romanoff, the elusive Black Widow, and the enigmatic Winter Soldier. The dim light flickered as they moved, their senses tuned to the subtle changes in their environment, ready for whatever Dreykov, the mastermind of their shadowy operations, had planned. Dreykov's gaze was sharp enough to cut glass. Romanoff, soldier, he began, his voice slicing through the tension with a no-nonsense authority. New orders for both of you. Natasha, ever the consummate professional, shot a glance at her partner. The Winter Soldier, the human enigma, stood like a statue, his metal arm catching the scant light. The air was thick with anticipation, something big was coming, and it was bound to shake things up. Dreykov's tone was blunt. The Winter Soldier is being recalled by Hydra. They need his unique talents for a mission. He'll leave immediately. Natasha's heart felt like it had dropped into her stomach. The partnership she'd come to rely on, honed through countless missions and shared danger, was about to be torn apart. But her face stayed a mask of calm. Years of training had drilled into her the art of hiding emotions, even as they threatened to overwhelm her. And you, Romanoff, Dreykov said, his gaze locking onto hers with a predatory gleam, will be assigned to Hydra as well. They need your skills to train a new asset, someone crucial to their plans. A shiver ran down Natasha's spine. Hydra was notorious for its dark operations, and the idea of molding a new operative for such a ruthless organization was unsettling. But Natasha knew her role and the grim necessity of it. Dreykov's voice softened, though only slightly. This is a critical mission. Hydra expects you to teach advanced combat and infiltration techniques, while the Winter Soldier will handle tactical and operational training. The Winter Soldier gave a curt nod. His silence spoke volumes. He was ready for whatever came next, unflinching and resolute. Natasha's voice was steady, though it betrayed a hint of concern. Understood. She exchanged a brief, meaningful look with her partner. They'd faced impossible odds together before, and while their paths were diverging, she was determined to uphold their shared legacy. Dreykov nodded, evidently satisfied. The asset is unique, and Hydra has high expectations. Your combined expertise will be crucial. Prepare for immediate departure. As they were dismissed, Natasha felt the weight of the new mission press down on her. In her quarters, she packed her gear with practiced efficiency, her mind racing with questions. Who was this new asset? What secrets did Hydra hide? She knew the organization's methods were ruthless, but she steeled herself for the challenges ahead. Deep down, Natasha remained a decent person, scarred by years of manipulation but holding on to the hope that her actions, however grim, might one day contribute to a greater good. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. In the shadowy corridors of the Hydra base, Natasha Romanoff and the Winter Soldier followed their guide, their footsteps echoing off the cold, metallic walls. The air buzzed with the hum of unseen machinery and the sharp tang of steel. The guide, a Hydra officer with a face as stern as a carved statue, stopped in front of a heavy door. With a series of beeps and whirs, it slid open to reveal a small, glass-walled observation room. Inside, Natasha and the Winter Soldier stepped into the room, their gazes immediately drawn to the large pane of one-way glass. On the other side, in a room that was almost comically bright compared to the rest of the facility, sat a young boy. Harry, no more than 5 years old, with dark, tousled hair and wide, green eyes full of a mix of wonder and fear, clutched a well-loved toy with trembling fingers. He looked like he'd stumbled into the wrong world, one where the warmth and safety of a child's life had been replaced by the cold shadows of Hydra. "Meet Harry," the officer's voice was as flat as a pancake. "He's to be molded into Der Winterzauberer, our latest asset. Your job is to train him and turn him into a formidable weapon for Hydra." Natasha's heart twisted at the sight of the child. She glanced at the Winter Soldier, whose face was a mask of cold detachment. Yet, for a brief moment, there was a flicker in his eyes, a hint of something softer, something reminiscent of a young boy he once might have known. It was as if Harry had sparked a memory of a time long forgotten. "He's just a kid," Natasha said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her training might have drilled her into an emotionless machine, but the sight of this innocent child cracked through her facade. "Hydra believes in starting them young," the officer replied, his tone as clinical as a textbook. "The younger they are, the easier they are to mold. Your skills will ensure his training is top-notch." Natasha swallowed hard, fighting to keep her composure. She had faced many recruits, but none so young or so visibly hurt. The thought of turning Harry into a Hydra operative was deeply disturbing, but she knew she had no choice. Her vow, however, was to protect him as much as she could while carrying out her orders. The Winter Soldier's gaze remained locked on Harry, his silence stark against Natasha's turmoil. The brief flash of recognition in his eyes, a shadow of a young boy, was quickly overtaken by his conditioning. Even he couldn't completely erase the image of Harry, a poignant reminder of innocence and suffering. "What's his story?" Natasha asked, trying to keep her voice steady as she battled the storm inside her. "Harry Potter," the officer said, tapping away at a tablet with mechanical efficiency. "Orphaned and thought to be a squib by the wizarding community. He's been off the radar, making him perfect for our needs." Natasha took a deep breath. "We'll do our part, but we need to be involved in every step of his training. He needs to trust us." The officer hesitated, then gave a curt nod. "You'll have full access. But remember, failure is not an option." With that, the officer left, leaving Natasha and the Winter Soldier alone with their thoughts. They continued to observe Harry through the glass, their silent contemplation heavy with unspoken promises. "We'll need to be careful," Natasha murmured to the Winter Soldier. "He doesn't deserve this. We'll train him, but we'll protect him too, as much as we can." The Winter Soldier gave a slight nod, his eyes never leaving Harry. In their shared silence, an unspoken pact formed. They were not just operatives but guardians of this young boy caught in Hydra's web. As they prepared to meet Harry face to face, the door opened again, and in strode a figure of undeniable presence, Gellert Grindelwald. His magnetic aura and piercing blue eyes commanded respect. Despite his calculated demeanor, there was a soft warmth in his gaze as he looked at the boy behind the glass. "Gellert Grindelwald," the officer introduced with a hint of reverence. "He'll be responsible for teaching Harry magic." Grindelwald's gaze softened as he looked at the boy. "Ah, young Harry," he said quietly, almost to himself. "A remarkable future awaits him." Turning his attention back to Natasha and the Winter Soldier, Grindelwald's expression became inscrutable. "Together, we will shape him into a force Hydra has never seen. But remember, his mind is delicate. Our task is not only to train him but to guide him with care." Natasha nodded, fully understanding the gravity of Grindelwald's words. The Winter Soldier remained silent, his eyes reflecting a mix of recognition and wariness. "Welcome to your new reality, Harry," Grindelwald said softly, his voice a blend of promise and concern. He hid his true feelings, a protective, grandfatherly concern for the boy, as he faced the harsh reality of Hydra's plans. In the bustling corridors of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, something close to a magical commotion began to bubble up among the staff. Healers and medi-witches zipped through the halls, their chatter practically crackling with excitement as if the very air was charged with it. Meanwhile, in a long-term care ward where time had apparently decided to take a sabbatical, two figures were starting to wake from what could only be described as an epic nap. James Potter's eyelids fluttered open, revealing a ceiling that seemed both totally alien and weirdly familiar. It was like waking up to find yourself in a room that was a cross between an insane asylum and a giant marshmallow. His muscles, which felt like they'd been frozen in place by a particularly unkind ice spell, slowly started to work again. With great effort, he turned his head, which felt like moving a truck after a 3-year engine overhaul. There, lying next to him, was a woman with tangled red hair and a face that screamed, "I'm just as confused as you are." "Lily," he croaked, his voice sounding like it had taken a detour through a desert. He reached out, his hand shaking as if it had forgotten how to be steady. His fingers made a hesitant pass over her arm, like he was afraid she might turn into a pumpkin. Lily Potter's eyes slowly opened, peering through what looked like a very thick fog. When she recognized James, her face transformed into a mix of disbelief and joy that could have been lifted straight out of a fairy tale. "James," she whispered back, her voice trembling with hope and a touch of panic. She turned to him, her expression a perfect blend of confusion and relief. At that moment, the door burst open like it was auditioning for a part in an action movie. A healer stormed into the room, her eyes wide with astonishment and glee. "Merlin's beard! You're awake," she shouted, her excitement so tangible you could almost see it floating in the air. With a flick of her wand, she summoned reinforcements, her movements so frantic it looked like she was trying to perform a spell and a dance routine simultaneously. James and Lily exchanged bewildered glances as a horde of healers descended upon them, their wands casting diagnostic spells that lit up the room in a soothing, bluish glow. The Potters, still trying to process their bizarre surroundings, learned that they had been in a magical coma for over 3 years ever since that catastrophic night in Godric's Hollow. "Your bodies were preserved by a ridiculously complicated spell," explained Healer Pi, the head healer who seemed like she'd just stepped out of a particularly dramatic medical drama. "It's nothing short of a miracle that you've woken up now." James, looking like he'd been through a ghostly ringer, suddenly became all business. "Harry? Rose? What about our kids?" he demanded, his voice cracking like an old broomstick. The healers exchanged glances that screamed, "We've got a lot to explain." Rose was placed under the care of Albus Dumbledore. "Harry was sent to live with your relatives, the Dursleys," one of them said, their tone carefully measured. "But there have been complications. We need to catch you up on everything." Lily's eyes practically popped out of her head, her face turning redder than a Weasley's hair. She struggled to sit up, her muscles protesting like they had been in a bad relationship with gravity. "The Dursleys? You sent Harry to the Dursleys?" She sputtered, her anger barely contained. "You have no idea what they're like. Petunia's a nasty piece of work, and Vernon's a bigoted pig who calls people with magic freaks. Why on earth would he be sent there? And why were our kids raised separately in the first place?" Healer Pi held up her hands, like she was trying to perform a peacekeeping spell. "Please, try to stay calm. There were reasons for these decisions made under extraordinary circumstances. We need to discuss this rationally. Harry's placement was a decision made with a lot of factors considered, and it's crucial we give you a full briefing." James's face darkened, and he looked like he might burst a blood vessel. "What complications? What's happened to Harry? Is he okay?" "Please, stay calm," Healer Pi said gently. "You need to regain your strength first. We'll provide you with all the details, but it's important you're in a condition to process this information." James and Lily nodded, their faces a mix of worry and resignation. They settled back into their beds, their minds heavy with the weight of lost time and the uncertainty surrounding their children. The physical effects of their coma were clear, their muscles were weak, their movements wobbly, and their minds a bit foggy as they adjusted to the shock of waking up. As the healers continued their work, ensuring the Potter's recovery, the news of their awakening began to spread like wildfire through St. Mungo's. The entire wizarding world was about to buzz with the incredible return of two of its most beloved figures. But for James and Lily, their thoughts were consumed by a single, urgent concern: finding their children, Harry and Rose, and figuring out why they had been separated and placed under such dangerous circumstances. In the shadowed confines of a hidden safe house, where darkness seemed to have a life of its own, Gellert Grindelwald stood next to a small boy with tousled dark hair and striking green eyes. Harry Potter, barely 5 years old, seemed to be a lost soul in this enigmatic world. Grindelwald's air of authority and intrigue was palpable as he observed Harry with a gaze that combined curiosity with a shrewd, calculating edge. Flanking Grindelwald were two figures with legacies that spanned espionage and magic: Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, and the Winter Soldier, a silent and imposing presence. The atmosphere was thick with the weight of their combined histories and the seriousness of their mission. "Natasha, soldier," Grindelwald began, his voice a blend of command and mystery, "allow me to introduce you to our young charge, Harry Potter." Natasha's eyes, sharp and perceptive, shifted between Grindelwald and the boy. Despite her tough exterior, something about Harry's guarded expression resonated with her, a reminder of her own trials and her struggle to break free from her past. The Winter Soldier, his metal arm gleaming faintly in the dim light, observed Harry with a detached intensity. His emotions were tightly controlled, but there was a flicker of something softer in his gaze whenever he looked at the boy. To him, Harry was just another recruit, but that fleeting softness felt like an echo of something lost and familiar, though he could not place why. "Harry," Grindelwald continued, addressing the boy with a theatrical flourish, "these are Natasha and the Winter Soldier. They will be your guides as you begin your training." Harry looked up at the trio, his expression a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Natasha's presence seemed oddly familiar, stirring something deep within him that he couldn't quite identify. The Winter Soldier's formidable presence felt like something from a dark legend, instilling both awe and unease. Natasha, her usual grace softened by an innate sense of empathy, crouched down to Harry's level. "Hi, Harry," she said gently, offering a smile that was both warm and weary. "We're here to help you discover and master your abilities. It's going to be a tough journey, but you're not alone." The Winter Soldier, though silent, allowed a brief moment of warmth to touch his gaze. Each time he looked at Harry, a fleeting image of a young boy, something that felt profoundly familiar but was shrouded in obscurity, crossed his mind. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving him with a sense of unspoken protectiveness. Grindelwald, ever the master of deception, concealed his true emotions behind a veneer of cool calculation. Despite his role in Hydra's plans, he felt a surprising surge of protectiveness towards Harry, akin to the feelings of a reluctant guardian. He wished to shield the boy from Hydra's clutches, even as he played his part in their grand scheme. "Natasha, soldier," Grindelwald said with a finality that brooked no argument, "initiate the preparations. Harry's training begins now." Natasha and the Winter Soldier nodded, their duty clear and heavy with implication. They were not merely mentors but guardians in a world where shadows loomed large. As they began their preparations, the gravity of their mission settled heavily on their shoulders. Bound by their allegiance to Hydra, yet secretly driven to protect Harry, they prepared to guide him through a journey fraught with challenges and moral dilemmas. In a world where the line between light and darkness was often blurred, their efforts would shape the destiny of the boy who seemed as fragile as he was resilient. In the grand, echoing halls of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore strode with an air of self-importance, as if he were the only one who could solve the universe's problems. The news he carried was monumental, and he was determined to deliver it with the drama and flair of a man who believed his own hype. When Dumbledore arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the long-term care ward was a flurry of activity. Healers bustled around, their faces a blend of exhaustion and cautious optimism. James and Lily Potter, just awakening from a long slumber, turned their attention to the Grand Wizard, who seemed to believe he was about to drop the world's most pivotal revelation. "James, Lily," Dumbledore intoned, his voice heavy with the gravity of someone who clearly thought of himself as the master of cosmic revelations, "it is both a relief and a duty to inform you of recent events." James, still weak and disoriented, managed a strained smile. "Professor Dumbledore," he rasped, "it's good to see you, though I can't imagine what's been going on." Lily's eyes were full of tears as she sought answers. "Professor, what has happened to our children? Where are Harry and Rose?" Dumbledore, with an air of someone who believed he was about to reveal the universe's biggest secret, cleared his throat. "Lily, James," he began, his voice filled with the dramatic tension of someone who thought he was narrating a grand epic, "Rose has been under my care at Hogwarts. She's been celebrated as the girl who lived." James exhaled in relief, though his concern was palpable. "And Harry?" Dumbledore's expression turned somber, as if he were about to deliver a blow that only he could bear. "Harry was placed with Petunia Dursley. Tragically, he was lost in the fire that consumed their home. The Dursleys perished, and Harry, we believe, was lost in the blaze." The words hit like a thunderclap. Lily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. James's face twisted in grief and disbelief. The news of their son's death was like a brutal blow, shattering their world. "I'm deeply sorry," Dumbledore continued, his voice tinged with the heavy burden of his perceived wisdom. "We did everything we could to protect him, but fate had other plans." Lily's eyes were filled with anguished confusion. But why was Harry with Petunia? And why was Rose with you?" Dumbledore's face showed a flicker of defensiveness. "Petunia's home was considered the safest place at the time. Harry was a squib, which led us to believe he needed to be hidden where he could be safe from Voldemort's followers." James, now visibly upset, interrupted with anger. "A squib? Harry has shown magical abilities since he was a baby. He can't be a squib." Dumbledore's confidence faltered slightly. "The decisions were made based on the information we had. My judgment has usually been sound." Lily's frustration and grief combined into a forceful plea. "But what about Sirius and Remus? Sirius was Harry's godfather. And why were Harry and Rose separated in the first place?" Dumbledore's face grew graver. "Sirius was the secret keeper and betrayed your location. As for the separation, Harry's supposed lack of magical ability and the need for secrecy led to that decision." James's anger flared. "Sirius would never have betrayed us. He wasn't the secret keeper." Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of dawning realization and confusion. "Then who was the secret keeper?" Lily's voice was laden with pain and anger. "Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He was our friend, but he was weak and betrayed us." Dumbledore's eyes widened, his confidence shaken. "Peter Pettigrew? That changes everything." Lily, her grief and anger a potent force, continued. "And you, Dumbledore, assumed Rose was the one mentioned in the prophecy. But Rose was born on August 1 at 12:01 am, which makes her ineligible. Harry, born on July 31 at 11:59 pm, was the true subject of the prophecy." Dumbledore's face reflected shock and dawning realization, as if he'd just discovered his carefully laid plans had a massive flaw. "I hadn't considered the exact timing of their births," he admitted, his voice betraying his own sense of disarray. James's frustration boiled over. "Dumbledore, you've made a mess of this. Return our daughter immediately and clear Sirius's name." Dumbledore, now visibly shaken and grappling with his wounded pride, nodded gravely. "You're right, James. I've made significant errors. I will ensure Rose is returned and rectify the injustice done to Sirius." Lily's voice was firm and resolute. "And you," she said with steely resolve, "will be held accountable for treating our children's lives like pieces in your grand game." As James and Lily stood together, their grief and anger combined into a powerful force. Their mission was clear: they would ensure their family's safety, clear their names, and hold Dumbledore accountable for his grandiose mistakes. The quest for justice and redemption had just begun, and they were not about to rest until their children were safe and their names were cleared. As the twilight shadows lengthened over Hogwarts, James and Lily Potter, fresh from their long-awaited return, navigated the castle's labyrinthine halls with Albus Dumbledore leading the way. He was flanked by healer Andromeda Tonks, Lily's best friend and Sirius Black's cousin, who had insisted on joining them for support. Dumbledore, ever the grand maestro of his own show, seemed to revel in the drama of the moment. His robes fluttered with the grace of someone who believed the world itself was his stage. Andromeda stayed close to Lily, her presence a steady anchor amid the whirlwind of emotions. The castle's corridors, usually alive with the sounds of students and magic, were eerily silent as they approached the headmaster's office. The grandeur of the place felt almost theatrical, as if Dumbledore had cast a spell to make everything more dramatic. When they reached the office, Professor McGonagall was waiting with a young girl who looked like she'd just stepped off a throne. Rose Potter, now 5, had been raised by Dumbledore to believe she was a princess in a world where her every whim was catered to. Her fiery red hair and imperious demeanor only added to the impression. "Mom? Dad?" Rose's voice was a mix of haughtiness and curiosity. She surveyed her parents as if they were a new brand of exotic creature. Lily, her emotions raw and tears streaming down her face, reached out with open arms. "Yes, Rose, it's us. We're here to take you home." Rose didn't budge, her arms crossed defensively. "Dumbledore gives me everything I want. Why would I leave? I'm perfectly content here." James and Lily exchanged a look of frustration and heartache. Lily dropped to her knees, trying to bridge the gap between their worlds. "We wanted to be with you, sweetheart. We couldn't be here before." Rose's skepticism didn't waver. "But Dumbledore said you were asleep. I don't need anything else. He's given me everything." James, struggling to keep his composure, placed a reassuring hand on Rose's shoulder. "Rose, we're your parents. We love you. We want to be with you and take care of you." Andromeda gave a sympathetic smile, her heart aching for this bittersweet family reunion. Dumbledore, standing in the background, appeared almost to relish the drama, though his self-satisfied expression was starting to slip. James pivoted sharply toward Dumbledore, his anger barely contained. "You need to get Sirius out of Azkaban. He's been wrongfully imprisoned. You owe us that much." Dumbledore, caught off guard, nodded solemnly, though the gravity of the situation was clearly starting to hit him. "I will do everything in my power to ensure Sirius is released and his name cleared," he promised, his voice a mix of reluctant earnestness and guilt. James's eyes flared with a potent mix of grief and resolve. "Make sure you do. We've already lost Harry because of your decisions. We can't afford to lose Sirius as well." Dumbledore's usual aura of invincibility faltered, a shadow of regret passing over his features. "I understand, James. I will act immediately." Lily, still hugging Rose close, turned her gaze toward Dumbledore with a blend of sadness and determination. "We will hold you to that promise." Rose, still wrapped in her self-centered bubble, tugged on Lily's sleeve. "Mummy, who's Harry?" James and Lily exchanged a pained glance. James's jaw tightened, fighting back tears, while Lily took a deep breath, her voice breaking as she spoke. "Harry is your twin brother, Rose. He's not here with us anymore." Rose's face contorted with confusion, her royal facade cracking slightly. "But where is he, Mummy?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. Dumbledore, standing nearby, listened in silence, his heart weighed down by the consequences of his past actions. Although he couldn't undo the damage he had done, he silently vowed to make things right. James, choked with emotion, offered a strained smile. "We'll tell you all about Harry, Rose. But for now, let's focus on being together as a family. Lily nodded, pulling Rose into a warm embrace. As they held each other close, Dumbledore quietly slipped out of the room, his mind reeling from the consequences of his decisions and the daunting task of making amends. In a top-secret Hydra facility that smelled faintly of old gym socks and moldy cheese, young Harry Potter was smack dab in the middle of a training montage, with mentors so wildly different that a sitcom about them would probably be the next big thing on Netflix. He had Natasha Romanoff, the ever-mysterious Black Widow, the Winter Soldier, who was basically the human equivalent of a malfunctioning toaster with all the settings wiped clean, and the illustrious Gellert Grindelwald, who gave off vibes of being an ancient wizard, but with the heart of a slightly misguided grandfather. Natasha Romanoff wasn't just the Black Widow, she was a whole swarm of deadly, highly trained spiders, which was both awesome and terrifying. She ran Harry's physical training sessions like an action movie, minus the explosions. Okay, sometimes there were explosions. All right, Harry, show me what you've got. Natasha shouted, her voice as sharp as a kunau. She demonstrated a flurry of punches and kicks that looked like they were choreographed by a team of hyperactive ninjas. Harry, a pint-sized ball of determination, followed her lead, copying her moves with as much precision as a 5-year-old could muster. Like this? He asked, his voice tinged with the hopeful innocence of someone who's just figured out how to tie their shoelaces. Not bad. Natasha grinned. But keep your guard up. You're not fighting off ninjas at the playground, kid. Despite her tough exterior, Natasha was a softie underneath. She always found a way to encourage Harry, even when he stumbled. Remember, kiddo, it's not just about being the toughest guy in the room. It's about being smart, quick, and above all, knowing when to pull out the dad jokes. Harry's face lit up like a Christmas tree as he nodded. I want to be strong and tell the best jokes, he declared, his eyes gleaming with a mix of courage and mischief. Natasha's smile was warm and proud. You're on the right track, Harry. But let's save the jokes for after you master the roundhouse kick, okay? Then there was the Winter Soldier, a guy who was basically a Marvel superhero mashed up with a high-tech zombie. He didn't talk much, mostly because Hydra had wiped his memory clean, leaving him more robotic than a malfunctioning Roomba. When he looked at Harry, though, there was something in his eyes, a flicker of recognition that he couldn't quite place. The Winter Soldier taught Harry the ins and outs of firearms and tactical maneuvers. Despite his cold exterior, every time he watched Harry, he'd get this weird déjà vu of a skinny, scrappy kid who reminded him of, well, someone. During a quiet moment, the soldier caught sight of Harry's small frame, and for a second, an image flashed through his mind. A young, scrawny boy who looked oddly familiar. But then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, and he was back to his stoic self. While the soldier's methods were strict and methodical, there was an unspoken bond between him and Harry. Even if he couldn't remember who he was or what a childhood was like, he found himself drawn to the kid's determination to stand up to the world. And then there was Gellert Grindelwald, a wizard who had seen better days and probably used too much hair gel. On the surface, he was the quintessential magical mentor, complete with the beard and the mysterious aura. But underneath all that, Grindelwald felt a protective instinct toward Harry, much like a grandfather guarding his favorite grandchild from the evil squirrels of the world. Grindelwald taught Harry everything he knew about magic, from occlumency to the art of dodging fireballs. Focus, Harry. Your mind must be as clear as a polished crystal ball, Grindelwald would say, trying to hide his smirk when Harry's spells went haywire. He could see the signs of the hardships Harry had endured, and it pained him. He was determined to keep the boy out of Hydra's clutches, even if he had to do it covertly. When they were alone, Grindelwald would share tales of magic and adventure, hoping to inspire Harry to rise above his past. Remember, Harry, true magic lies not in spells, but in the courage and kindness within your heart, he'd say, hoping that one day, Harry would be free from the chains that bound him. In the dimly lit corridors of the Hydra facility, Harry was on a journey of transformation. Under Natasha's guidance, he learned to move with grace and precision. With the Winter Soldier's help, he honed his skills and tactical thinking. And through Grindelwald's teachings, he discovered the depth of his magical abilities. Each mentor played a critical role in Harry's development, shaping him into a force to be reckoned with. As he navigated the trials and tribulations of his training, Harry found strength in his newfound skills and the bonds he forged with his mentors. With every step he took, Harry moved closer to becoming a hero, ready to face the challenges ahead with courage and a touch of humor. In the shadows of Hydra's facility, a legend was being born, and the world would soon come to know the true power of Harry Potter. After months of playing detective, dodging curses, and generally feeling like characters in a mystery novel, James and Lily Potter, along with their band of magical misfits, finally cracked the case. Drum roll, please. Sirius Black was innocent. Turns out Peter Pettigrew, the rat who was a rat, had been the real secret keeper all along. With all the evidence ready to drop like a bombshell, James, Lily, and their team of legal wizards burst into the Wizengamot courtroom. The room was electric with anticipation, like they were about to announce the winner of the Wizarding World's biggest reality show. James stood tall next to Lily, their faces practically glowing with determination. "We've got this," he whispered, a hint of a grin on his face. The chief warlock, Augusta Longbottom, banged her gavel with the authority of someone announcing a long-awaited verdict. "Not guilty," she declared, and it echoed around the room like a thunderclap. Chains clattered to the ground, and there stood Sirius Black, looking like he'd just been pardoned from a life sentence. He blinked a few times, his eyes wide with disbelief, and then, like the hero of some epic tale, he broke into the biggest grin you've ever seen. Lily, tears of joy streaming down her face, didn't waste a second. She rushed over and wrapped Sirius in a hug that could rival a bear's grip. "Sirius, you're free. We did it." Sirius, clearly struggling to find his voice, nodded. He looked around the room, a mixture of gratitude and disbelief on his face. James stepped up, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. It was their way of saying, "We've been through hell and back, but we're still here." Outside the courtroom, the place went wild. People were cheering, clapping, and probably making plans to throw a party that would go down in history. After years of being wrongfully imprisoned, Sirius was finally a free man, and the world seemed a little brighter. But before Sirius could get swept away in the celebrations, he turned to James, his expression suddenly serious. "James," he said, his voice shaky, "the first thing I want to do is hold my godson. I've missed so much, and now that I'm free, I need to make things right." James's face darkened, the joy from moments ago fading away. "Sirius, I need to tell you something," he began, his voice heavy. "Dumbledore sent Harry to the Dursleys while Lily and I were in a coma. And, we recently found out he died in a gas explosion." Sirius staggered back like he'd been hit by a curse. "No. Harry," he whispered, his face going as pale as a ghost. It was like someone had just dropped the weight of the world on his shoulders. James reached out, steadying his friend. "I'm so sorry, Sirius," he said, his voice cracking. "We thought we lost him." As the news spread through the crowd, the joyous clamor outside turned into a somber silence. The victory felt hollow, and the weight of their loss hung in the air like a dark cloud. Sirius, his eyes brimming with a mix of hope and dread, turned to Lily and James. "Lily, James," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "can I see my pocket watch? It's the only thing I have left from before. It was meant to keep Harry safe." Lily nodded, her eyes filled with tears as she retrieved the watch. "Here," she said softly, handing it over. "This watch was bound to Harry with his blood. It's supposed to show if he's okay or where he is." Sirius took the watch with trembling hands, feeling the faint magical pulse that still connected him to Harry. As he looked at the watch, his eyes widened. "I don't understand," Sirius murmured, his voice filled with a mix of confusion and hope. "If Harry's gone, how can the watch still work?" James placed a comforting hand on Sirius's shoulder. "We don't know, but it means Harry is out there somewhere. We have to find him." Lily nodded, her voice firm with determination. "It's a sign, Sirius. We need to bring him back." Sirius closed the watch with a click, holding it close to his heart. His eyes were full of fierce resolve. "We'll find him," he vowed, his voice steady despite the tears. "I'll find him. And when I do, I'll protect him with everything I've got." So there they stood, in the quiet aftermath of their victory and loss. With the pocket watch as their guide, the Potters and Sirius Black set off on a new quest, determined to find their son and godson, no matter what stood in their way. It was a journey that would test their courage and strength, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 5, Chapter 4. In the dimly lit command center, the atmosphere buzzed with the kind of energy you'd expect right before a game-changing move. The room was a blend of high-tech gadgets, blinking lights, and a giant holographic display showing the face of none other than Harry Potter. At the center of this high-stakes circus stood Daniel Whitehall, the guy who could give the Grinch a run for his money when it came to cold, calculating stares. He was like the evil mastermind from every spy movie ever, and his eyes were locked onto Harry's profile, which floated in midair like the ultimate piece of evidence. "We're entering the pivotal moment, folks." Whitehall's voice cut through the room like he was announcing the final score of the Super Bowl. "Potter has displayed extraordinary potential. Now it's time to turn him into our ultimate weapon." Around the big, circular table, the Hydra operatives exchanged glances that said, "Are we really doing this, and this better work, or we're toast?" The tension in the room was thicker than a pot of Aunt Petunia's lumpy gravy. And then there was the Winter Soldier, lurking in the shadows like the world's scariest bodyguard. Clad in tactical gear and sporting a mask that screamed "Don't mess with me," he was the living embodiment of a secret weapon. His cybernetic arm gleamed in the dim light, a reminder that he was part man, part machine, and all business. Whitehall turned his laser-focused gaze to the Winter Soldier. "Soldier, you know the drill. Howard Stark's got the super soldier serum. Get your hands on it, no matter the cost." The Winter Soldier nodded, but behind that mask, things were a bit more complicated. Lately, he'd been having these weird flashes of memories, like watching random clips of a movie with no plot. A skinny kid, a warm smile, a friendship he couldn't quite place. It was all there, jumbled and confusing, but he couldn't let Hydra know. Not yet. He flexed his metallic arm, a little show of strength to remind himself of the job at hand, and with a final, resolute nod, he turned and slipped out of the command center. He moved through the shadows like he was part of them, a silent hunter with a mission. But somewhere deep inside, a part of him was waking up, and it wasn't just the soldier. It was the man he used to be. And that man was starting to question just what he was fighting for. The sleek, futuristic interior of Howard Stark's high-tech car hummed with quiet efficiency as they glided down the road. Howard was lost in thought, his mind racing over the details of his latest engineering feat, while beside him, Maria Stark noticed the lines of worry etched on her husband's face. "Are you okay, Howard?" Maria asked gently, her voice cutting through his reverie. Howard forced a smile, though his eyes were still distant. "Just thinking about some work stuff, my dear. You know how it is." His gaze flicked to the secure container beside him, the latest version of the super soldier serum. He was taking it to SHIELD headquarters, unaware of the shadowy figure waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a dark figure leapt onto the hood of their car. The sudden impact jolted Howard and Maria, their car swerving wildly. The figure was clad in tactical gear and a fearsome mask, the Winter Soldier. Maria's eyes widened in terror as Howard shouted, "Hold on!" The Winter Soldier's cybernetic arm smashed through the windshield with a terrifying force, sending shards of glass raining down. Maria screamed, and Howard tried to regain control of the vehicle, but the attacker was too fast, too strong. He reached into the car, his metal arm grabbing the serum container with an iron grip. "No!" Howard yelled, lunging for the serum. The Winter Soldier paused, his masked face inches from Howard's. Something flickered in the soldier's eyes: confusion, recognition, a flash of memory he couldn't quite grasp. The name Howard Stark stirred something deep within him, a memory he couldn't make sense of. Who is this man? Why does he feel familiar? The moment of hesitation was all it took. With a quick, decisive movement, the Winter Soldier ripped the serum away and leapt off the car. Howard fought to control the vehicle, but it was too late. The car veered off the road, crashing into a tree with a sickening crunch. In the aftermath, silence hung heavy in the air. The car lay crumpled and broken, the engine hissing as steam escaped from beneath the hood. Howard, dazed and disoriented, turned to Maria, his heart pounding in his chest. "Maria, are you okay?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Maria groaned, clutching her arm where glass had cut her skin. "I'm fine," she whispered, her voice shaky. "But the serum, Howard." Howard shook his head, trying to clear the fog from his mind. He freed himself from the wreckage and gently helped Maria out of the car. The world around them was eerily quiet, the only sound the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. In the shadows, the Winter Soldier watched them, the serum container clutched tightly in his hand. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fragmented memories. He knew the name Howard Stark, but from where? The images in his head were jumbled, flashes of a past he couldn't fully recall. A man with a warm smile, a handshake, a promise. Why did it all feel so familiar? As he watched Howard and Maria stumble away from the wreckage, the soldier felt a pang of something he couldn't quite identify: regret, perhaps, or a longing for something he'd lost. He turned away, his mind a battlefield of conflicting emotions, and disappeared into the night, the serum held tightly against his chest. The container was more than just a vial of serum, it was a symbol of his fractured identity, a reminder of a life he couldn't fully remember. As he moved through the darkness, the Winter Soldier couldn't shake the feeling that he was chasing shadows, trying to piece together a puzzle that refused to fit. In the shadowy lair of Hydra's command center, the air was as thick with tension as a 3-week-old milk carton. Daniel Whitehall, the head honcho of Hydra, think of him as the guy who put the UG in evil overlord, stood as stiff as a frozen statue. His eyes, cold and sharp, were locked onto the Winter Soldier, like he was about to lecture him for forgetting his homework. "Bring him in." Whitehall's voice cut through the room like the world's most boring PowerPoint presentation. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's very own Terminator, walked into the room. His movements were smooth, and his mask covered his face, making him look like he was cosplaying as a very serious ninja. He stood there, all business, ready for his next assignment or at least a good oil change. "You've brought us the serum," Whitehall began, sounding like a teacher grading a half-decent essay. "But you didn't get rid of the Starks as we told you to. What gives?" The Winter Soldier didn't move a muscle, just stared straight ahead like he was trying to solve a Sudoku puzzle in his head. Sure, his mission was clear: get the serum, skip the hugs. But then he saw Howard Stark, and it was like running into your high school teacher in a grocery store, familiar, yet completely out of place. Whitehall was about as happy as a cat in a rainstorm. "You're supposed to be our top guy," he snapped, his frustration sizzling like an overcooked steak. "Sentimentality has no place in Hydra's plans for world domination." The room fell silent. You could almost hear the gears turning in Whitehall's brain. In Hydra's book, a screw-up like this was like dropping your phone in the toilet, definitely not part of the plan. "Take him in for recalibration," Whitehall finally said, his voice colder than a penguin's toes. "Grindelwald will sort this out." As the Winter Soldier was escorted away, Whitehall's words echoed in the room like a bad joke. He was about to meet Grindelwald, the wizard with a knack for mind games and an attitude to match. Grindelwald watched the Winter Soldier shuffle into his chamber, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. The wizard's eyes twinkled with mischief as he started poking around the soldier's brain. Suddenly, Grindelwald's eyes went as wide as saucers. "Well, I'll be a wizard's whisker!" Grindelwald exclaimed, seeing flashes of the soldier's past images of a young, eager Bucky Barnes, hanging out with Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. "So, you're James Buchanan Barnes?" Grindelwald said, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Good old Bucky. Friend of Captain America. You guys used to be tighter than Thor's pants." Now, it all made sense why seeing Howard Stark had thrown the soldier off his game. The guy was starting to remember bits and pieces of his life, buried under all that Hydra brainwashing. Grindelwald saw this as his big chance, like finding an extra fry at the bottom of the bag. "Listen up, Barnes," Grindelwald whispered, as if they were sharing a secret about the latest Hydra office gossip. "You're more than just Hydra's puppet. Remember who you used to be. Remember Steve Rogers, your pal." Grindelwald carefully planted the seeds of doubt and curiosity, opening up the Winter Soldier's mind just a crack. It was like trying to sneak candy past a dragon, tricky, but doable. "Go back to your duties," Grindelwald said, waving him off like he was done with a magic show. "But remember, Barnes, the choice is yours. You don't have to be stuck playing the bad guy." The Winter Soldier turned and walked away, his mind spinning with memories and questions. In the shadows of Hydra's hideout, the game was changing, and the Winter Soldier was smack in the middle of it, like a lost tourist in a labyrinth of mysteries and danger. In the super-secret depths of Hydra's top-secret training facility, because it's Hydra, and they don't do anything without at least 3 secrets in the description, a young Harry Potter, all of 5 years old, fidgeted like he had ants in his pants. The massive training room was so big, it felt like standing in the middle of a coliseum designed for giants, or at least a place where everything was twice as scary and 10 times as intimidating. Across from him stood Natasha Romanoff, the formidable Black Widow herself. At just 18, she was tasked with turning Harry into a little powerhouse, or as she might call it, the world's smallest ninja. Natasha eyed Harry with the kind of focus you'd use when trying to assemble an IKEA dresser without losing your cool. "All right, kiddo," she said, her voice the perfect mix of drill sergeant and cool older sister. "Let's get that stance right. Balance is where it all starts. No balance, and you're just a wobbly wizard." Harry tried his best to mirror her stance, his little fists held up in a way that said, "I'm totally a fierce warrior," even if his feet were wobbling like a plate of jello. But the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. He was here to learn. Natasha's steely gaze cracked just a bit, like ice on a pond when you toss a stone. Her lips twitched into a faint smile as she adjusted his stance, gently nudging his feet into position. "Looking good, Harry," she said, sounding more like a proud coach than a deadly assassin. "Now, let's work on some basic moves." They moved through the training routines, Natasha showing Harry how to punch, kick, and maybe not fall over every 5 seconds. As Harry puffed between breaths, his curiosity couldn't help but bubble over. "Natasha," he asked, trying to sound all serious, "why do you always look like you're thinking about world domination or something?" Natasha stopped mid-move, momentarily thrown off by the question. She crouched down to meet his wide-eyed gaze, her expression softening like a marshmallow over a campfire. "Being serious helps us stay focused and ready," she explained, doing her best to sound like a life coach instead of a spy. "It's just part of what we do. Plus, it helps to keep a straight face when someone's monologuing about their evil plans." Harry thought about this for a moment, then flashed a cheeky grin. "But you're not looking serious now," he teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Natasha laughed softly, a sound that was as rare as finding a unicorn in a parking lot. She ruffled his messy hair with a touch of warmth. "Well, Even spies need to take a break from looking like they're plotting to take over the world, she admitted. But when it's training time, we gotta stay sharp, like a knife made of awesomeness. As the hours ticked by, their training sessions were filled with a mix of serious moves and not so serious moments. Natasha's tough exterior softened, especially when Harry tried to mimic her moves and ended up in a tangled heap on the floor. Their laughter echoed through the training room, a sound that even Hydra's walls couldn't suppress. Despite Hydra's grand plans, which usually involved world domination or at least causing a bit of mayhem, in that small corner of the facility, a mentor and her student were forming a connection that went beyond secret missions and top-secret files. Harry and Natasha found in each other something more than just a teacher and a pupil. They found a friendship that would shape their futures in ways they couldn't even begin to imagine. In his grand office, Daniel Whitehall paced like a tiger who had just discovered his cage was too small. His thoughts were a swirling storm of plots and plans. Hydra had finally snagged the super soldier serum, a huge win, but now the real fun began, making sure it did what it was supposed to do. With a flourish, Whitehall pressed a button that made the room hum with high-tech energy. Moments later, Dr. Arnim Zola, Hydra's chief scientist and all-around mad genius, appeared. His face was the epitome of calm professionalism, and his posture was so stiff you'd think he'd been carved from marble. Dr. Zola! Whitehall boomed, as if he was about to announce the arrival of a new superhero. We've got our hands on the serum. It's time to get this show on the road. Our subject, De Winter Zauberer, needs to be ready for action ASAP. Zola's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and the kind of concentration usually reserved for assembling furniture with only half the instructions. Understood, Herr Whitehall. I'll make sure everything is perfect. The injection will be flawless. Whitehall's gaze was as cold and sharp as a newly sharpened knife. This is a make-or-break moment, Doctor. We're counting on this transformation being absolutely top-notch. No pressure, right? Of course, Herr Whitehall, Zola said with a bow so deep it almost seemed like he was trying to touch his toes. He then hustled out the door, probably imagining himself in a lab coat version of a superhero cape. As the door clicked shut, Whitehall's mind raced through 1,000 scenarios. De Winter Zauberer, the name alone sounded like it belonged to some epic villain out of a fantasy novel. This kid was going to be Hydra's secret weapon, and nothing was going to stand in their way. Meanwhile, Zola wove his way through the Hydra facility's labyrinthine corridors, his brain zooming in on the task ahead. He entered the lab, which buzzed with the kind of energy that only comes from scientists who are about to handle something really cool or really dangerous. All right, team. Zola's voice sliced through the lab's commotion like a hot knife through butter. We've got the green light from the top. Get everything ready for the super soldier serum injection. This has to be perfect, people. The lab erupted into a whirlwind of organized chaos. Scientists scrambled to handle vials like they were made of pure gold and adjusted equipment with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. Zola, with his lab coat flapping dramatically, oversaw it all with the meticulousness of a maestro conducting an orchestra. In this buzzing hive of activity, every beep and click felt like the prelude to a grand performance, and everyone knew they were about to see whether De Winter Zauberer would be a hit or a spectacular flop. In a nearby chamber, young Harry Potter aka De Winter Zauberer sat with a serene look that betrayed nothing of the massive transformation about to take place. His training with Natasha Romanoff had turned him into a formidable young warrior, but he still had the wide-eyed curiosity of a kid who just learned that magic is real. Natasha and the Winter Soldier, watching from a distance, exchanged glances that were about as readable as a riddle wrapped in an enigma. They were both deeply entrenched in their roles within Hydra, but their personal stakes in the experiment were as tangled as a jigsaw puzzle missing a few pieces. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. Dr. Arnim Zola walked up to Daniel Whitehall with a twinkle of barely contained excitement in his eyes. Herr Whitehall, we're ready. Just waiting for your go-ahead. Whitehall's lips stretched into a grin that could have given a dragon a run for its money. Excellent. Let's get this party started. The fate of Hydra and our new secret weapon rests on this moment. As the scientists moved to escort Harry to the injection chamber, the air was thick with a tension that felt like you could cut it with a knife. Every footstep echoed with the weight of what was to come. The success of the experiment, and the future of Der Winterzauberer, teetered on the edge of a monumental change. The chamber's doors loomed ahead, promising a shift in the course of destiny, and for young Harry, the next moments would either catapult him into a future of power or thrust him into a new world of uncertainty. In the hidden depths of his quarters, Gellert Grindelwald was a brooding storm cloud, casting a shadow over Hydra's facility below. His thoughts raced with conflict. He despised the idea of young Harry Potter undergoing Dr. Zola's grueling procedure, yet he knew that if Harry was to achieve the power needed to fulfill Grindelwald's grand vision, he had to face this trial. A knock on the door jolted him from his reverie. With a deep breath, Grindelwald called out, "Come in." A Hydra guard entered with military precision, snapping to attention. "Herr Grindelwald, it's time to bring the boy to Dr. Zola." Grindelwald nodded curtly. "Very well. I'll escort him myself." As the guard left, Grindelwald made his way to Harry's room. The young boy was sitting on his bed, swinging his legs and playing with a small toy Natasha had given him. Harry's face brightened at the sight of Grindelwald. "Hello, Gellert." Harry greeted with a beam of pure enthusiasm. Grindelwald managed a strained smile, masking his inner conflict. "Hello, Harry. We're going for a check-up with Dr. Zola." Harry, ever the trusting child, bounced off the bed. "Okay," he said, excitedly following Grindelwald down the corridor. As they walked through the sterile, humming halls, Grindelwald's mind was a whirlwind. He had been secretly teaching Harry occlumency to guard him against Hydra's influence and finding ways to shield him from the harshest aspects of their plans, all while keeping up a facade of loyalty. Reaching the lab, Grindelwald paused and placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "Remember what I've taught you, Harry. Stay strong and trust yourself." Harry looked up at him, sensing the seriousness in Grindelwald's voice. "I will, Gellert," he said, though he was too young to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Grindelwald led Harry into the lab, where Dr. Zola and his team waited amidst a gleaming array of high-tech equipment and vials of the super soldier serum. Zola greeted them with a clinical smile. "Ah, Herr Grindelwald," Zola said smoothly. "Thank you for delivering the boy. We're ready to start." Harry glanced back at Grindelwald, who gave him a reassuring nod. With newfound bravery, Harry stepped forward, trying to muster the courage Grindelwald had instilled in him. As Zola's assistants prepared the syringes, Grindelwald stood nearby, his fists clenched in anxious resolve. He knew this procedure was critical, but he was also formulating a plan. If he could sway the Winter Soldier and Natasha to his side, he might be able to turn the tide against Hydra's schemes. As the first syringe was readied, Grindelwald closed his eyes for a moment, sending a silent promise to the boy who had become a beacon of hope. "Stay strong, Harry. I will find a way to save you." The scene was set, the future uncertain, but in that moment, Grindelwald's resolve was as solid as the ancient walls of his own dark fortress. As the super soldier serum was injected into Harry, the lab erupted into chaos. Harry's screams pierced through the cold, metal walls like a siren of agony. His small frame bucked and twisted, struggling against the invasive serum as it clashed with the dormant magic inside him. It was as if his body was staging a full-scale rebellion against the foreign substance. Dr. Zola and his team, usually so composed, stared at the monitors with wide-eyed horror. They were like spectators at a car crash, unable to look away from the mayhem unfolding before them. Grindelwald, standing on the sidelines, clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned as white as his expression. Harry's magic, which had lain quietly beneath the surface, erupted in fierce resistance. It was a magical fury that roared through his veins, desperately trying to eject the serum. The clash of forces was like a storm of lightning battling a hurricane, intense, wild, and unrelenting. As the pain reached its peak, Harry's body began a transformation that could only be described as apocalyptic. His bones cracked and creaked as they elongated, stretching with an audible groan. Muscles expanded in painful, violent surges, pushing against his skin, which seemed to be stretching to its limits. His hair, once a messy mop, fell away in clumps, replaced by sleek, dark waves that framed his face with an almost mythical grandeur. Harry's screams turned into guttural roars as his entire being was reshaped. He was growing at an alarming rate, each second turning him from a small, terrified 5-year-old into a towering, muscular 18-year-old. His features sharpened, his eyes glowing with a fierce, otherworldly light that flickered with the combined power of the serum and his awakened magic. Dr. Zola's voice broke through the chaos, a mix of awe and disbelief. "This is beyond anything we've anticipated," he exclaimed, his clinical calm shattering under the weight of the transformation. The lab scientists scrambled like ants, their hands and equipment flailing in frantic attempts to keep up with the astonishing metamorphosis. Grindelwald watched, torn between relief and anguish. The boy who had been a symbol of hope now stood before him, transformed into a figure of immense power and potential. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Harry's journey was far from over, and it was going to be anything but ordinary. Deep in the shadowy labyrinth of Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black, James Potter and Lily Potter were huddled over a cluttered table, its surface a chaotic mess of maps, ancient scrolls and half-eaten snacks. Their faces were drawn tight with worry and fierce determination as they pored over their search for the missing Harry. Sirius, his brow furrowed in concentration, reached for his pocket watch, a magical heirloom with a direct link to Harry's safety. But as soon as his fingers touched it, he jerked back with a sharp intake of breath. The watch was scorching hot, its fiery heat radiating a clear warning: Harry was in grave danger. "James! Lily!" Sirius's voice roared, echoing through the dusty old rooms like a fire alarm. "The watch, it's burning up!" James and Lily rushed over, their faces paling as they saw the watch glowing ominously. "What's happening?" Lily's voice wavered, her eyes wide with dread. "It means Harry's in serious trouble," Sirius bellowed, his voice quivering with a mix of anger and fear. "We've got to find him now." Meanwhile, Rose's relentless antics and tantrums created a circus-like atmosphere that only added to their mounting stress. Amidst the chaos, however, Sirius, James, and Lily remained focused. Their mission was crystal clear: rescue their son from whatever danger awaited him. Determined and resolute, they pushed through the pandemonium, driven by the burning urgency to save Harry from peril. In the chaotic heart of the Hydra Lab, Harry Potter, now trapped in the muscular body of an 18-year-old while still possessing the mind of a 5-year-old, was experiencing a transformation like no other. The super soldier serum and his inherent magic had collided in a dramatic, explosive fusion, sending waves of energy crackling through the lab. Harry thrashed on the metal table, his small frame struggling against the enormity of his new body. His eyes, glowing with a strange light, darted around as he tried to make sense of the whirlwind inside him. Grindelwald, ever the schemer with a taste for the dramatic, stepped closer with a mix of admiration and concern. "Harry, can you hear me?" he asked, his voice a combination of urgency and comfort. Harry's gaze, a curious mix of childish wonder and newfound power, barely locked onto Grindelwald. I think so," he replied, his voice a blend of youthful squeak and deeper resonance. Grindelwald helped Harry sit up, but the strain was evident. The transformation had left Harry's new body trembling, and he seemed to be teetering on the edge of exhaustion. The lab spun around him, adding to his disorientation. "Hang in there, Harry," Grindelwald urged, his hand steadying the boy's shaking shoulder. "We're going to get through this. Stay strong." Harry looked up at Grindelwald with a spark of trust. "I trust you, Gellert," he said with effort. "I won't let them break me." Before Grindelwald could say more, Harry's body gave out. His head lolled back, and he lost consciousness, his muscles relaxing as fatigue overwhelmed him. What neither Grindelwald nor the Hydra scientists realized was that Harry's X gene, dormant until now, had been triggered by the tumultuous mix of the serum and his magic. Dr. Zola, his eyes gleaming with scientific curiosity, watched the scene unfold with awe. "Remarkable," he exclaimed. "The boy is a phenomenon." Grindelwald, his expression carefully neutral, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Doctor. But we need to proceed with caution. This transformation is unprecedented, and we must thoroughly understand his new abilities." As the Hydra scientists rushed to set up further tests, Grindelwald remained vigilant, watching over the unconscious Harry. He leaned in close, his voice a low murmur meant only for the boy. "Rest now, Harry. We'll make sure you're prepared for what comes next." In the sterile lab filled with the hum of machines and the activity of scientists, Harry lay still, his new form brimming with untapped potential. Unbeknownst to everyone, including Harry, the merging of serum and magic had unlocked his X gene, setting the stage for an extraordinary future. In the shadowy confines of the Hydra observation chamber, Natasha Romanoff and the Winter Soldier stood like two statues next to the formidable Daniel Whitehall. Through the one-way glass, they watched as Harry Potter's transformation unfolded, a scene so surreal it might have come straight out of a demigod's fever dream. Whitehall's eyes sparkled with an almost fanatical excitement. "This is it," he announced, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "This boy has gone above and beyond our wildest dreams." Natasha, usually the epitome of calm, felt her insides twist into a knot. The 5-year-old Harry she'd trained with, who had been like a little brother to her, was now an 18-year-old powerhouse, and honestly, unbelievably hot. The transition from sweet little kid to this tall, striking young man was making her heart race in ways she couldn't quite understand. The contrast between his previous innocence and his current, almost painfully attractive appearance was throwing her for a loop. The Winter Soldier stood next to her, his face as unreadable as ever. His own emotions, buried deep under layers of training and conditioning, were stirred by the sight of Harry's dramatic change. He focused on the task at hand, pushing away his own conflicted feelings. Whitehall, oblivious to the internal chaos of his team, kept his focus firmly on Harry. "Take a good look," he instructed, his tone brimming with ambition. "This is the future of Hydra, where magic and science collide. Picture an army of soldiers like this, utterly loyal." Natasha struggled to keep her voice steady as she replied, "Yes, sir," even though her thoughts were swirling in a maelstrom of confusion and unexpected attraction. The Winter Soldier's gaze softened just a fraction as he watched Harry stabilize. He thought of his own past and the weight of his responsibilities, but for now, he remained locked in the present. Whitehall's authoritative tone cut through the charged atmosphere. "Natasha, soldier, you're up next. You'll handle Harry's ongoing training and conditioning. His loyalty must be rock solid. We can't afford any slip ups." "Understood, sir," Natasha responded, her voice resolute despite her inner turmoil. As Whitehall turned back to oversee the scientists, Natasha and the Winter Soldier exchanged a fleeting glance that spoke volumes. They both knew that Harry's future was hanging in a precarious balance, caught between Hydra's control and their own tangled loyalties. Watching Harry's transformation, Natasha felt a strange mix of desire and duty. In the midst of Hydra's cold, calculated environment, the plan to protect Harry and perhaps defy Hydra's manipulations began to take shape. The echoes of their own humanity, despite the harsh reality, were slowly stirring to life. In the bustling hubbub of SHIELD headquarters, Howard Stark was pacing Peggy Carter's office with all the intensity of a caffeinated squirrel. His face was a mask of frustration and fierce determination, his eyes flickering with the kind of fire usually reserved for the world's most explosive science experiments. "Peggy, you've got to hear this," Howard blurted out, his voice ringing with urgency. "We're not just talking about a super soldier serum mishap here. The Winter Soldier, he's not just a mindless wrecking ball. There's something seriously weird going on with him. He actually recognized me and hesitated. But that didn't stop him from causing a huge mess. And Maria's in the hospital because of it. Peggy, ever the picture of calm even when the world was on fire, softened at the mention of Maria. Howard, I'm really sorry about Maria. But we need to focus. What exactly happened? Your details might be the missing piece we need. Howard took a deep breath, his mind racing through the chaotic events. So, we were heading straight for SHIELD HQ, aiming to get the serum. Out of nowhere, the Winter Soldier charged at us like a tornado on steroids. He grabbed one of the 2 doses of the serum, but here's the kicker: he didn't finish me off when he had the chance. It was like he was waging an internal battle. Peggy's eyes narrowed, her interest peaked. Conflicted? That's a game changer. The Winter Soldier's supposed to be a perfect puppet of Hydra. If there's any shred of humanity left in him, we need to find it and exploit it. Howard locked eyes with Peggy, his expression fierce. I'm convinced there's a flicker of the old him still smoldering beneath that icy exterior. We need to reach that part of him and figure out what Hydra's up to with the serum. They're up to something huge, and we need to stop it. Peggy's resolve hardened, her determination like tempered steel. We'll assemble a team to track down the Winter Soldier and crack Hydra's plan. And, Howard, we've got the 2nd dose of the serum in our hands. It might be our secret weapon, or at least the key to understanding Hydra's diabolical scheme. As they strategized, Peggy's thoughts turned to Harry, a mysterious kid mentioned in intercepted Hydra chatter. If Hydra's scheme revolved around the serum, this kid could be the epicenter of their plans. They needed to act fast, not only to secure the serum but to ensure the boy's safety. Outside Peggy's office, SHIELD headquarters was buzzing with activity. Agents scurried about, gearing up for the next big operation. The stakes had never been higher, and the fight against Hydra was about to take a dramatic turn. But with Howard Stark's unyielding determination and Peggy Carter's unbreakable leadership, SHIELD was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering bravery. Chapter 6, Chapter 5. Tony Stark, 16 and more used to tinkering with tech than handling family crises, landed at the airport with his usual swagger, but today, his trademark charm was mixed with genuine worry. Spring break had been interrupted by the shocking news of his mother's hospitalization, and while Tony's worry was real, his way of coping was through his trademark quips. As he stepped out of the terminal, Edwin Jarvis, the Stark family's ever-patient butler, was there to greet him with the sort of calm that Tony both appreciated and envied. "Master Tony," Jarvis said, his smile as steady as ever. "I'm glad to see you. We should head to the hospital immediately." Tony, attempting to keep his anxiety at bay with humor, replied, the joys of spring break, swapping beach parties for hospital visits. Maybe next year, I'll just have a picnic in the ER. Jarvis offered a patient smile, fully aware that Tony's jokes were just a mask. "Let's get you there. Your father is expecting you." The drive to the hospital was a far cry from the carefree spring break Tony had imagined. His usual banter was replaced by a brooding silence as he wrestled with his strained relationship with his father, Howard. Howard's relentless pursuit of Captain America and constant comparisons to Steve Rogers had left Tony feeling like an extra in a story he was desperate to rewrite. When they arrived at the hospital, the sterile environment was a stark contrast to Tony's imagined vacation paradise. Jarvis guided him through the busy corridors to the ICU, where Maria Stark was being treated. Howard Stark, usually a paragon of unshakable strength, now looked exhausted and worn. He stood by Maria's bedside, his usually confident demeanor cracked by worry. The sight of his mother, frail and unconscious, was a heavy reminder of life's fragility. Tony took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself before approaching his father. His trademark bravado was dimmed but still present. "Hey, Dad," he said, his voice a mix of sarcasm and genuine concern. "Looks like I'm just in time for the family drama. How's Mom holding up?" Howard turned, his face reflecting a mix of surprise and relief. "Tony," he said, his voice rough with concern. I didn't expect you back so soon. I thought you were enjoying yourself. Tony shrugged, trying to keep things light despite the seriousness of the situation. Well, when the family emergency is this epic, you kind of have to press pause on the fun. Plus, I didn't want to add another lecture about how I'm not as reliable as Steve Rogers to my list. Howard's stern expression softened, though the worry for Maria was still evident. The doctors are doing everything they can. It's been a tough few days, but she's hanging in there. Tony's gaze shifted to his mother's still form. His usual wit faded as he took in the gravity of the situation. I'm sure they're doing their best, he said quietly. I just hope it's enough. Jarvis, having given them some space, approached and placed a comforting hand on Tony's shoulder. His warmth was a stark contrast to the cold hospital setting. As they waited for news, the tension in the room was palpable. Tony and Howard, despite their long-standing estrangement, found themselves united by their shared concern for Maria. The hospital room, filled with beeping monitors and hushed conversations, became a place where old conflicts were put aside in favor of focusing on the immediate need to support Maria. Tony's usual jokes gave way to a heartfelt, if guarded, show of support for his mother and father, as they clung to the hope of her recovery, with Jarvis quietly bridging the gap between them. In the dimly lit recovery room, Natasha Romanoff stood guard like a vigilant sentinel beside the bed of Harry Potter. The scene before her was nothing short of extraordinary. Harry lay unconscious, his body a blend of raw power and adolescent vulnerability, the aftermath of the intense super soldier serum procedure. His chest rose and fell with labored breaths, a testament to the grueling transformation he had endured. Natasha, despite her usual composure, found herself momentarily spellbound by Harry's new form. The 18-year-old version of Harry was a far cry from the 5-year-old boy she had come to see as a younger brother. The striking contrast between his muscular frame and the innocent child she remembered was jarring, stirring feelings she wasn't quite prepared for. The door slid open with a soft whoosh, and in strode Gellert Grindelwald, his presence commanding immediate attention. Natasha straightened, her expression a blend of concern and determination. "How's he holding up?" Grindelwald asked, his voice a mixture of genuine worry and controlled authority as he approached the bed. Natasha's gaze lingered on Harry's still form. "He's been out for hours. The procedure was intense. He's handling the transformation, but it's really taken a toll on him." Grindelwald nodded, studying Harry with a thoughtful expression. "The strain is expected. We need to ensure he recovers fully before we move forward with our plans." Natasha's concern deepened. "And the Winter Soldier? His loyalty to Hydra could throw a wrench into our plans." Grindelwald's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I'm aware of the complications. I've been working on a strategy to sway the Winter Soldier to our side. It's a delicate maneuver, but I'm confident we can pull it off." Natasha's skepticism was clear. "And what's the plan? We can't afford any mistakes." Grindelwald's eyes were steely with resolve. "The Winter Soldier's memories aren't as buried as Hydra might think. I'm laying the groundwork to awaken fragments of his old self and align him with our goals. It's a careful process, but it's doable." Natasha nodded, though her worry remained. "And Harry? We need to ensure his safety and prepare for the escape." Grindelwald's tone grew serious. "First, we stabilize Harry and get him ready for the next phase. Once he's recovered, we execute the escape plan. We need to act quickly. The longer we stay, the greater the risk." Natasha's resolve hardened as she focused on Harry. "Got it. I'll keep a close eye on him and make sure he's prepared." Grindelwald gave her a reassuring nod. "We're in this together, Natasha. With careful planning and teamwork, we'll achieve our goals." As Grindelwald left to continue his strategic preparations, Natasha remained by Harry's side. Her thoughts swirled with the gravity of their situation and the unexpected emotions stirred by Harry's transformed appearance. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but Natasha steeled herself for the challenges to come, her resolve unwavering despite the complex feelings Harry's new form had ignited within her. In Hydra's shadowy lab, picture the kind of place where you'd expect mad scientists to hang out, complete with bubbling beakers and sinister machines. A monumental experiment was about to go down. Our hero, Harry Potter, fresh from his super soldier serum transformation, was lying on an operating table. Imagine a mix between a high-tech magic show and a horror movie set, with Harry as the main act. Whitehall, the guy in charge, looked like he was planning something devious. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, his voice dripping with a creepy sort of glee, "the super soldier serum has done its job. But this is just Act 1. We need to take Der Winterzauberer to the next level." Standing next to him was Dr. Arnim Zola, a guy who probably spent too much time in his lab. Zola held up a vial of weird glowing stuff, his eyes shining with excitement. "The next phase involves adding a little something extra, genetic material that will give Harry regenerative and aggressive traits. Think of it like a superhero smoothie." Whitehall's eyebrows shot up. "Are you sure this will go smoothly? No hiccups?" Zola grinned. "Absolutely. This stuff will make Harry stronger, faster, and nearly invincible. And since he's still out cold from the first procedure, he won't even feel it." "Yeah, right. Easy for them to say." With the flick of a switch, Zola injected the serum into Harry. The lab was as quiet as a tomb, everyone watching as the serum mixed with Harry's blood. Suddenly, Harry's body jerked like he'd been hit with a jolt of electricity. His muscles tensed, and his back arched off the table. If he'd been awake, he probably would have had a few choice words for them. As the serum did its work, Harry began to change. Bone claws burst out from his knuckles with a sound like a snapping tree branch. His hair, usually a tangled mess of black, started looking wild and spiky, giving him a more rugged appearance. His face became sharper, more intense, a mix of his usual boyish charm and something far more fierce. But wait, there's more. Now came the vibranium treatment. If you don't know vibranium, it's like the Swiss Army knife of metals, light, strong, and nearly indestructible. Perfect for enhancing Harry's skeleton. The vibranium was heated until it glowed like molten lava, and Harry was carefully lowered into a tank of ice-cold water. Talk about a shock to the system. Robotic arms with creepy, precise needles moved in, ready to inject the molten metal into Harry's bones. The needles pierced his skin, and the vibranium flowed in, searing its way through his body. It was like watching a firework show gone wrong, with sparks flying and steam hissing as the metal fused with his skeleton. Harry's body twitched and shuddered, his mouth open in a silent scream. His veins stood out like blue ropes beneath his skin, and his muscles spasmed as the vibranium spread. The whole lab smelled like burnt toast and melted plastic, and the sound of grinding metal filled the air. Finally, the last of the vibranium settled into place, and the robotic arms retracted. Harry was lifted out of the tank, his body steaming and glowing with the aftermath of the procedure. He looked like a superhero fresh out of a comic book, his skeleton now a shining network of metal and bone. The lab fell silent as everyone stared at Harry, their faces a mix of awe and fear. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had just become a lot more than a magical prodigy. He was now a powerhouse, a blend of mystical energy and technological marvel. With his new vibranium-coated skeleton and enhanced abilities, Harry was ready to face whatever Hydra had planned next. One thing was for sure, this was just the beginning of an epic adventure. In the dimly lit confines of his room, Gellert Grindelwald was practically bouncing off the walls. He paced back and forth like a caged lion, the kind that's just been told it has to go vegan. His usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, a storm of fury had taken over, crackling through the air like static electricity. Hydra's recent upgrades on young Harry Potter, injecting him with some freaky weapon X DNA and slapping vibranium onto his bones, had left Grindelwald fuming. It was like a bad sci-fi movie, except it was happening right before his eyes, and it was far from entertaining. Grindelwald stopped pacing, his fists clenched so tight you'd think he was trying to squeeze diamonds out of coal. His eyes blazed with a mix of frustration and sheer determination. He knew that acting on his impulse to blast Hydra's lab into smithereens wouldn't be the smartest move. Nope, he had to stay cool, stay sharp, and keep his eye on the prize, getting Harry out of Hydra's clutches before they turned him into a superhero smoothie. He turned to his desk, which looked like it had been hit by a tornado of maps, documents, and scribbled plans. It was a mess, but it was his mess. And somewhere in that chaos was the key to saving Harry. Grindelwald's brain went into overdrive, racing through every possible strategy and alliance. His plan needed the help of Natasha Romanoff and the Winter Soldier. Talk about a motley crew. Navigating their loyalties was like trying to juggle flaming swords while riding a unicycle. Not impossible, but definitely tricky. As he pored over the details of his escape plan, Grindelwald's resolve hardened like a diamond under pressure. Sure, Hydra's methods were as twisted as a pretzel at a carnival, and the pain Harry was going through was enough to make anyone's blood boil. But Grindelwald channeled his anger into a laser-focused determination. He was like a chess master, plotting each move with surgical precision, making sure every piece was exactly where it needed to be. Patience and precision were his magic words. One wrong move, and Hydra would be onto them faster than you could say Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald knew he had to play his cards right. The stakes were as high as Mount Everest, and one slip-up could send their entire plan tumbling down like a house of cards. But Grindelwald was no stranger to high-stakes games. With his cunning and resolve, he was ready to take on Hydra and turn the tide in their favor. For now, he took a deep breath, steeled himself, and went back to plotting his next move. The game was on, and Grindelwald was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With a smirk on his face and a plan in his head, he knew that the rescue mission was just the beginning of an epic adventure. Harry woke up feeling as though he'd been pushed down the staircase by Dudley, but a million times worse. Everything seemed to weigh a ton, and his head felt like it was full of fog. As he tried to shake off the strange sensation, he realized something was off. Really off. Like he'd eaten something he shouldn't have, except this time it felt like his whole body had swallowed an anchor. His eyes fluttered open, and he found himself in a dimly lit room that looked like it belonged in one of Uncle Vernon's science fiction movies. Blinking a few times to clear his vision, Harry noticed a weird, itchy feeling between his knuckles. It was like the time Dudley shoved nettles in his hands, but worse. Much worse. As Harry raised his hands to look at them, something strange happened. With a loud, metallic snick, a sound that made his whole body tense up, 3 long, shiny claws popped out from between each of his knuckles. Harry's eyes widened, his heart pounding like it was trying to jump out of his chest. "Whoa," he gasped, staring at the claws in horror. They looked like they belonged to a monster, or one of the meaner creatures in the stories Aunt Petunia used to read Dudley to scare him. He tried to wiggle his fingers, hoping to make the claws disappear, but nothing happened. Go back in," he whispered frantically. As if listening to his plea, the claws retracted with another snick, leaving his hands looking like normal again. Harry let out a shaky breath. This was way weirder than anything he'd ever experienced before. "What did they do to me?" he muttered, glancing around the room for any clues or answers. His mind was a whirl of confusion and fear, mixed with the stubborn determination of a 5-year-old who'd had enough of grown ups messing with him. Flexing his hands again, Harry winced as the claws shot out once more. "Okay, this is kind of cool," he admitted, his curiosity getting the better of him. He retracted them and extended them a few more times, each snick bringing a mix of awe and terror. Looking around the lab, Harry knew he had to find a way out of there. He didn't fully understand what Hydra had done to him, but he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't going to let them turn him into a weapon. He might be stuck in the body of a tall, muscular teenager, but deep down, he was still just a kid. Harry took a deep breath, his heart still racing. "Time to be brave," he told himself, trying to sound more confident than he felt. With claws ready, he prepared to make his escape, determined to find his way back to the world he belonged in. In the heart of SHIELD headquarters, where the labs were as high-tech as they were secretive, Peggy Carter stood in front of a secure containment unit. Inside was the last remaining dose of Howard Stark's super soldier serum, a vial that felt heavier than any pile of gold. This serum was their trump card against Hydra, and Peggy knew that making the call to use it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Howard Stark stormed in, his usual swagger replaced by a rare look of worry. "Peggy," he said, voice low and serious, "are you absolutely sure you want to do this? There are other ways to fight Hydra." Peggy turned, eyes sharp as a blade. "Howard, the stakes are sky high. Hydra's got their hands on a serum of their own. If we don't level the playing field, we're toast." Howard's face was a study in conflict. "I get it, but this serum is no magic potion. It transforms you physically and mentally. You're already one of our best agents. Adding this serum, it's risky. We've seen what it did to Erskine's other subjects before, Steve." Peggy took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering. "I know the risks. But we're out of options. Hydra's threat is massive, and if they make super soldiers, we'll be facing an army we can't beat. We need every edge we can get." Howard rubbed his temples, a sign of his internal battle. He approached the containment unit, fingers hovering over the release mechanism. "I just don't want to see you get hurt, Peggy. This serum is unpredictable. Even with all the prep work, it's a gamble." Peggy stepped closer, placing a hand on his arm. "I appreciate your concern. But I've faced danger before, and I'm ready to face it again. We need to act fast. Please, Howard. No more debates." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Howard finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. He activated the containment unit and carefully withdrew the serum. His gaze met Peggy's, and they shared a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. "Just promise me you'll come back in one piece," he said, preparing the syringe. Peggy smiled, the warmth of her resolve unmistakable. "I promise." Howard drew the serum into the syringe and approached Peggy. His hands were steady, but his eyes showed the depth of his worry. He carefully administered the injection. Peggy winced slightly as the needle pierced her skin. Almost instantly, she felt a rush of energy flood through her, like she'd just taken a direct hit of pure vitality. Her muscles tensed and grew more defined, her posture straightened with newfound strength. As the transformation settled, Peggy glanced at her reflection in the lab's mirror. The figure that stared back was like a blast from the past, youthful, strong, and commanding, as though she'd stepped out of a time machine and into her prime. Howard stepped back, his awe barely concealed. "Well, that's impressive," he said, trying to mask his concern. "How do you feel?" Peggy flexed her hands, marveling at the sheer power she now felt. "I feel ready," she replied, her voice steady and confident. "Ready to take on whatever Hydra throws at us." Howard nodded, still processing the transformation. "This changes everything. We now have a fighting chance, but we need to stay smart. Hydra will definitely notice what we've done." Peggy turned to face him fully, eyes steely with resolve. "I understand. We need to move quickly. With this new edge, I can lead our teams more effectively. We'll hit Hydra hard and fast before they can retaliate." Howard managed a smile, tinged with sadness. "You've always been the best, Peggy. Just be careful out there." Peggy nodded, laying a hand on his shoulder. "I will. And Howard, thank you for everything." As they geared up to brief the rest of SHIELD, the air was electric with anticipation. Peggy Carter, now invigorated with the serum, felt a powerful sense of purpose. With Howard's backing and her own unbreakable resolve, she was ready to take the fight to Hydra. The battle was far from over, but with her newfound strength, Peggy was determined to turn the tide in their favor. In the dimly lit corners of Hydra's labyrinthine base, Gellert Grindelwald was a whirlwind of strategizing and simmering frustration. Learning that the Winter Soldier was actually Bucky Barnes, Steve Rogers' old buddy and a key player in the Howling Commandos, was a mixed blessing. It gave Grindelwald a unique edge. Bucky's fractured memories could be the crack in Hydra's armor that he needed. But cracking open a mind that had been ruthlessly brainwashed for decades was no easy feat. Grindelwald had taken a mental dive into Bucky's brain using legilimency. What he saw was like diving into a stormy sea of disjointed images: Bucky's days with Steve Rogers, his World War II escapades, all buried under Hydra's relentless brainwashing. The memories were there, flickering like stubborn embers waiting for a spark. But Hydra's mental chains were strong, and breaking through them was going to be a challenge. Merely unlocking Bucky's memories wouldn't cut it. The Winter Soldier's conditioning was like a mental straitjacket, one that needed more than just brute force to untangle. It required a jolt of raw emotion, something explosive enough to shatter the mental chains. Grindelwald had his eyes on the perfect candidate for this: Peggy Carter. Peggy wasn't just another name from the past. She was a living link to Bucky's life before Hydra hijacked it. As a former liaison for the Howling Commandos and the girlfriend of Captain America, Peggy had been part of Bucky's pre-Hydra world. Grindelwald figured that seeing Peggy again might stir some powerful emotions in Bucky, potentially shaking loose his hidden memories. But getting to Peggy? That was a whole different can of worms. As director of SHIELD, Peggy was under constant watch. Any direct approach could easily be intercepted by Hydra's surveillance network. Grindelwald knew Hydra's agents were sharp, and any hint of his plan could blow their cover. So, he had to be as sneaky as a cat burglar on a caffeine high. Enter the intermediary, a wizard with connections to SHIELD but who flew under Hydra's radar. This magical messenger was tasked with delivering a sealed, enchanted letter that only Peggy could open. The letter was designed to be cryptic but clear enough to convey the urgency, Bucky Barnes' true identity, the struggles with his conditioning, and the crucial role Peggy could play in waking him up. Grindelwald kept his own role and the details of Harry's escape under wraps, focusing solely on Bucky. After briefing the intermediary and making sure they understood the gravity of the task, Grindelwald watched as the messenger vanished into the shadows. His stomach was a knot of anticipation and anxiety. Peggy's response was crucial. If her old bond with Bucky was strong enough, it might just crack the mental shackles that bound him. If they succeeded, Bucky would not only become an ally but also help them safeguard Harry and execute their escape plan. In the days that followed, Grindelwald kept a close eye on everything, waiting for any sign from Peggy or a hint that the plan was rolling into action. Every detail had to be perfect. The stakes were sky high, and the plan had to be executed with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Grindelwald was ready for anything: sacrifices, risks, you name it. His resolve was as solid as granite. He was determined to see their mission through, no matter what. In the quiet early morning, Peggy Carter, director of SHIELD, was savoring her usual routine, sipping coffee and preparing for another busy day. The tranquility was abruptly broken by a quiet knock on the door. Peggy, ever cautious, approached with a wary eye. Opening the door, she found a small, elegantly sealed envelope resting on her doorstep. The envelope was made of high-quality paper and bore an intricate seal that suggested it was from someone with significant resources or knowledge. Peggy's instincts told her this was no ordinary message. She carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. The letter was written in a neat, precise hand, and its tone was both formal and cryptic. Director Carter. You do not know me, but I have been following your work with great respect. Your dedication to SHIELD and your leadership are well known. I write to you today with urgent information about Hydra, the organization that you are all too familiar with. Hydra has recently obtained a sample of the super soldier serum, a theft that may ring familiar to you. Their intentions with this serum are far from benevolent. I have crucial details about their plans and a way to counteract them. Additionally, there is someone whose well-being is at risk, and your involvement could be crucial. For reasons I cannot disclose here, it is imperative that we meet in person. I propose a meeting at the old Pier 47 warehouse tonight at 10 p.m. This location should offer the privacy and security needed for our discussion. Please understand the gravity of this situation and the need for discretion. Come alone. A concerned ally. Peggy examined the letter, her mind racing with the implications. Hydra's acquisition of the serum was a serious threat, but the letter's mention of an unspecified individual and the urgency of the situation piqued her curiosity and concern. The letter's anonymity and the need for secrecy added layers of complexity to the matter. She considered the possible motivations behind the letter. While the mention of the serum suggested a potential crisis, the reference to someone at risk was equally troubling. It was clear that the letter's author knew significant details about Hydra's plans and had a specific reason for reaching out to her. Peggy's strategic mind quickly assessed the risks. Pier 47, a rundown warehouse district, was a perfect place for a secret meeting but also a prime spot for an ambush. The request to come alone was a classic tactic for isolating a target, but the threat posed by Hydra and the serum made it necessary to consider the meeting seriously. She decided to take precautions. First, she would inform Howard Stark and a small, trusted team within SHIELD about the letter and her plan. While she intended to attend the meeting alone, she would ensure that her team was ready to act if needed. Peggy would also carry a concealed communication device, standard for covert operations, to signal for help if the situation turned dangerous. Peggy planned her approach carefully. She would arrive early at the warehouse to scout the area, establish escape routes, and set up potential cover. Her training and experience had prepared her for such scenarios, but the unknown still left her on edge. The letter's vague references and the sender's anonymity hinted at deeper layers of intrigue and potential danger. As the day progressed, Peggy reflected on the state of the world. Hydra's resurgence and the mysterious nature of the letter reminded her that the past could still cast long shadows over the present. The stakes were high, and the need to protect both her team and the broader world was paramount. By evening, Peggy was ready. Dressed in attire suited for both negotiation and combat, she was mentally and physically prepared for whatever the night at Pier 47 might bring. The weight of the letter's secrets and the potential risks were heavy, but Peggy Carter was determined to face the challenge head-on, ready to uncover the truth and confront Hydra's schemes. In the cold, sterile lab of Hydra, 5-year-old Harry was stuck in the body of a very tall, very muscular 18-year-old. Imagine a kindergartner in a pro wrestler's costume. That's basically what it felt like. The confusion and fear swirling inside him were just as overwhelming as the physical and mental strain of Hydra's procedures. Gellert Grindelwald, who had been a steady presence through it all, stepped into the room. His usual stoic demeanor was replaced by an expression of weary concern. Kneeling beside the little boy in the oversized body, he said softly, "Harry, how are you holding up?" Harry looked up, his small face a mix of fear and fierce determination. "It hurts," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "But, there's something I need to tell you." Gellert's curiosity was piqued. "What is it, Harry?" Taking a deep breath, Harry gathered his thoughts. "Every time they hurt me, every time they test my healing, I can feel my magic getting stronger. It's like, every wound makes my core more powerful. You taught me how to sense my core, and now I can feel it growing. Even just moving around makes me a bit stronger." Gellert's eyes widened with interest. "That's quite something. It must be the vibranium. It's known for absorbing energy, and it seems like it's feeding that energy to your magical core." Harry nodded, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and worry. "But I don't know how much more I can take." Gellert placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I promise, Harry, I will get you out of here. Soon." Harry gave a brave little smile. "I believe you, Gellert." After leaving Harry, Gellert returned to his quarters, his mind racing with urgency. The experiments and torture were not only cruel but unsustainable. He needed to act quickly. With a flick of his wand, he created a homunculus, a lifelike copy of himself. The homunculus, looking exactly like the real Gellert, lay on the bed, making it look like he was resting. Gellert then used a disillusionment charm to slip out of the room, moving silently through the Hydra facility's maze-like corridors. He had a crucial meeting with Peggy Carter, director of SHIELD, who might hold the key to their escape. As he navigated the winding hallways, Gellert's mind was focused on the upcoming conversation. He had to convince Peggy to help without revealing too much, risking their plan. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, was a significant part of this. If he could help rekindle Bucky's memories, they might gain a powerful ally. Arriving at the rendezvous point, Gellert paused to make sure he wasn't being followed. Once satisfied, he slipped out of the Hydra facility, determined to make the meeting with Peggy Carter count. The stakes were high, and failure wasn't an option. For Harry's sake and to strike a major blow against Hydra, Gellert knew he had to succeed. Peggy Carter sat behind her desk in her sleek SHIELD office, her fingers nervously toying with the edge of a mysterious letter. The letter's contents were as cryptic as a riddle from a sphinx, hinting at vital information about Hydra and a stolen super soldier serum that had once belonged to Howard Stark. It also asked for a meeting at a neutral location, promising answers but shrouded in secrecy. Peggy's gut told her this was a chance she couldn't afford to ignore, no matter how risky. The letter's enigmatic nature was both intriguing and unsettling. Peggy had tackled numerous threats over the years, but this felt different, more personal. The mention of the serum and Hydra's scheme struck a nerve, especially given the recent chaos and Howard Stark's involvement. Just as she was mulling over her next move, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Howard Stark burst in, his face a mixture of frustration and stubborn determination. "Peggy, you can't seriously be considering going to this meeting alone. It's way too dangerous." Peggy met Howard's concerned gaze with a steely look of her own. "Howard, if there's a chance to get the information we need about Hydra's plans and maybe even stop them, we have to take it." Howard ran a hand through his hair, clearly exasperated. "I get that, but this could be a trap. I don't want you walking into it alone." Peggy offered him a reassuring smile, touched by his concern. "I'll be careful, I promise. But the serum is crucial, and stopping Hydra is even more so." Howard sighed, seeing the resolve in her eyes. "Fine. But I'm coming with you. We'll face whatever's out there together." With that, Peggy and Howard prepared to face the unknown, knowing they were up against a dangerous game of shadows and secrets. Chapter 7, Chapter 6. At Pier 47, Peggy Carter and Howard Stark stood under the harsh glow of flickering overhead lights, eyes scanning the deserted warehouse for any sign of their mysterious contact. The letter they'd received was as cryptic as it was urgent, hinting at crucial intel about Hydra and their stolen serum. The anticipation in the air was thick, like waiting for the other shoe to drop. When a figure finally emerged from the shadows, Peggy and Howard's expressions shifted from cautious curiosity to genuine shock. The man stepping into the light was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the infamous dark wizard who had been a thorn in the side of world leaders during World War II. His arrival felt like a thunderstorm breaking over an otherwise calm day. "Grindelwald," Peggy spat, her hand moving towards her concealed weapon with the reflexes of a seasoned operative. "You've got some nerve showing your face here." Howard's eyes narrowed, disbelief and anger mixing in his expression. "You should be rotting in a cell for your war crimes." Gellert raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but his eyes were sharp, scanning Peggy with a look of recognition and surprise. "I understand your anger, and I would gladly face justice if it meant saving the child I'm here to tell you about." Peggy's eyes narrowed further. "What child?" Gellert took a deep breath, his gaze settling on Peggy with a mix of awe and unease. "Harry. A 6-year-old boy who Hydra injected with the super soldier serum, aging him up to look 18. But that's only the start. They've also injected him with Weapon X DNA and grafted vibranium onto his skeleton. The horror on Peggy and Howard's faces was immediate. That's monstrous, Peggy whispered, her mind racing with the implications. And why should we believe you? Howard demanded, his skepticism evident. Because this is my chance for redemption, Gellert confessed, his voice laden with genuine remorse. In 1927, during my time in Paris, I allowed a subordinate, Vinda Rosier, to kill a baby to avoid leaving loose ends. That act has haunted me more than any other. Even in Nuremberg, it was that child's death that tormented me. Harry is my chance to make amends. Every day they experiment on him, it tears me apart. I need to get him out, and after that, you're welcome to send me back to prison. Peggy and Howard exchanged a look that spoke volumes. The sincerity in Grindelwald's eyes was hard to ignore. All right, Peggy said cautiously. We'll help. But if you're playing us, you'll regret it. Gellert nodded, relief evident. Thank you. There's more. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's top assassin, is actually Bucky Barnes, a member of the Howling Commandos and Steve Rogers' best friend. He's been brainwashed for decades, but his memories are starting to resurface. We need him to help rescue Harry, and Peggy, you're crucial in making him remember who he is. Peggy's heart skipped a beat. Bucky. Oh my God! How do I help him? Gellert's eyes lingered on Peggy with a flicker of curiosity before he spoke. Before I continue, I must ask, how is it you look as youthful and healthy as you did almost 40 years ago? I've sensed the effects of the super soldier serum. Peggy straightened, a mixture of surprise and unease crossing her face. You've figured it out? Yes, I took the serum. It's been a while, but it seems it's still holding up. Gellert nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. That explains your formidable presence. We'll need to pull off a joint assault on the Hydra base. I can provide the location, and I have another ally on the inside, the Black Widow. The Black Widow? Howard echoed, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. She's a legend already, and she's only been active for less than a year. Yes, Gellert confirmed. Natasha Romanoff is on our side. She and I will create chaos from the inside while SHIELD hits them from the outside. Peggy, you'll need to focus on Bucky. Help him remember who he really is. Peggy nodded, her mind already whirring with strategy. We'll need a rock-solid plan and impeccable timing. We can't afford to slip up. Gellert agreed. I'll provide detailed intel on the base layout and security. We need to be quick and decisive. Howard, still grappling with the enormity of the situation, finally nodded. All right. Let's get to work. With their plan set in motion, Peggy, Howard, and Gellert moved to coordinate their resources, knowing that the fate of an innocent child and possibly the future of their battle against Hydra hung in the balance like a precarious game of Jenga. Over the next few days, Gellert Grindelwald and Peggy Carter became experts in the art of covert communication. They swapped vital intel through a trusted middleman, each scrap of information about the Hydra base, its location, layout, and optimal assault timing carefully analyzed and integrated into their master plan. Meanwhile, Peggy and Howard Stark were busy assembling the ultimate superhero squad. They knew they needed the creme de la creme for this mission. Their first recruit was Nick Fury, a young, sharp-eyed agent whose tactical genius was matched only by his fierce determination. Peggy kept one eye on Nick, sizing him up for a potential future role as S.H.I.E.L.D's top boss. Next on their list was Dr. Henry Hank Pym, a biochemist with a knack for shrinking and growing at will thanks to his Pym particles. Hank, better known as Ant-Man, was brilliant but had the unfortunate habit of mixing business with booze and holding outdated views on women, making him a wild card. His wife, Janet Van Dyne, was also on board. She had the heroic chops to match her smarts and had adopted the moniker the Wasp. Janet's cool-headedness helped balance Hank's less savory traits, though there was an undeniable tension between them. Peggy could sense the undercurrent of issues, something she filed away for later. In a secure SHIELD briefing room, Peggy, Howard, and the team gathered for the final briefing. The air was electric with anticipation. "All right, folks," Peggy began, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We're gearing up for a high-stakes mission. Hydra has a young boy named Harry, and they've subjected him to some pretty horrific experiments. Our job is to rescue him and shut down their operation." Nick Fury leaned forward, his eyes scanning the detailed map Peggy laid out. "So what's the game plan?" "This," Peggy said, pointing at the map, "is the Hydra base. We've identified their security measures and weak spots. Gellert and the Black Widow will stir up chaos from the inside, while we hit them from the outside. Timing is everything." Hank Pym, with a skeptical frown and a side-eye toward Janet, spoke up. "And this Grindelwald guy? We're supposed to trust him just like that?" Peggy met his gaze with a steady look. "For now, yes. He's our best shot at getting in without blowing our cover. And he's personally invested in saving Harry." Janet Van Dyne, always the voice of reason, chimed in. "Let's not get sidetracked. If Grindelwald can help us get in, we use that to our advantage." Howard Stark, who had been absorbed in his own thoughts, finally weighed in. "I'll handle the tech and logistics. Nick, you lead the assault team. Hank and Janet, your skills will be key for navigating the base's defenses." As they wrapped up their planning session, the tension between Hank and Janet was hard to ignore. Hank's brusque demeanor and Janet's anxious responses suggested there were more issues than just professional ones. Peggy noted this but kept her focus on the mission at hand. In the days leading up to the big operation, the team trained intensively, drilling every detail of their approach. Their covert communications with Gellert ensured that every piece of the plan was in place. Finally, the day of the assault arrived. Peggy, Howard, Nick, Hank, and Janet stood poised and ready, united by their single-minded goal. With the plan set and Gellert's diversion ready to go, they waited for the signal to storm the Hydra base. Each member of the team knew that their success hinged on precision and a rock-solid commitment to their mission. For now, all that mattered was rescuing Harry and putting a stop to Hydra's sinister plans. In the shadowy depths of the SHIELD armory, Howard Stark was busy putting the finishing touches on Peggy Carter's gear for the upcoming mission. The room was a tech lover's dream, cluttered with futuristic weapons and gadgets, but Howard's focus was solely on the centerpiece, a suit that was essentially Captain America's get-up with a Peggy Carter twist. The suit was a bold clash of blue, red, and white, featuring a giant star on the chest and the Union Jack splashed across the front. It wasn't just about looking heroic, it was built for maximum protection and agility, blending sleek design with real-world function. Howard worked his magic on the suit, ensuring it fit Peggy like it was custom-made for her, which, in a way, it was. Peggy stood still, her mind locked onto the mission ahead, feeling the suit conform to her form, bolstering her resolve and readiness. "This suit," Howard said, his voice steady as he adjusted the final straps, "isn't just about armor. It's about carrying forward the legacy. It's a symbol of everything we're fighting for." Peggy met his gaze with a determined look. "I get it, Howard. We're not just agents today. We're symbols of hope and courage." Howard stepped back, eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and something else. He reached over to a display and pulled out Captain America's iconic vibranium shield. It shimmered under the dim lights, radiating the weight of history and heroism. Peggy's eyes widened. "The shield? How did you get this?" "It was lost with Steve when the plane went down into the ice." Howard's face tightened. "Found it during an expedition to search for Steve. It was all I managed to recover." Peggy's shock was evident. "But what about Steve? Did you find him?" Howard's expression shifted to one of guarded secrecy. "No sign of him. Just the shield. It's been in storage." Peggy's thoughts raced. "Howard, where was the crash site? What about Steve's body?" Howard's eyes darkened. I couldn't find Steve. Only the shield. But right now, we need to focus on the mission. Peggy, though clearly troubled, took the shield with a new sense of purpose. Okay, Howard. We'll discuss this later. As she strapped the shield onto her arm, its familiar weight felt like a solid promise. The legacy of Captain America was now part of her mission. Howard watched her, torn between pride and concern. Be careful out there, Peggy. We really can't afford to lose you. Peggy flashed him a reassuring smile. I'll be fine. We'll get Harry out of there. Together. With her suit on and shield in place, Peggy Carter was more than ready for the mission. She was no longer just the director of SHIELD, she was a living symbol of hope and justice. As she walked out of the armory, Howard's words echoed in her mind, but the weight of the mission and the shield on her arm steeled her resolve. She was ready to tackle whatever came next, driven by duty and an unyielding sense of responsibility. As Peggy and the team set off for their high-stakes mission, Howard Stark stood in the armory, watching them with a mix of pride and worry. The room, once bustling with the preparations for their mission, was now eerily quiet. Howard's mind was anything but peaceful. It was a whirlwind of thoughts, anxieties, and, most haunting of all, secrets. He had seen Peggy strap on Captain America's shield, a symbol of bravery, hope, and an era gone by. But every time he glanced at her, he couldn't help but think of Steve Rogers, the friend he had to leave behind in the ice. The truth was, Steve wasn't lost to the ice as everyone believed. Howard had found him during his expedition, still alive and preserved in a frozen sleep. The shield Peggy now wielded had been the only thing Howard managed to recover. Steve, on the other hand, was locked away in a top-secret facility, waiting for Howard to work some miracle. That facility was a private fortress of hope and failure, a place where Howard tried every possible method to awaken his friend, but to no avail. Each failed attempt felt like another nail in the coffin of his guilt and regret. He had promised himself he'd find a way, but so far, every scientific breakthrough and every desperate experiment had come up empty. He watched Peggy and the team prepare to head off into the unknown, their silhouettes disappearing from view for a minute. Their success or failure now depended on factors beyond his control. Howard's own personal mission to find a way to revive Steve was a constant, unspoken weight on his shoulders. As the armory door clicked shut, Howard was left alone in the quiet for a minute. The emptiness of the room seemed to amplify his internal struggle. He couldn't share his secret with anyone, the knowledge of Steve's condition was his alone to bear. And so, with a heavy heart and a mind racing with worry, Howard Stark turned away from the now silent armory and made to follow them, hoping against hope that Peggy and the team would prevail. Outside the Hydra base, the night was filled with the kind of tension that made Peggy Carter feel like she was starring in an action movie minus the popcorn and the chance to pause for bathroom breaks. Peggy, decked out in her spiffy Captain Carter suit with the Union Jack plastered across her chest, felt like a superhero ready to save the world. The only thing missing was an epic soundtrack. Nick Fury, who was still very much an agent, and had both his eyes at this point, gave the nod to start the operation. "All right, team, let's make this look easy," he said, trying to sound cool despite the fact that he was about to dive headfirst into a Hydra base. Hank Pym, who was currently smaller than a mouse and twice as sneaky, was the first to make his move. He zipped through the chain-link fence like he was auditioning for a spy movie. With a few well-placed karate chops and a flick of his wrist, he made short work of the perimeter guards. Hank's actions were so smooth, it was like watching a magician who had just discovered the art of stealth. Janet Van Dyne, in her wasp suit, was like a buzzsaw in the night, quick, efficient, and not in the least bit concerned with the laws of physics. She zipped around, taking out guards with a combination of grace and sheer determination. It was a bit like watching a ballet performance, but with more unconscious bodies and fewer tutus. Peggy Carter, meanwhile, was having the time of her life. Her new suit was not only snazzy but also made her feel invincible. The shield, which she'd only recently learned was back in play, was like an old friend who had just shown up at a party. Every swing and toss was as satisfying as a perfectly executed punchline. Howard Stark, who was off to the side playing with his fancy gadgets, looked like a mad scientist in the best possible way. His tech was a cacophony of lights and sounds, making short work of cameras and alarms. "Nothing like a little high-tech wizardry to spice up a night of heroics," he said with a grin, clearly enjoying his role as the team's behind-the-scenes genius. Nick Fury, ever the consummate professional, took out his share of guards with practiced precision. Peggy couldn't help but watch him with a critical eye. If she was being honest, she was assessing him for a possible promotion. If Fury kept up this level of competence, he might just be the future director of SHIELD, or at least the future star of a really great spy movie. "Everyone good?" Fury's voice crackled through the comms, sounding as calm as if he were ordering a coffee. "Perfectly fine," Peggy replied, her tone laced with the kind of confidence that came from years of fighting bad guys. "Then let's get this show on the road," Fury said, his voice setting the stage for what was about to unfold. The team moved forward, each member seamlessly playing their part in this intricate dance of heroism. As they advanced deeper into the Hydra base, Peggy felt the thrill of the mission and the weight of her new responsibilities. The stakes were high, but she was ready. With every step, she knew they were not just inching closer to their goal but also shaping the future of SHIELD. And with that thought, Peggy pushed forward, ready for whatever came next. Inside the Hydra base, things were about to get real interesting. Natasha Romanoff and Gellert Grindelwald moved through the hallways like they were the ultimate spy duo. Their mission? Rescue Harry, the kid who'd gone from cute to whoa, when did you become a superhero, in a matter of days. Let's back up a bit. Harry used to be this adorable 5-year-old, the kind of kid who reminded Natasha of a little brother. Now, thanks to Hydra's not-so-friendly science projects, he was suddenly 18, built like a Marvel action figure, and had more muscles than Captain America himself. He also had vibranium claws, just like Wolverine. Hydra had really outdone themselves on this one, creating a mix between a science experiment and a comic book legend. Natasha led the way, moving like a shadow ninja through the base. Grindelwald, who looked like he'd just stepped out of a wizarding convention, followed close behind, wand at the ready. They navigated the sterile hallways, which seemed to have been decorated by someone with a fondness for white paint and fluorescent lights. Every corner looked the same, like the worst maze ever designed by an evil lair decorator. "Keep it low-key," Natasha whispered, even though she knew stealth was never their strong suit. "We've gotta get to Harry's room without tripping every alarm in this place." Grindelwald nodded, his eyes serious and focused. "I've got the spells for the alarms. We just need to grab Harry and get out before we're surrounded by angry Hydra agents." When they finally reached Harry's room, what they saw made them both stop in their tracks. Harry was strapped to a medical table, looking more like a sci-fi prop than a person. His huge, muscular body was restrained, but the look in his eyes was pure 5-year-old terror. Natasha was conflicted. Just days ago, Harry was a kid she'd protect with her life. Now, he looked like someone who could bench press a truck. Her feelings were a roller coaster, a mix of protective big sister and something else entirely, something that had her mind spinning. "Hey, Harry, we're busting you out of here," she said softly, trying to hide her confusion and desire. Note to self: Hydra labs are not good for surprise visits. Harry looked up at her with big eyes, a mix of hope and uncertainty in his gaze. His claws retracted with a cool metallic click, and he reached out to Natasha as she helped him off the table. Grindelwald stood guard at the door, ready to throw a spell at anything that moved. "Time to go. Hydra's not going to like us borrowing their star player." As they made their way through the base, the tension was so thick you could have cut it with a vibranium claw. Natasha carried Harry with ease, despite his new size, and Grindelwald's magic kept the hallway clear of guards and other unwelcome surprises. The base felt like it went on forever, a labyrinth of identical hallways designed to make escape as confusing as possible. It was like a high-tech maze, with every turn feeling like a game of Russian roulette. The air was heavy with the anticipation of their escape, and Harry's grip on Natasha's arm was a constant reminder of what was at stake. With every step, Natasha's resolve grew stronger, and Grindelwald's wand glowed with protective spells. They were on a mission: get Harry out of Hydra's clutches and away from their crazy science experiments. Despite the swirling emotions in her chest, Natasha knew one thing for sure: she wasn't leaving without Harry, no matter what. Even if she had to fight off a whole army of Hydra agents. Or, if she had to explain to Peggy Carter why they suddenly had a superpowered teenager with claws running around. Either way, it was going to be one heck of a story. Meanwhile, outside the base, Peggy Carter found herself face to face with the Winter Soldier, a name that was only slightly less terrifying than a Monday morning without coffee. Standing there in his dark tactical gear, Bucky Barnes looked like he could give Darth Vader a run for his money in the brooding villain department. Except, of course, Peggy knew that deep down, Bucky was no villain, he was a hero under a very nasty spell of amnesia. "Hey, Bucky!" Peggy called out, trying to inject a little cheer into the grim surroundings. "Long time no see. You don't happen to remember me, do you?" Bucky's response was less than ideal. He lunged at her, a blur of fists and metal, forcing Peggy to duck and roll out of the way. Talk about a lousy welcome. She barely had time to register the whoosh of his metal arm swinging where her head had been before she was back on her feet, shield at the ready. "Okay, so you don't want to chat," she muttered, sidestepping another attack. "Got it. But seriously, Bucky, you should know this whole assassin look isn't really your color." The Winter Soldier didn't even blink. His attacks were relentless, each one harder to dodge than the last. It was like fighting a Terminator, but with a tragic backstory instead of an Austrian accent. Peggy knew she had to get through to him. She just needed to find the right words, the magic phrase that would snap him out of this trance. "Remember Steve?" Peggy said, using her shield to deflect a blow that would have sent her flying. "Your best friend? You guys were like the original buddy cop duo, taking on the bad guys and making the world a better place." For a moment, Bucky paused, his expression flickering between confusion and frustration. It was like watching someone trying to remember a dream they'd had the night before, only to have it slip through their fingers. Peggy took advantage of the pause, lowering her shield slightly. "Come on, Bucky. Think back to all the good times, the laughs, the missions, the really awful cafeteria food. You're not just the Winter Soldier. You're Bucky Barnes, Steve Rogers' best friend. And we need you back." The words seemed to hit a nerve. Bucky's gaze softened, his metal arm lowering just a fraction. He blinked, as if waking up from a long, dark dream. "Peggy," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is it really you?" Peggy nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's me, Bucky. And it's good to see you again." The memories came flooding back then, like a tidal wave crashing over him. Bucky staggered back, his hands clutching his head as if trying to hold onto the fragments of his past. It was all there: the war, Steve, Peggy. The man he used to be before Hydra got their claws into him. "I remember," he said, his voice shaking. "I remember everything." Peggy stepped forward, placing a hand on his arm, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and determination. "Welcome back, Bucky. Now, let's show Hydra what happens when they mess with our friends." Bucky nodded, a newfound resolve in his eyes. The Winter Soldier might have been Hydra's greatest weapon, but now he was back where he belonged, fighting alongside his friends, ready to take down anyone who threatened the people he cared about. Together, Peggy and Bucky turned to face the Hydra agents, a united front against the darkness. And as they charged into battle, side by side, Peggy couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. After all, with friends like these, how could they possibly lose? Dash. Inside the Hydra base, the air crackled with tension. Grindelwald and Natasha moved through the maze of corridors with the practiced ease of seasoned spies. Behind them trailed Harry, who had somehow gone from being a pint-sized bundle of curiosity to an 18-year-old muscle-bound powerhouse, complete with claws that could slice through steel like butter. Harry's internal struggle was akin to a kid trying to navigate a grown-up's world if that world involved a lot of high-stakes spy stuff and magical mayhem. Just as they turned a corner, they ran smack into Daniel Whitehall, who looked like he'd just bitten into a particularly sour lemon. Whitehall's Hydra army flanked him, their guns trained on the trio. The scene was set for an epic showdown. Whitehall's face twisted into a sneer that could curdle milk. Well, if it isn't my most cherished assets. And what a delightful surprise to see De Winter Zauberer here as well. I must admit, I'm not particularly thrilled with this little act of rebellion. Natasha leaned against the wall nonchalantly, her stance casual but her eyes sharp. Yeah, well, Whitehall, your management style is about as appealing as a week-old pizza. We're just here to make a new plan, one that doesn't involve world domination. Grindelwald, ever the drama king, offered a theatrical bow. Apologies, Whitehall, but we're rather fond of our freedom. Your plans, however, are less appealing than a triple-decker sandwich filled with disappointment. Harry, caught in the middle of this high-stakes showdown, felt his muscles tensing as the Hydra soldiers began to advance. He looked down at his claws, now extended and gleaming. He had been itching to see what these bad boys could do. As he flexed his claws, a sudden, unexpected surge of magical energy erupted from them. It wasn't just a trickle, it was a full-blown burst of dazzling light, like the most spectacular fireworks show you could imagine. Whitehall's eyes widened in shock as Harry's claws unleashed a magical blast that cut through the Hydra ranks with a mix of raw power and elegant precision. Harry stared at his claws, equally stunned. Whoa, did I just use my claws like wands? That's wicked. Natasha raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Kid, you've got some serious hidden talents. Didn't see that one coming. Grindelwald, usually the one doing the magic, looked at Harry with a mix of pride and astonishment. Harry, my dear boy, you're not just strong, you're a natural at this magical combat. Quite impressive. Whitehall, who had been momentarily thrown off by the spectacle, was now red-faced with fury. This isn't some magic show. Take them down, you fools. The Hydra soldiers charged, but Harry was already in motion. Using his claws to deflect bullets and channel bursts of magic, he moved with a blend of lethal grace and youthful enthusiasm. Natasha and Grindelwald leapt into action, combining their skills to dismantle the Hydra forces with a series of coordinated attacks. The battle was intense and chaotic, a whirlwind of combat where Harry's new abilities shone brightly. He felt a surge of confidence with every swipe of his claws, each magical blast that flew from his hands. He wasn't just the kid caught in a grown-up's world anymore, he was a formidable force, ready to take on whatever Hydra could throw at him. As the last of the Hydra soldiers fell or retreated, Whitehall's face was a picture of defeat. This isn't the end, De Winter Zauberer, he roared, disappearing into the shadows. Harry, Natasha, and Grindelwald stood amid the wreckage of the battle, breathing heavily but victorious. Harry looked at his claws, now retracted, with a sense of awe and determination. Guess I'm not just a kid with super strength anymore, Harry said, a grin spreading across his face. I'm ready to be the hero I was meant to be. With a sense of renewed purpose, they pressed forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Because together, they knew there was nothing they couldn't handle. As Harry, Grindelwald, and Natasha rounded a corner in the chaos of the Hydra base, they finally encountered the SHIELD team. It was like running into a scene from a blockbuster movie. Peggy Carter, now in her snazzy super soldier suit, and a familiar face from earlier, Howard Stark, busy adjusting a gadget that looked like it was about to blow something up. Peggy, Howard, this is Harry, Grindelwald said with an exaggerated flourish, as if introducing a high-stakes magician. And you've already met Natasha? Peggy's eyes widened at the sight of Harry. You weren't kidding about him being impressive, she said, her gaze shifting from the now quite muscular Harry to his claws. Nice to meet you all, Harry said, trying to sound casual despite the adrenaline still buzzing in his veins. So, are we getting out of here or what? Before anyone could answer, Bucky appeared, looking surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. His metal arm gleamed ominously in the dim light. Harry, Bucky said in a low, gravelly voice. It's good to see you in one piece. Harry's jaw dropped when he saw him. This was the first time the Winter Soldier had spoken since Harry met him. Harry blinked, dumbfounded. Wait, you talk? I thought you were mute. Bucky offered a rare, ghost of a smile. Well, I'm full of surprises. They exchanged a look of mutual respect, Harry still trying to wrap his head around the fact that his gruff trainer was actually capable of human interaction. All right, folks, Peggy said, taking charge. We need to get out of here and debrief at a SHIELD safe house. But first, we're blowing this place to pieces. Sounds like a plan, Grindelwald agreed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I've always had a flair for dramatic exits. As they made their way to the exit, Howard busied himself with setting up a series of explosive devices because, of course, what's a daring escape without a little pyrotechnics? Everyone ready? Howard asked, checking his gadgets with a precision that suggested he was more than a little excited about this part. Ready, Natasha replied, her gaze steely. They hustled through the corridors, the sound of explosions growing louder as Howard's devices went off. The base began to tremble and collapse in a series of spectacular bursts of flame and debris. The team emerged into the open air, just in time to see the Hydra base erupt in a massive explosion, sending plumes of smoke and fire into the sky. The heroes walked away from the inferno with a combination of relief and triumph. They moved with the confident stride of people who had just pulled off an impossible feat. As they reached the safety of their vehicle, Peggy clapped Harry on the back. You did great today, kid. We're heading to the safe house to regroup and figure out our next steps. Harry, feeling the weight of the day's events but also a surge of exhilaration, nodded. I'm ready for whatever comes next. With that, they piled into the vehicle, leaving behind the smoldering ruins of the Hydra base. The road ahead was uncertain, but for now, they were victorious. And as the smoke cleared, they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, with all the confidence and camaraderie they'd forged through their explosive escape. Meanwhile, James, Sirius, and Lily appeared with a pop at the sight of what used to be the Hydra facility. To call it a mess would be the understatement of the century. There was rubble, smoke, and flames everywhere, a real fixer-upper for the next Bond villain, if you asked Sirius. Sirius pulled out his trusty pocket watch, the one he had blood-linked to Harry when he was just a baby. It was a magical GPS for his godson emergencies, like when Harry vanished at the zoo or, in this case, got himself captured by Hydra. All right, you glorified compass, show us the way, Sirius muttered, tapping the watch face with his wand. The hands spun around like they were playing a game of spin the bottle, then pointed towards the facility's smoldering remains. Lily, her eyes wide with worry, glanced at James. Do you think he's still here? She asked, her voice shaking a bit. He better be, James replied, though his voice betrayed his own nerves. We've got to find him. Harry, he called out, his voice echoing through the destruction. They picked their way through the debris, their hearts pounding like a rock band's drum solo. The watch led them deeper into the facility, but every turn just led to more broken bits and pieces, like a jigsaw puzzle no one ever wanted. Harry! Lily called again, her voice filled with growing desperation. Harry, where are you? Finally, they reached the heart of the facility, where the pocket watch's hands pointed straight down. Sirius looked around, his brow furrowed in confusion. He should be right here. This doesn't make any sense. James kicked a piece of debris in frustration. He was here. The watch wouldn't lie. Lily knelt down, picking up a scrap of torn fabric from the ground. He's not here anymore. He must have left just before we got here. Her voice was heavy with disappointment, but there was a hint of relief, too, knowing their son had escaped the chaos. Sirius nodded, tucking the watch back into his pocket. That's good news, right? If he left, it means he's safe. James ran a hand through his hair, letting out a sigh. We just missed him. Probably by minutes. Lily stood up, her resolve strengthening. We'll find him. We just have to keep looking. Sirius put a comforting hand on her shoulder. We'll track him down. As they prepared to apparate back, James looked at his friends. All right, we've got a lead. Let's see if we can catch up with him. With that, they all concentrated, picturing their next destination, and with a soft crack, they vanished, ready to continue their search for Harry. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. The convoy arrived at the Shield safe house, nestled so discreetly in the woods it could have doubled as a set for one of those spy movies where nobody knows where anyone is. Harry stepped out first, looking like he'd just hopped off an action movie poster. He was tall, muscular, and apparently still adjusting to the fact that he could now see the tops of everyone's heads instead of looking up at them like they were trees and he was a squirrel. Okay, this place is a bit nicer than my last room at Hydra's torture hotel, he said, squinting at the safe house. But I think I'd rather be back in my little cupboard under the stairs. Natasha emerged from the vehicle next, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Just days ago, Harry had been a little boy, innocent, curious, and desperately in need of protection. Now, he was towering over her, and while he still had that boyish charm, there was no denying the transformation. Hydra had turned him into an 18-year-old muscle factory, complete with claws that would make Wolverine green with envy. The crazy part? Natasha found herself more than a little conflicted, and not just because of the claws. As they walked toward the safe house, Peggy Carter and Nick Fury stood waiting, looking like they were about to hand out report cards for all the good work. Welcome to the safe house, Peggy said with a smile that could disarm a nuclear bomb. I know Harry has been through quite the ordeal. So we should rest and recuperate. Fury nodded, his eyes taking in the changes. You've come a long way, kid. How does it feel being grown up? Harry sank into a couch that seemed to protest under his newfound weight. He looked at his hands, which had gone from tiny kid fingers to massive paws capable of swatting a bludger into next week. It's weird, he admitted. One minute I'm a kid who's supposed to be eating cereal and watching cartoons, and the next, I'm, well, this. I feel like I skipped puberty and went straight to action hero. Bucky, the mysterious, silent guardian who had trained Harry, nodded his approval. It was a rare gesture from the man who barely spoke a word in the Hydra base. You did well, Harry, he said. His voice was deep, calm, and encouraging. You've got a lot of strength in you. Harry was still taken aback. This was only the second time he'd heard Bucky speak. He'd always been a silent, stoic figure in his training sessions. It felt like hearing a statue suddenly deliver a motivational speech. Thanks, Bucky, Harry replied, a grin spreading across his face. I mean, it's not every day you find out you can cast spells with your retractable claws. That's got to be a new one, even for the wizarding world. Natasha leaned against the wall, watching Harry with a mix of pride and something else, a fluttery, complicated feeling that made her heart race like she'd had too much coffee. You've got more up your sleeve than you think, Harry, she said, her eyes sparkling. I mean, those claws of yours are just the beginning. Grindelwald, the enigmatic mentor figure who'd introduced Harry to his magical potential, gave a nod of approval. Hydra might have changed your body, Harry, but they could never touch your spirit. Your destiny is still yours to shape. Peggy cleared her throat, bringing everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. We need to figure out our next move. Hydra isn't going to let this defeat slide easily. As the group huddled together to discuss strategy, Natasha couldn't help but steal glances at Harry. He was no longer the frightened little boy she'd once protected, he was growing into someone who could protect others. And while the transformation was jarring, it also filled her with a sense of admiration and something more. Harry caught her gaze and gave a reassuring smile, a hint of the playful, mischievous kid she'd come to care about shining through his rugged exterior. In that moment, Natasha realized that no matter how much Harry had changed, he was still the same person inside, the same kid she'd promised to look after, just with a few extra perks. "Thanks, everyone," Harry said, his voice filled with determination and gratitude. "This isn't just my fight, it's ours. And together, I think we can take on whatever Hydra throws at us." Natasha smiled, her conflicted feelings easing as she saw Harry's confidence grow. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she knew they would face them together as a team. With their plan set, the group prepared to take on Hydra and any other obstacles in their path. Because as long as they stuck together, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Outside the safe house, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Lily Potter appeared with a sudden pop, having just operated in like they were late for the world's weirdest family reunion. Their eyes were wide with a mix of hope and anxiety. Sirius's pocket watch, blood-linked to Harry since he was a baby, thanks to some impressive spell work on Sirius's part, had led them here. But instead of finding their 5-year-old son, they stumbled into a scene that looked more like an action movie set. "This is definitely the place, right?" Sirius asked, peering at the watch like it might suddenly offer directions to a different location. James scanned the area, his expression somewhere between shock and awe. "Yeah, this is it. Harry should be here." Lily's voice wavered with a mix of fear and excitement. "Harry, sweetheart, where are you?" The door to the safe house creaked open, and out stepped Natasha and Bucky, followed closely by Harry. The sight was like something straight out of a superhero comic. Instead of the chubby-cheeked toddler they remembered, there was an 18-year-old muscle-bound giant who looked like he could bench press a tank. James's jaw practically hit the ground. What in Merlin's name happened to Harry? Sirius's eyes were as wide as saucers. He was supposed to be a toddler, not a human skyscraper. Lily's gaze locked onto the young man in front of her, her heart pounding like a drum solo. Despite the hulking physique, she couldn't miss those emerald green eyes, her eyes. With a mix of disbelief and hope, she took a hesitant step forward. Harry. Harry, still adjusting to his new towering form, looked at the three strangers, his expression one of utter confusion. "Who are you?" Lily's breath caught in her throat as she saw the recognition flicker in Harry's eyes. "Harry, it's us. Your parents, James, Lily." Harry's eyes widened, like he'd just been hit by a freight train of memories. "Mom." The word sounded strange, yet familiar. He looked at Sirius and felt a jolt of recognition. "Pfu." Sirius's face went from shock to a mixture of awe and relief. "Yes, it's me, Harry. It's Pfu." He took a step forward, his voice cracking a little. James and Lily didn't need any more invitations. They rushed to Harry, enveloping him in a hug that was both fierce and tender. Lily's voice broke as she clung to him. "We thought we'd lost you forever." Harry, overwhelmed by the tidal wave of emotions, hugged them back with a mix of relief and confusion. His mind was a whirlpool of recent events and this unexpected, heartfelt reunion. The SHIELD team, who had been watching the scene with wary eyes, lowered their weapons as the emotional reunion unfolded. Natasha, grappling with her own mix of feelings for Harry, watched with a bittersweet smile that hinted at old memories. Grindelwald, observing from the sidelines with a thoughtful expression, stepped forward with a hint of a smile. "It seems our mission has brought us full circle," he said. "Now that Harry is safe, we have a lot to discuss." Sirius, still in shock, finally managed to speak. "Harry, you've turned into this superhero version of yourself. Last time I saw you, you were barely walking." James nodded, his eyes brimming with pride and disbelief. You've grown up so much. We were so worried. Harry looked down at his parents, still grappling with his new reality. It's been a lot. I'm still getting used to it. The reunited family stood together in the safe house, their hearts full as they began to process their new reality. The tension and confusion of the past few days seemed to dissolve, replaced by a shared resolve to face whatever came next. As the Potter family hugged it out, Grindelwald stood off to the side, observing the whole scene like a wizard at a Muggle magic show. He didn't know which was more surprising, the sudden transformation of Harry from a 5-year-old to a muscle-bound 18-year-old, or the fact that he, a former Dark Lord, was part of a superhero team-up with S.H.I.E.L.D. Talk about career pivots. Grindelwald's thoughts weren't just on the spectacle before him, though. He had his own little secret tucked away in his robes, a vial of Hydra's infinity formula. Just because he was on the redemption train didn't mean he couldn't make a few stops along the way, especially if one of those stops included a one-way ticket back to his prime. I mean, who wouldn't want to trade in their senior discount card for a new lease on life? While Harry's parents and Sirius were busy trying to wrap their heads around how their baby boy turned into a human tank, Grindelwald casually slipped a hand into his pocket, feeling the smooth glass of the vial. It was a small gesture, but it carried the weight of 1,000 what-ifs. After all, with the infinity formula, he could potentially outlive all his enemies and maybe even see what kind of mischief Harry's future kids might get into. Harry, for his part, was still grappling with the sudden reunion. He looked down at his parents, who seemed to be shrinking in his newfound shadow. So, how do I explain this? He mumbled, more to himself than anyone else. James patted his son on the back, his face a mix of pride and confusion. You've certainly outdone yourself, son. I mean, last time we saw you, you were barely taller than a broomstick. Yeah, and now you look like you could bench press a hippogriff, Sirius chimed in, flashing a grin. Lily smiled, her eyes shining with tears of joy. It's the eyes, she said, her voice soft. No matter how much you've changed, those emerald eyes are still the same. Meanwhile, Natasha and the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. team were busy trying to piece together what they had just witnessed. Is it just me, or does this feel like we've stepped into a crossover episode? Natasha muttered to Bucky, who nodded in agreement. More like a season finale with a cliffhanger, Bucky replied, glancing over at Grindelwald. He noticed the wizard's subtle movements but decided to keep it to himself. After all, everyone had their secrets, and this team was no different. As the family reunion continued, Grindelwald took a moment to reflect on his journey. He was no longer the dark, brooding figure of his past. He was a new man, ready to embrace whatever the future held, especially if that future involved a few more decades of youthful adventures. For now, the infinity formula would remain his little secret, tucked away for a rainy day. After all, in a world full of superheroes, spies, and sorcerers, it never hurt to have a little extra magic up your sleeve. Harry took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts. It wasn't every day you had to explain to your long-lost parents that you'd gone from toddler to human weapon in just a few short years. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team, Peggy, Howard, Fury, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne, along with Natasha, Bucky, and Grindelwald, stood nearby, listening in. Harry could feel their eyes on him, waiting for him to start. Okay, so, where do I even begin? Harry said, scratching the back of his neck. I guess I should start with the Dursleys. James and Sirius exchanged confused looks, while Lily's expression shifted from joy to concern. The Dursleys? She asked gently. Yeah, Harry sighed. They were the people who raised me, or rather, the people who treated me like the world's worst house guest. From as far back as I can remember, which is about 15 months old, I lived with them. And, let's just say it wasn't exactly a 5-star experience. James frowned. What do you mean? Well, Harry began, trying to keep his voice steady, they weren't exactly thrilled about having me around. They beat me whenever I did something weird, which usually meant anything magical. If I made something float by accident, they'd lock me in a cupboard under the stairs. That's where I slept, by the way. Every night. Lily's hand flew to her mouth, horror in her eyes. They locked you in a cupboard. Yep, Harry said, trying to sound nonchalant. And if I wasn't in the cupboard, I was their personal servant. They called me a freak, told me I was worthless. You know, the usual pep talk. Sirius looked like he was about to punch a wall. Those muggles. They treated you like that? Why didn't Dumbledore? Harry cut him off. I don't know why Dumbledore left me there. But that's not even the worst part. James, who had been quiet up until now, finally spoke. What could be worse? Harry hesitated, glancing at Grindelwald, who nodded for him to continue. About a year ago, the Dursleys died in a Foz explosion. Or at least, that's what people thought. Grindelwald stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. The accident was staged. Hydra orchestrated it to take Harry. Hydra? James and Sirius asked in unison, eyes narrowing at Grindelwald. An organization of Muggle terrorists, Lily explained quickly, her voice trembling with anger. They're dangerous. But why would they want Harry? To turn him into a weapon, Grindelwald answered, his expression serious. They broke me out of prison to teach him magic. Meanwhile, Natasha and Bucky here, he nodded toward the two assassins, trained him in hand-to-hand combat and weapons. Harry nodded. They wanted to create the ultimate soldier. So, after all the training, they experimented on me. James paled. Experimented? How? First, they injected me with something that made me, well, look like this. Harry gestured to his towering, muscular frame. Grindelwald says it's called the Super Soldier Serum. Lily, being a Muggleborn, perked up. Like Captain America. James and Sirius looked at her with identical confused expressions. Captain who? James asked. Lily sighed. Captain America, the Muggle superhero. He was given a serum during World War II that made him super strong and fast. Harry gave a small, humorless chuckle. Yeah, something like that. Except they didn't stop there. He held up his hand and, with a snicked, metal claws shot out of his knuckles. Lily gasped, and Sirius and James stumbled back, eyes wide. What the Sirius stammered. Yeah, these freaked me out too, Harry admitted, retracting the claws with another snicked. Natasha told me they added some DNA, that's a Muggle thing, I'll explain, in a SEC from someone called Weapon X, and then bonded my skeleton with vibranium. Vibranium? Sirius echoed, completely lost. And what's DNA? Lily took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure as she explained. DNA is, well, it's what makes us who we are, on a biological level. And vibranium is a nearly indestructible metal found in Wakanda. It's incredibly rare and powerful. So, you're saying? James began, trying to wrap his mind around everything, that Hydra turned our son into some sort of super soldier with metal claws. Pretty much, Harry said with a shrug. But hey, at least now I'm built like a tank, right? Sirius shook his head, his voice laced with disbelief. Merlin, Harry, you've been through hell. Harry just nodded, trying to hide the pain behind his eyes. Yeah, but I survived. And now I've got a whole new family to deal with. As the weight of Harry's story settled in, the group exchanged solemn glances, the reality of what had been done to him sinking in. But through it all, one thing was clear, Harry was still standing, still fighting. And with his family by his side, he wasn't planning on stopping anytime soon. Harry had barely processed everything he'd just shared when Lily and James exchanged one of those looks that said, "Buckle up, kiddo, because we're about to drop some serious knowledge." Lily started, her voice soft but steady. Harry, there's something we need to tell you about the night of Halloween almost 4 years ago. But to understand it, we need to backtrack a bit and give you some context. James nodded, chiming in like he was reciting the plot of the world's worst bedtime story. Right, so first, there's this dark wizard named Voldemort. Real piece of work, this guy. Thinks he's the wizarding world's gift to magic and believes only purebloods, meaning wizards and witches from all magical families, deserve to live. Sounds like another muggle megalomaniac we dealt with, Peggy quipped, her tone as dry as sandpaper. You might have heard of him. Name rhymes with Hitler. Fury raised an eyebrow, nodding. Voldemort sounds like he's taken a page right out of Hitler's playbook. Lily winced, but nodded. Unfortunately, that's not far off. Voldemort wanted to take over the wizarding world and, well, purify it. That included getting rid of people like me, Muggleborns, and anyone else he considered beneath him. James clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. We were in the middle of a full-blown war. Wizards and witches were fighting for their lives, for the right to exist without fear of being hunted down. Voldemort had followers, Death Eaters, who did his dirty work. Harry listened, the puzzle pieces of his life starting to fit together in a way that made too much sense, and yet not enough. Lily continued, her voice tinged with both pride and sadness. Voldemort heard a prophecy that there would be a child born at the end of July who would have the power to defeat him. Naturally, he became obsessed with finding and eliminating this child before they could grow up and challenge him. Unfortunately, that child was you and Rose. Harry blinked. Rose. Lily paused, as if searching for the right words. Yes, Harry. You have a twin sister, Rose. She was born just after you, at 12:01 a.m. on August 1 St. James jumped in, taking over the narration like he was reporting the Quidditch finals. Anyway, Voldemort found us on Halloween night. We were in hiding, but somehow he tracked us down. He came at us with all the subtlety of a rampaging troll. But your mum, she had a plan. Lily's eyes shone with a mix of pride and something else Harry couldn't quite place. I had been studying ancient runes, and I discovered a way to create a protective array. When Voldemort attacked, the array activated. It saved us from him, but it drained us of our magic completely. All three of us, me, James, and you, fell into a state of magical exhaustion. Harry squinted, trying to wrap his mind around it. Magical exhaustion. Lily nodded. It's what happens when a witch or wizard uses up all their magical energy. We were left in comas, and you were left without magic. When Dumbledore arrived after the attack, he found us in that state. James' expression soured, and he spoke as if the words tasted bitter. Dumbledore saw us lying there and made some pretty wild assumptions. He thought you were a squib, someone born into a magical family but without magic. So, naturally, he decided the best thing to do was to send you to the Dursleys. Harry's heart dropped into his stomach. He thought I was a squib? And just sent me away because of that. Lily nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, but there's more. Dumbledore believed that Rose, since she still had her magic, was the child the prophecy spoke of. He took her and raised her himself, thinking she was the one destined to save the wizarding world. For a moment, Harry couldn't breathe. He had a sister? A twin? And Dumbledore had just taken her? There's something else, Lily added gently. There was a prophecy. It spoke of a child born at the end of July who would have the power to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore assumed Rose was that child because she was born a minute after you at 12:01 a.m. on August 1 St. But he was wrong, James said firmly, like a judge delivering a verdict. You, Harry, were born at 11:59 p.m. on July 31st. You're the child the prophecy was about. Harry's head was spinning. All this time, Dumbledore had been prepping his sister for a battle that was meant for him. Should he be angry? Confused? Relieved? All of the above? Grindelwald, who had been suspiciously quiet, finally spoke up, his tone dripping with disdain. Albus always did believe his own hype a bit too much. He thought he had all the answers, that he alone could shape the future. But he was wrong, Harry. He was wrong about you, wrong about Rose, and wrong about the prophecy. Harry's emotions whirled inside him like a hurricane. Anger at Dumbledore, frustration at being left in the dark, but also a strange sense of relief. He wasn't alone, he had a sister, parents who had fought for him, and a destiny that was still very much his. Looking around at the faces of those who had gathered to hear his story, Harry realized something: these people weren't just here out of obligation or curiosity, they genuinely cared. They wanted to protect him, to help him. Well, Harry said, trying to inject some levity into the situation, looks like we've got a lot of catching up to do. James chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair like he was a little kid again. You have no idea, kiddo. Lily smiled, her eyes brimming with love and pride. But we'll do it together, Harry. As a family. And for the first time, Harry felt like he truly understood what that word meant. Once the air was cleared and all the secrets were out in the open, the group found themselves in the strange position of deciding Harry's future, like it was some sort of epic board game. Only this time, the stakes were ridiculously high, and the pieces on the board were a lot more complex than they seemed. James, ever the protective father, was the first to voice what everyone was probably thinking. As far as the wizarding world is concerned, Harry died with the Dursleys. That sentence hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Harry blinked, a bit shocked at the revelation. Wait, everyone thinks I'm dead. Lily nodded, her eyes shimmering with concern. Yes, Harry. After the accident, well, the staged accident, thanks to Hydra, everyone assumed you perished. No one knows you're alive, which, in a strange way, might be a good thing. Grindelwald, who had been leaning casually against a wall with a smirk, couldn't help but chime in. Indeed. It's probably the best thing to come out of this mess. The last thing we want is for you to be snatched from one organization eager to use you as a weapon, Hydra, only to be handed over to another one, like Dumbledore and his merry band of fried turkeys. Order of the Phoenix, Sirius corrected, though the grin on his face suggested he was more amused than offended by Grindelwald's nickname for Dumbledore's group. Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. Tomato, tomato. Peggy, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally stepped forward, her expression a mix of determination and warmth. Well, if it's a fresh start you're all looking for, then I have a proposal. I can offer the Potter family, and Sirius, asylum in the United States. We could use talents like yours at SHIELD+, it's a chance to live without constantly looking over your shoulder. James and Lily exchanged a glance, the idea of starting anew clearly appealing to them. What would we be doing? James asked, always the practical one. Peggy smiled. You'd be part of a new initiative S.H.I.E.L.'s very own wizarding division. We're just getting it off the ground, but it could use a few capable wizards and witches to make sure it runs smoothly. You'd be working with the best minds we have. Sirius quirked an eyebrow, his usual cocky attitude still present despite everything. And who exactly would be running this wizarding division? Peggy hesitated, her gaze drifting over to Grindelwald, who was still looking suspiciously pleased with himself. Well, I was initially all for sending Gellert back to prison, but recent events have convinced me he genuinely wants to turn over a new leaf. So, I'm offering him a job. A job? James repeated, his tone a mix of disbelief and something close to horror. Peggy nodded, her voice firm. Yes, a job. He'd be running the wizarding division, with you three working under him. If the room hadn't been full of super spies and magical beings, you could have heard a pin drop. James and Sirius both looked like they'd swallowed something particularly unpleasant, while Lily's expression was more thoughtful, probably because Grindelwald had just saved her son's life. You want us to work under a former Dark Lord? James finally managed to say, his voice laced with disbelief. Well, Grindelwald drawled, clearly enjoying their discomfort, I prefer the term reformed. Or maybe slightly less evil than before, Sirius muttered under his breath, earning him a glare from James and a snicker from Harry. Lily, ever the voice of reason, placed a hand on James's arm. He did save Harry, James. And maybe this is his chance to do some good. Besides, if we're working together, we can keep an eye on him. James sighed, running a hand through his hair, clearly torn. I don't like it, but, you're right. If it keeps Harry safe, then it's worth it. Sirius crossed his arms, still looking a bit grumpy about the whole thing, but eventually nodded. Fine. But if he so much as sneezes in a way I don't like, I'm turning him into a toad. Grindelwald smirked. You're welcome to try, Black. Peggy clapped her hands together, cutting through the tension. Great. So, it's settled then. You'll come to the States, work for SHIELD, and start fresh. And Gellert will have a new identity, of course. The last thing we need is people recognizing him. Grindelwald's smile widened, but there was a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. A new identity, and a new purpose. I suppose it's time to see what good can come from all of this. Harry couldn't help but feel a bit of hope flutter in his chest. It was a strange, crazy plan, but it was his strange, crazy plan. And for the first time in what felt like forever, the future didn't seem quite so dark. Arriving at 12, Grimmauld Place felt like walking into a lion's den, except Harry was pretty sure lions would be easier to deal with than his 5-year-old sister, Rose. He stood in the doorway, towering over his parents, James and Lily, and his godfather, Sirius. Looking 18, Harry was already ridiculously tall and muscular thanks to a lifetime of dodging danger and, more recently, the whole super soldier situation. It didn't help that his civilian clothes were doing nothing to hide the fact that he looked more like a walking tank than a regular teenager. On either side of him were Bucky and Natasha, both in civilian clothing but moving with that same lethal grace they always had. It was supposed to be a low-key operation, but let's face it, there was nothing low-key about this group. Remember, Sirius muttered as they made their way up the steps, the mission here is twofold. We're taking Rose and the Tonks family with us to the States. But, be prepared, Rose isn't exactly what you'd call easy. Great, Harry mumbled, shooting his godfather a sideways glance. Because everything so far has been super easy. Sirius chuckled, patting Harry on the back. Just keep that sense of humor, kid. You're gonna need it. Inside, the house was as dark and foreboding as Harry remembered from his few visits. But it wasn't the creepy old decor that made his stomach twist, it was the shrill voice that greeted them from upstairs. I said I wanted the red dress, Creaker. You're useless. Harry exchanged a look with Lily, who sighed. That's Rose, she confirmed, her voice tinged with a mix of sadness and frustration. Dumbledore's idea of raising her was to give her whatever she wanted. She doesn't even know how to hear the word no. Fantastic, Harry said under his breath, just loud enough for Bucky to snicker beside him. Relax, kid, Bucky said with a smirk. We've handled worse. Natasha, as usual, remained stoic, though there was a glint in her eye that told Harry she was finding this whole situation amusing. Let's just get this over with. They reached the sitting room, where the Tonks family was waiting, Andromeda and Ted standing stiffly, clearly confused and a little on edge. Their daughter, Nymphadora no, Tonks, Harry reminded himself, was perched on the edge of a sofa, her bright pink hair standing out like a neon sign. Andromeda's eyes widened when she saw Harry. Sirius, she began cautiously, what's going on? And who? Long story, Sirius interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. We'll explain everything, but first, introductions. Andy, Ted, this is Harry. Yes, that Harry. The one who's supposed to be dead, but isn't. Ted's eyebrows shot up. Supposed to be dead. Like I said, Sirius replied, it's a long story. And we don't have time to get into it right now. Tonks, meanwhile, was staring at Harry with open curiosity. You're telling me this giant is the twin brother Rose thinks is dead? Yep, Harry answered with a small, awkward smile. That's me. The giant. Before anyone could respond, there was a loud stomp from the stairs, and Rose appeared, looking every bit the spoiled brat she'd been described as. Her eyes were bright with fury, but the moment she saw Harry, she froze, her mouth dropping open in shock. Who are you? She demanded, her voice wavering slightly. I'm Harry, he said gently, crouching down to her level. Your brother. Rose blinked, clearly confused. But, you're supposed to be dead. Grandpa Dumbledore said. Dumbledore says a lot of things, Sirius cut in dryly. Most of them wrong. But we're here to take you with us, Rose. You and the Tonks family. We're heading to the States. Rose's expression shifted to one of petulance. Why should I go with you? Grandpa Dumbledore says. Lily stepped forward, her tone firm but kind. Because, Rose, we're your family. And it's time you knew the truth. Rose looked from Lily to James, then back to Harry, her face a mixture of fear and defiance. But I'm supposed to stay with Grandpa Dumbledore. He said I'm special. Special? Sirius snorted. Kid, we're all special. But that doesn't mean Dumbledore gets to decide your life. You've got family who actually cares about you. Harry could see the wheels turning in Rose's mind as she tried to process everything. But before she could say anything else, Sirius turned to Andromeda and Ted, shifting the conversation. We're offering you a fresh start in the States, Sirius said. Join us. You're both brilliant healers, and we could use your skills. And it's a chance to get away from all this madness. Ted looked at Andromeda, who still seemed stunned. You're serious? Dead serious, Sirius replied with a smirk. No pun intended. Before they could respond, Rose spoke up again, her voice trembling. But, what if I don't want to go? You have to, Rose, Lily said softly. It's the safest option. We'll protect you. We're your family. The room fell silent as Rose stared at them, her little face scrunched up in confusion and hurt. Finally, she nodded slowly. Okay. I'll go. Ted, still looking slightly bewildered, turned to Sirius. And you'll explain all this on the way. Absolutely, Sirius promised. Though I'll warn you now, it's a lot to take in. Considering we just found out Harry Potter is alive and standing right in front of us, Ted said dryly, I think we're prepared for just about anything. Sirius grinned. You'd be surprised. As they began making plans to leave, Harry felt a strange sense of relief wash over him. This wasn't going to be easy, and the road ahead was still full of uncertainty. But for the first time in a long time, he felt like they were moving in the right direction. They were a team, a family, and they were ready to face whatever came next together. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. The group hustled through the dimly lit streets of London, a mix of urgency and tension in the air. Harry, who looked like he could star in his own superhero blockbuster, tried to focus on the task at hand. His muscular frame and youthful face were a jarring contrast to his supposed age. Beside him, Lily, Rose and James strode with purpose, while Sirius, Bucky and Natasha followed closely behind, each exuding their own brand of quiet intensity. Their goal was a discreet airstrip where Shield's transport a sleek, black cargo plane waited. As they approached the site, Sirius decided it was time for some much-needed explanations for the Tonks family, who were still trying to wrap their heads around the sight of a pint-sized Hercules. All right, team, Sirius began, flashing his usual cheeky grin. I can see you're wondering why Harry here looks like he could bench press a car, despite being only 5 years old. Ted, the ever-practical Muggleborn, scratched his head. Yeah, that's a bit of a head-scratcher. Last I saw, he was barely a baby. Buckle up, Sirius said, settling into his storytelling mode. So, after the Dursleys died, Hydra yes, the Nazi science geeks from World War II got their hands on Harry. Andromeda's eyes widened. Hydra? The same group that experimented on people back in the day. That's the one, Sirius confirmed with a nod. They decided to make Harry their latest lab rat. Lab rat? Ted echoed, looking more concerned by the second. Bucky stepped in, taking over the narrative. They injected him with something called the Super Soldier Serum. It's the same stuff that turned Steve Rogers into Captain America. Ted's eyes lit up with recognition. Captain America? You mean the Muggle superhero? Yep, that's him, Natasha said, trying to keep things straightforward. But Hydra wasn't done. They accelerated his growth and added metal claws. Andromeda's jaw dropped. Metal claws? Seriously? Yup, Sirius said. And they didn't stop there. They bonded his skeleton with a metal called vibranium and mixed in some DNA from a mutant known as Weapon X. Ted looked at Harry with a new sense of awe. So Harry's basically a super soldier with a side of metal claws. Exactly, Bucky confirmed. Hydra's idea was to create the ultimate weapon. Lucky us, Harry's on our side now. Andromeda shook her head, struggling to process the whirlwind of information. This is definitely more than I was prepared for. Ted gave her a reassuring pat. We'll figure it out. It's good to know Harry's with us. Sirius's grin widened as he saw the Tonks family starting to get a grip on the situation. That's the plan. We're heading to the US where we can keep him safe and figure out the next steps. As they reached the airstrip, the cargo plane loomed ahead, its engines humming softly. Agent Fury waited with an authoritative stance. Good to see you all, Fury said, his voice as commanding as ever. How's the kid holding up? Harry managed a tired smile. Better now, thanks to you. Fury gave Harry an approving look. You've done well getting through Hydra. We've got a long flight ahead. Let's get you all settled and sort out what comes next. As they boarded the plane and settled into their seats, Sirius glanced around at his companions. Despite the chaos and revelations, he felt a flicker of hope. This was the beginning of a new chapter, and although the future was uncertain, they had each other. With a roar of engines, the plane began its ascent, lifting them away from the past and toward an unknown, but promising, future. As Harry looked out the window, he couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, things were starting to look up. As the plane roared through the sky, leaving British airspace behind, the scene at Dumbledore's office was a mix of enchanted chaos and self-satisfied smirks. The trinkets and mirrors, all linked to Rose Potter, were going haywire, flashing and whirring in a way that suggested someone had just hit the panic button on their magical to-do list. Dumbledore, perched behind his cluttered desk with a twinkle in his eye that could only be described as evil Santa Claus, peered over his half-moon spectacles at the images flickering in the magical mirrors. The images showed James and Lily Potter, along with a now 5-year-old Rose, making a dramatic exit from England. It was like a soap opera, except with more magic and fewer commercial breaks. Dumbledore sighed dramatically. Ah, the Potters, always making things difficult. But really, is this any surprise? It seems my carefully crafted plans have been thwarted. How dreadfully unexpected. He gave himself a theatrical pat on the back, clearly reveling in his own perceived genius. The trinkets, apparently programmed to add a bit of melodrama, continued their flashing dance. One particularly insistent mirror showed Rose, now a spoiled princess in the making, leaving the country. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. My, Rose. I did so enjoy raising you as the girl who lived. It was almost like having a pet project. He leaned back in his chair, a gesture that seemed to say, "Of course, I knew this would happen. So, the Potters have slipped away from my grasp. James and Lily, always so determined. But honestly, I have bigger fish to fry." Like Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore's face lit up with a self-satisfied grin as he imagined the new star of his grand plan. Neville Longbottom, the second best option. How quaint. It's almost poetic, really. Fate's way of keeping things interesting. His thoughts drifted to the grievances the Potters had against him, giving Harry to the Dursleys under the mistaken belief that he was a squib, raising Rose in her delusional savior role, and imprisoning Sirius without a trial. Ah, those were simpler times, he mused. When my plans were thwarted by mere mortals. Now, it's all about making sure the backup plan Neville gets his turn in the spotlight. He started rifling through papers and scrolls, his mind already racing with schemes and strategies. "Let's see how Neville handles this," he said with a flourish. "It's not like I haven't dealt with setbacks before. They're just opportunities in disguise." As he settled back into his chair, Dumbledore's confidence was as unshakable as ever. "So, the Potters are out of my reach for now. No matter. I'm sure Neville will provide all the drama and heroics I need. After all, destiny is just another word for my grand plan." With that, he gave a final, smug nod to the flickering trinkets and mirrors, confident that whatever happened next, he'd be right at the center of it all. After all, in the grand scheme of things, Dumbledore was always the star of his own show. The air in the secret Stark Industries warehouse was dense with tension and a hint of stale coffee. Howard Stark, looking like he'd spent the past decade wrestling with spreadsheets and caffeine, led Gellert Grindelwald through a maze of high-tech gizmos and blinking lights. The real showstopper, however, was in the center of the room, a high-tech pod holding none other than Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, who was frozen solid, as if he'd just decided to take a nap in the middle of a cosmic battle. Howard, who was clearly running on fumes and barely masking his anxiety, gestured dramatically toward the pod. "Welcome to the future of cryogenics, or at least my attempt at it. Steve Rogers, as frozen as the ice cream I never get around to eating." Gellert Grindelwald, always one for flair, peered at the pod with a mix of fascination and skepticism. His eyes glowed with a faint light, as if he was trying to decode the very essence of the captain's predicament. "I see you've been having some trouble with your ice cube here." Howard sighed. "Trouble doesn't even start to cover it. I've thrown every scientific method I've got at him. Nothing. Nada. Zib. I thought maybe magic could crack this ice-cold conundrum." Gellert arched an eyebrow and moved closer, running his fingers through the air near the pod like he was stirring a magical cauldron. "You're in luck, Howard. This isn't just about frozen technology. Steve here has been dosed with the draft of living death." Howard's eyes went as wide as saucers. "The draft of living death? You mean like the potion that's supposedly the stuff of wizarding legend?" "The very same," Gellert said with a smirk. "This potion places its victim into an enchanted slumber, one that defies all your fancy science tricks. It's why you haven't been able to revive him with all your gizmos and gadgets." Howard scratched his head, looking like he was trying to process a particularly complex math problem. "So, you're saying my state-of-the-art tech is useless because Steve's been hit with a magical snooze button?" "Precisely," Gellert replied, "though I must say, it's a rather elegant solution to a sticky problem. Waking him up will require a magical counter-ritual, which is a bit more nuanced than flipping a switch." Howard let out a deep breath, his shoulders slumping. "Fantastic! I was hoping you'd have a magical fix. How long do you think this will take?" Gellert's eyes sparkled with both confidence and a hint of mischief. "Well, it's not like we're cooking a quick dinner. It'll take some time, precision, and a bit of ancient spell work. But don't worry, I have just the thing." Howard looked from Gellert to the frozen Steve, his hope rekindled. "Good. Because I don't think I can handle any more bad news. Gellert gave a reassuring nod. No more bad news. Just a lot of work. And maybe a touch of dramatic flair. Let's get started. As Gellert prepared his magical tools, Howard watched, a mix of anticipation and caffeine-fueled jitters. The moment had arrived, and with it, the chance to wake a hero from his frozen prison. If anyone could pull off a magical miracle, it was Gellert Grindelwald, and Howard Stark was all in for the ride. The cargo plane touched down with a lurch that sent everyone's stomachs on a brief roller coaster ride. Sirius groaned dramatically as he unbuckled his harness. 10 out of 10 landing. If by 10 you mean a solid 2.5. Lily rolled her eyes, clutching a still snoozing rose close to her chest. Please, Sirius. You've crashed into more things on a broom than this plane did. I'd like to point out that I survived all those crashes, Sirius shot back, grinning. Which makes me an expert in bad landings. Meanwhile, James Potter was craning his neck to peer out the window, no doubt trying to spot anything American. Maybe a bald eagle, or a guy in a cowboy hat. Beside him, Harry sat silently, his eyes darting between his parents and the door of the plane. You couldn't blame the kid, he'd just escaped a Hydra science experiment that turned him into a miniature Captain America meets Wolverine combo. No big deal. The ramp lowered with a hiss, revealing the concrete runway, a few scattered SHIELD agents, and a man standing front and center. He looked like he'd stepped right out of a spy movie, all crisp suit and unshakable calm. You could already tell he was the kind of guy who didn't flinch, even if you hurled a fireball his way. Welcome to America, the man said as the group descended the ramp. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. I've been assigned as your SHIELD liaison. My job is to keep you out of trouble. Good luck with that, Sirius muttered. Coulson's face didn't even twitch. I'll take that as a challenge. Wait, did you say trouble? James said, feigning innocence with the kind of over-the-top charm that would make a politician jealous. Us? Never. We're a family of upstanding citizens. Sure you are, Coulson replied, so deadpan he might as well have been a statue. And I'm sure none of you have any history of blowing things up, sneaking out of secure locations, or getting into fights that require extensive SHIELD cleanups. Sirius gave a mock salute. Scout's honor. I mean, if I were ever a scout, which I wasn't. The Tonks family followed closely behind. Ted gave Coulson an awkward wave. Nice to meet you. I'm Ted. This is my wife, Andromeda, and our daughter, Tonks. Nymphadora, Andromeda corrected, earning a murderous glare from her daughter. Tonks, the younger witch said through gritted teeth. Just Tonks. Unless you want me to turn your hair green. Coulson nodded, unfazed. Tonks, then. Fury stepped off the plane last, trench coat flaring like he was auditioning for a superhero flick. Coulson, they're all yours. Keep them under control. And if anyone asks, I've never met them. Coulson turned back to the group, clipboard in hand. We've arranged for you to stay in a secure SHIELD facility. Think of it as a safe house with extra security. No one knows its location except for people who specialize in keeping secrets. Sounds perfect, Lily said, her voice heavy with sarcasm. Does it come with tea? Or do we need to smuggle that in? We have tea, Coulson replied. Though it's probably not what you're used to. Welcome to America. As they piled into the waiting transport, Harry glanced out the window, trying to soak in this whole new life in a new country thing. Sure, he'd just escaped Hydra's clutches, discovered he had claws, and moved halfway across the globe. But somehow, sitting in this car with his family and a guy who could outstoic a stone gargoyle, it didn't feel so bad. Until, of course, the next disaster showed up. Which, knowing their luck, would probably happen in about 5 minutes. At a SHIELD facility on the other side of town because let's face it, S.H.I.E.L.D. always has another facility. Peggy Carter was in her element. Which is to say, she was running things like a boss. Her sharp blue eyes scanned the briefing room, her iconic red lipstick somehow making her look both approachable and terrifying at the same time. It was a superpower all its own. Next to her, Billy Koenig stood clutching his clipboard like it contained state secrets which, knowing Billy, it probably did. He was flanked by a table full of lanyards, neatly arranged by color, size, and, presumably, some top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. ranking system. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat like he was about to announce the end of the world. Or, worse, that someone didn't have proper clearance. "Before we begin," Billy said, his voice all business, "everyone will need to confirm they have their lanyards. If you don't have a lanyard, I'm afraid I can't let you proceed." Bucky Barnes leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "Seriously? A lanyard?" Billy nodded, completely missing or ignoring the sarcasm. "Lanyards are crucial for maintaining security. How else would we know who's allowed to be here?" Natasha Romanoff, perched gracefully on the edge of the table like a deadly cat deciding whether or not to pounce, smirked. "Maybe by the fact that we walked in with you." Billy frowned, clearly wrestling with the idea that someone might not understand the sheer importance of laminated identification. "That's not how protocol works." Peggy clapped her hands sharply, cutting off the brewing lanyard debate. "Enough. Let's focus on the mission, shall we? Natasha, Bucky, we need to debrief you on the Hydra situation." Natasha slid off the table and stood with that practiced ease that only world-class spies seem to master. "What do you want to know?" "For starters," Peggy said, fixing her gaze on Bucky, "how is it that Hydra managed to keep their claws in you for so long without S.H.I.E.L.D. catching wind of it?" Bucky shrugged, his metal arm catching the room's fluorescent light. "They're good at hiding. And I wasn't exactly leaving breadcrumbs. Not voluntarily, anyway." "And now?" Peggy pressed. "Now?" Bucky's jaw tightened, and for a moment, he looked every bit like the ghost of the Winter Soldier. "Now, I'm making sure they don't do it to anyone else." Natasha gave a small nod, her face unreadable but her eyes sharp. "He's clean. I'd know if he wasn't." "Good," Peggy said, her voice softer now. "Because we're going to need both of you if we're to deal with what's coming." Billy perked up, his clipboard suddenly a weapon of enthusiasm. "Do you mean the new recruits?" "Because I have their lanyards ready. Also, I'm running a workshop on proper badge etiquette later, and attendance is optional," Peggy interrupted smoothly, giving him a look that said absolutely not optional without saying it aloud. "Now, as I was saying, we have reason to believe Hydra isn't just after super soldiers. They're after something bigger. Something we've yet to uncover." Natasha exchanged a glance with Bucky. "Bigger than a kid with metal claws and super strength?" Peggy nodded grimly. "Much bigger. And if Hydra's as desperate as they seem, we'll need to stay one step ahead of them at every turn." Billy tapped his clipboard again. "Right. So, lanyards." Peggy sighed, her patience legendary but not infinite. "Fine, Billy. Distribute the lanyards." Billy practically beamed as he handed one to Natasha. She glanced at it, then at him. "You know I could kill you with this, right?" Billy hesitated, then nodded solemnly. "I wouldn't expect anything less." Bucky snorted, slipping his own lanyard over his neck with exaggerated care. "You happy now?" Billy grinned. "Immensely." Peggy ignored the chaos and glanced at the clock. They didn't have time for games. Hydra was still out there, and whatever they were planning, it wasn't going to be good. But for now, she let the room settle. Sometimes, even in a world of super soldiers and spy games, you needed a moment of ridiculous normalcy. Even if it involved lanyards. The journey to the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility was smooth enough, nothing to make James comment on the landing this time, which was a small miracle in itself. He was too busy admiring the streets and marveling at the sheer size of everything. Sirius, however, was busy analyzing the windows, the architecture, and muttering under his breath about how American construction was a bit too modern for his tastes. Lily, who had long since given up trying to rein in her husband's tendency to talk at full volume, simply smiled at Harry, who was staring out of the window in that quiet, pensive way he often did. As if he was still figuring out where he belonged in this strange new world. She couldn't blame him. After all, the kid had just discovered he was the result of some hybrid science experiment and now he was expected to act like a normal kid. She reached over and ruffled his hair. "You doing okay, Harry?" He shrugged, the motion small but deliberate. "Yeah. Just thinking. About all of it." James leaned over the seat, giving Harry a wide grin. "Kid, I can't imagine how this must feel. One minute you're in the middle of a fight, next minute you're halfway across the world, meeting secret agents and all sorts of crazy people." Harry shot his dad a look that could only be described as weirdly philosophical for a 5-year-old who looks like an 18-year-old. "Yeah. But I'm starting to get used to it. That's the spirit." James slapped him on the back, causing him to jolt forward a little. "Soon enough, you'll be fighting off aliens and giant lizards in no time." Harry rolled his eyes, but there was a glimmer of something else in them, maybe the spark of curiosity or maybe just an acknowledgement that, in this world, anything was possible. The transport vehicle, a sleek shield design, pulled up to a nondescript building nestled in a wooded area. It didn't look like much, just a warehouse tucked away behind layers of security. But Harry knew better by now. Things rarely were what they seemed in the world of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or his family, for that matter. As they exited the vehicle, Harry noticed Coulson scanning the horizon like a hawk, never letting his attention wander for even a second. It was clear the man had a sixth sense for danger. And, judging by the expression on his face, he was constantly bracing for whatever absurdities the Potters and their allies would throw at him. "Okay, folks," Coulson began, "we'll be staying here for a while. It's equipped for both comfort and security. You'll have your own rooms, and yes, there will be tea." He shot a quick glance at Lily, who gave him a satisfied nod. "There's also an armory in case anyone feels the need to arm themselves. But I'm sure that won't be necessary, right?" Sirius, who had been quietly eyeing the security measures, perked up. "Did you say armory?" Coulson gave him a look. "Yes, but don't get any ideas. You've got your own weapons. I'm sure you don't need any more." "Can never have enough," Sirius muttered under his breath, but when no one laughed, he shrugged and raised his hands in mock surrender. They entered the building, which had the cold, antiseptic feel of a government facility, sterile, utilitarian, and completely devoid of personality. Coulson led them down a series of long hallways, all bathed in a harsh fluorescent glow. The occasional S.H.I.E.L.D. agent passed by, nodding respectfully as they went. "Follow me," Coulson said, gesturing for them to enter a large room at the end of the hall. Inside, the walls were lined with high-tech monitors, some displaying data, others random schematics and codes. A large round table sat in the center of the room, surrounded by chairs that looked as though they'd been made for top-secret meetings. "First things first," Coulson began, "let's get the boring stuff out of the way." He tapped a few keys on a console, and a screen flickered to life, showing various photos of Hydra bases and other related threats. "This is what you'll be up against. Hydra isn't exactly known for letting things go, and they'll be after you. All of you." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What, do you think we can't handle them? We've been doing this a lot longer than you, buddy." Coulson didn't flinch. "I'm sure you have. But Hydra isn't the kind of problem you fight with bravado. They're calculated. Strategic. And they won't stop until they get what they want." "And what exactly do they want?" Lily asked, her arms crossed over her chest. That's the $64 million question, Carlson replied. They're after something, or someone. We're still figuring that part out. James' eyes narrowed. What makes you think they'd be interested in us, then? Carlson hesitated for a split second, then nodded. Well, you've been targeted before. And with your son's situation, Hydra's bound to take an interest. Harry's stomach sank at the mention of himself. He glanced at his parents, who exchanged a look. They hadn't told him everything about what Hydra had done to him, but he had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning. I think we need to start with some basic training, Carlson continued, his voice steady and businesslike. Get everyone up to speed, just in case. I've already arranged for a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to help. It'll be intense, but you've all handled worse. Yeah, sure, Sirius muttered. Nothing like a little light espionage to kick off the morning, Tonks, who had been standing quietly by her parents, suddenly perked up. Do we get cool gadgets? Please tell me there are gadgets. I'm dying to see what kind of tech you guys have. Carlson smiled faintly. Gadgets, yes. And trust me, you'll be impressed. Harry gave his dad a glance. James gave him a thumbs up. All right, Lily said, finally breaking the silence, let's get to work. It wasn't going to be easy, not with Hydra on their tail. But somehow, Harry thought, they'd make it through just like they always did. And maybe, just maybe, they'd even have a little fun along the way. Back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, the lanyard chaos was momentarily forgotten as Peggy refocused on the task at hand. She stood in front of the large digital map on the wall, fingers tapping rhythmically against the screen. The Hydra situation was worsening. New reports were flooding in, each one more troubling than the last. All right, enough of the bureaucracy, Peggy said, her tone sharp as ever. Let's get to the heart of the matter. Billy, still holding his clipboard like it was a weapon, cleared his throat and stepped forward. We've identified several Hydra safe houses across the country. And by we, I mean me, with some help from, well, let's just say that tracking Hydra's communications isn't exactly their strong suit. Still, they're moving fast. We don't have much time. Natasha leaned forward, her expression hardening. What's the next move? Peggy looked up from the map, her jaw clenched. The recruits, Natasha. You and Bucky will be taking point. We've got a new team coming in for training, ones who can help us make sure this doesn't get worse. And there? Bucky asked, his brow furrowing. A little unconventional, Peggy said with a glint of something unamused in her eyes. We've got a pair of former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who've been off the grid for a while, a few operatives with talents you might not expect, and one who might just be a walking, talking disaster. Walking disaster? Bucky echoed, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. More like a walking disaster with a talent for getting out of trouble, Peggy said dryly, tapping a few commands into the screen. And speaking of disasters, I believe the rest of the team should be making their way here now. As if on cue, the door to the briefing room swung open, and in walked a group of people young, but unmistakably dangerous in their own right. Among them, Harry Potter stood at the front, his expression calm but a bit distant, as if he were still adjusting to the whirlwind of recent events. Behind him, Lily and James Potter walked in, trying to balance an air of quiet authority with the chaos that usually surrounded them. And, of course, there was Sirius Black, who didn't walk, he practically floated into the room, his signature grin plastered across his face. Billy, who had been in the middle of arranging his lanyards once more, looked up and blinked twice. Ah, yes. The new recruits. Harry gave him a polite, almost bored nod. Right, well. Let's get this over with. Billy looked a little disoriented by Harry's coolness, but Peggy was far more interested in the young wizard's presence. Her eyes flicked to Bucky and Natasha, who were both sizing up the new arrivals. Natasha's eyes lingered on Harry, reading the way he moved, the way he held himself. Harry wasn't just some kid, they all knew it. He had an aura about him that made even the seasoned agents feel a little uncertain. "Agent Carter," Lily said, stepping forward. "We're ready for your briefing." Peggy nodded, leading the group to the large table in the middle of the room. "We're facing an enemy who isn't just interested in weapons, they're after something more. Something beyond what we've seen." James glanced around the room. "So, what's the game plan?" Peggy took a deep breath, eyes scanning the team. "The game plan is we fight back. We train, we get ready, and we don't let Hydra get ahead of us again." Harry's eyes flicked over to Natasha, Bucky, and Peggy as they spoke. He wasn't one for making grand speeches or boasting. He knew the world they were walking into wasn't a fairy tale. But there was something about the way this team operated, something about the quiet confidence that Peggy exuded that made him feel a little less alone. "Hydra thinks they can keep hiding in the shadows," Peggy continued, "but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve, and so do you. We're going to find them, take them down, and we're going to make sure they never get this far again." Sirius snorted from the back of the room. "Hydra's in for a rude awakening, then." "Oh, I'm sure they'll survive the shock," Natasha replied dryly, "but I wouldn't count on them being happy about it." The air in the room shifted as Peggy's final words hung in the space between them. There was no question about it, this was a team forged by chaos, driven by the need to stop Hydra at any cost. Harry's thoughts drifted as he looked around. He was no stranger to dangerous battles, but the magnitude of what they were up against was starting to sink in. Billy cleared his throat, trying to get everyone's attention again. "Right. Lanyards." "Billy," Peggy said warningly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Billy froze mid-motion, eyes wide. "Right. Never mind. Lanyards are for later." The entire room exhaled collectively, their focus on the task at hand. The next battle was already on the horizon, and this time, they weren't just fighting for their lives. They were fighting for the future. Gellert straightened his coat, his movements slow and deliberate as he produced a wand that gleamed faintly under the sterile warehouse lights. It wasn't his original wand, no. Howard had heard the stories about the legendary Elder Wand, but this one still carried an air of menace, as if it had its own personality and wasn't afraid to use it. "So," Howard said, his voice jittery, "what exactly are we doing here? You're not going to, I don't know, accidentally set him on fire or turn him into a toad, right?" Gellert smirked, his lips curling like he found the very idea amusing. "Howard, I appreciate your concern, but please give me some credit. Steve Rogers will remain perfectly human and flame-free." "Well, mostly." "Mostly." Howard's voice cracked a little. Ignoring the borderline panic in Howard's tone, Gellert began tracing intricate patterns in the air with his wand, muttering words that didn't sound remotely English or any language Howard had ever heard. Sparks of gold and blue danced in the air, forming symbols and runes that hung like glowing constellations around the pod. "Fascinating," Howard muttered, his scientist instincts momentarily overriding his nerves. "Those symbols, are they some sort of magical code? Like a mystical version of binary?" Gellert shot him a withering look, as though comparing ancient wizardry to computer code was deeply offensive. "Let's just say your science is still crawling while magic has been sprinting for centuries. Now hush, this requires focus." Howard crossed his arms but stayed silent, though his foot tapped against the concrete floor. Patience was not one of his strong suits. As Gellert continued weaving his spell, the pod began to hum. It wasn't the mechanical hum Howard was used to, this was different, deeper, almost musical. The glass of the pod glowed faintly, the frost on its surface melting away like an ice cube under a magnifying glass. Howard leaned closer, his breath fogging the edges of the pod. Inside, Steve's features grew clearer. The man still looked impossibly young, no wrinkles, no gray hairs, nothing to suggest he'd been in this state for decades. It was like time had taken a coffee break and forgotten to come back. "Is that supposed to happen?" Howard asked, pointing to the swirling lights inside the pod. Patience, Gellert said sharply. If you're going to hover, at least make yourself useful and hand me that vial over there. Howard grabbed the vial in question, a strange, swirling silver liquid that looked like molten metal but moved as though it had a mind of its own. What is this stuff? Phoenix essence, Gellert said, his tone casual, as if he hadn't just named one of the rarest substances in existence. It will awaken the spirit locked in stasis. Of course it will, Howard muttered, handing it over. You wizards and your shiny, impossible potions. Gellert uncorked the vial, and a soft, melodic note escaped, hanging in the air like the faint trill of a bird. He poured the liquid into a small indentation in the pod, and the reaction was immediate. The glowing symbols flared brightly, and the musical hum turned into a resonant chord that vibrated in Howard's chest. Steve's eyes flickered. Howard froze, his breath catching. Is he did that? Not yet, Gellert interrupted, though his tone carried a hint of satisfaction. The draft of living death is stubborn. It clings. We're close, but this next part will determine whether he wakes as Captain America, or just a man who's very confused. Great, Howard said, his sarcasm back in full force. No pressure or anything. Gellert raised his wand one last time, his voice rising in a chant that echoed through the warehouse. The golden light around the pod intensified, filling the space with a warmth that felt oddly alive. Then, as suddenly as it started, the light faded, leaving only silence. Inside the pod, Steve Rogers let out a sharp gasp, his chest heaving as his eyes snapped open. Howard took a step back, hands in his hair. Holy, he's awake! He's actually awake! Steve's gaze darted around the room, confusion etched on his face. His voice was hoarse but steady. Where am I? Howard. Howard grinned, relief washing over him like a tidal wave. Welcome back, Cap. You've got some catching up to do. Gellert, standing off to the side with an air of smug satisfaction, simply said, You're welcome. And just like that, the legend of Captain America was reborn, with a dash of magic and a whole lot of stark stubbornness. But as Steve's eyes settled on Gellert, narrowing ever so slightly, Howard knew the questions were about to begin and that things were about to get very interesting. Chapter 10, Chapter 9. Steve blinked a few times, his gaze still unfocused as his mind struggled to catch up with the bizarre reality unfolding before him. The last thing he remembered was, well, not much. The cold, the ice, the war. Then nothing. And now, here he was, in a strange, dimly lit warehouse, surrounded by people who didn't quite match the era he knew. Howard. Steve's voice was hoarse, like someone waking from a long, strange dream. What happened? How long? Longer than you think, Cap, Howard said, a grin stretching across his face, though it was a little too tight. But we're going to get into that. First, you need to know, this is Gellert Grindelwald. Don't ask any questions yet, just trust me on that part. He's, well, I'm not sure what he is, but he just helped wake you up, so a thank you might be in order. Steve turned to the man Howard was pointing at, and for a second, he thought he saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a flash of something, but it was gone too quickly. The man looked older, almost ancient, with sharp features and an air of arrogance that would have made anyone else uneasy. But Steve, for all his confusion, didn't let it show. Gellert offered a slight smile, an unsettling one, and inclined his head. A pleasure, Captain. Though, I must admit, I expected you to be a bit more grateful. You are quite literally back from the dead, after all. Howard rolled his eyes, but Steve was too focused on Gellert's words. Back from the dead? What do you mean? How is that possible? It's a long story, Howard said quickly, waving a hand as if to dismiss the weight of the situation. But you've been frozen for a while, Steve. Decades, actually. We've had some trouble getting you back to normal. But now thanks to Gellert here you're, well, more or less alive again. So, what's your first impression? Feel any different? Steve sat up, his limbs stiff and slow, like he was waking from a deep, long slumber. The cold of the pod had left an odd numbness in his bones, but beneath that, there was something else. Something sharp. His mind was clear, but his body was a stranger. His eyes flicked to the edges of the room, and for a moment, he thought he saw shadows move where there shouldn't be any. The hum of the magic that had filled the room earlier was still reverberating faintly in his skull. It was an unsettling feeling, like the air had changed, and everything in the room had become heavier, somehow. Cap. Howard's voice was tinged with concern, pulling Steve from his thoughts. You with me? Steve's hands gripped the edge of the pod, steadying himself. He nodded, slowly, his gaze sharp. I feel different. Like something's not quite right. Like I've been away for too long. His voice trailed off, as though the words weren't enough to describe it. Gellert's smile widened, his pale blue eyes gleaming with something almost too pleased. That would be the magic, Captain. You were frozen in a state of stasis. Time had no hold on you, but now you're waking up in a world that's not quite the same as the one you left behind. Magic has a way of changing people, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Steve's eyes narrowed. I've been gone for how long? How much time has passed? Howard shuffled uncomfortably. A while. Decades, Steve. The war's long over. Things have changed. But we can get into all that later. Right now, we need to make sure you're not, well, about to burst into flames or something. Flames? Steve's head snapped up, his confusion momentarily shifting to wariness. What the hell are you talking about? Gellert's smirk remained, but there was a coldness behind it. Nothing to worry about, Captain. Not unless you plan on testing me, of course. Right, Steve muttered, his instincts still honed despite the years of dormancy. He shifted on the edge of the pod, trying to get a better grip on his bearings. So, this magic, it can bring people back from the dead. Not exactly, Gellert replied with a tilt of his head. We didn't raise you from the grave, Captain. We simply repaired the damage, using a combination of rare magical substances. Phoenix essence to awaken the spirit locked in stasis, a bit of manipulation to force the physical body back to a state of health. It's delicate work. Howard interrupted before Steve could ask more questions. Look, we're just glad you're back, Cap. Trust me, you've got a lot to catch up on. Gellert seemed to sense the growing tension in the room and sighed dramatically. I'm certain Howard has, well, let's say a unique way of explaining things. You'll figure it out soon enough. Just be aware, Captain, that your return is a delicate one. Don't expect everything to be the way it was when you left. Steve didn't need to hear it twice. He stood up slowly, testing his legs, the sensation of unfamiliar strength making him hesitate for a moment before he spoke. Whatever's going on here? I need to know. Everything. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that there's always a bigger fight ahead. Howard's eyes gleamed with a strange mix of excitement and concern. That's the spirit. You're going to need it, Steve. Because the world you're waking up to is nothing like the one you remember. Steve glanced at Gellert, his eyes hardening. I'll take my chances. But if anyone tries to put me back in the ice, it won't be for long. The quiet tension in the air thickened. Howard's nervous chuckle broke the silence, but the weight of what was happening hung heavy in the room. Whatever future Steve Rogers was going to face, it wasn't going to be easy. But as he stood there, breathing in the strange new world around him, he was ready for whatever came next. Peggy Carter paced back and forth, eyes sharp as a hawk's, her mind running a mile a minute. You'd think, after all these years, she'd get used to the constant chaos and high-stakes situations, but no. It was like her brain had decided that stress was its new best friend. Right now, she was juggling more problems than a circus clown with a dozen spinning plates, most of them all crashing to the ground at once. Bucky, Natasha, Peggy started, voice cool but laced with the authority that made her an absolute nightmare to argue with. Keep pushing Harry. He's stronger than anyone gives him credit for, but that doesn't mean he can't end up in the oops pile if we're not careful. Bucky and Natasha, who were both way too good at looking like they were about to leap into action without a single word of protest, exchanged a glance. Both had been training Harry for what felt like forever, but Peggy's reminder about mental discipline was exactly what Harry needed to hear. Sure, he could bench press a tank at this point, but controlling that power was a whole other story. Got it, Peggy, Natasha said, giving Harry a look that could strip paint off a wall. He's tough, but he's still learning to keep that rage from exploding. Peggy nodded. Natasha was right. Harry was a ticking time bomb with a cape minus the cape. But, if anyone could keep him from detonating, it was Bucky and Natasha. They were practically born with an uncanny ability to teach people how to stay calm when everything around them was on fire. Turning her gaze to the other members of the group, James and Lily, who were still recovering from their magical coma-induced nap, Peggy's tone softened just a hair. She was all about tough love, but she wasn't blind to the damage these two had endured. James, Lily, she said, her voice still commanding but with a touch of warmth, you two have been through hell and back. I know it's been a lot. But we can't afford to go easy on you. I'm trusting you both to get back to full strength. And I'm not talking about just your magic. We need you both sharp. Bucky, Natasha helped them out. James didn't flinch, but Peggy could see the weight in his eyes. It wasn't the same as when he was an Auror, in his prime. But if there was one thing she knew about James Potter, it was that he wouldn't quit, no matter how much his body hated him for it. Lily, too. If anything, she looked even more determined to prove she was ready to jump back into the action. We'll be ready, James said, his voice calm, but Peggy didn't miss the faint tremor. They had a long way to go, but she wasn't going to sugarcoat it. Sirius, standing next to them, shifted his weight, a weary sigh escaping his lips. Peggy raised an eyebrow. He looked like someone who'd just had a conversation with a Dementor, and probably not for the first time. Azkaban had done a number on him, but Peggy wasn't about to let him slide by just because he'd spent years locked up in a soul-sucking hellhole. Sirius, she said, her gaze steady, I know Azkaban's been the world's worst vacation spot, but you've been a hit wizard. You've got the chops. Now it's time to shake the rust off. We need you back in top form. Don't let me down. Sirius, looking a little worse for wear but still with that mischievous glint in his eyes, gave a half-hearted shrug. I'm good, Carter. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Just, give me a minute before I start pulling off the impossible stunts again. Peggy just shot him a look that said don't even try it. Next up were the Tonks family. Ted and Andromeda, both healers by trade, had the kind of wisdom that made Peggy respect them almost as much as she respected her own tactical genius. But even healers needed to know how to fight, because magic and medicine could only take you so far. And if there was one thing Peggy knew, it was that Hydra wasn't interested in playing fair. I'm trusting you all to be ready for whatever's coming, she said to Ted and Andromeda. This fight's not just about healing, it's about survival. Be prepared. Ted nodded seriously, as did Andromeda. They knew the deal. But it was young Tonks, still only 12 but with a fire in her eyes that was anything but childlike, who stepped forward next. I want to train, too, Tonks said, her tone like someone asking for permission to be awesome. I can't go on missions yet, but I want to be useful. I want to help. Peggy raised an eyebrow, about to shoot the idea down. Tonks, you're too young to. I can handle it. Tonks said, cutting her off before Peggy could finish her sentence. I may not be able to run into battle just yet, but I can train, right? I mean, I've already learned how to change my hair color. How hard can it be to learn how to punch bad guys? There it was. The familiar look of sheer determination and no small amount of defiance. Peggy sighed. She'd been expecting this. All right, you can train. But don't even think about taking a mission until you're older, Peggy said, rubbing her temples. And no wild stunts, or I'll send you back to your parents, Capus. Tonks's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Capus. Just as Peggy was about to turn her attention back to the team's schedule, Lily, ever observant, spoke up. What's on your mind, Peggy? You look tense. Peggy frowned, the weight of the situation settling over her like a dark cloud. It's Grindelwald and Howard, she muttered. They were supposed to be here by now. And they're not. We need them. I need them. Lily's face hardened. Howard was supposed to bring. I know. Peggy snapped. I know what he was supposed to bring, and I know Grindelwald was supposed to lead this mission, but he's nowhere to be found. I don't trust him. He's always been unpredictable. And now he's gone, again. The room grew quiet, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. They had no idea what was happening, but Peggy could feel it in her gut. Something wasn't right. And whatever it was going to hit them hard. With a sigh, Peggy glanced around the room. They were a team, but this time, they might be on their own. And that thought? It didn't sit well with her. Not at all. The clock was ticking. And with every second, things were getting worse. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, Phil Coulson and Billy Koenig were stuck in what could only be described as an absolute nightmare. And no, it wasn't an alien invasion or another Hydra plot, though those were still on the table. No, today's horror was a pint-sized, 5-year-old powerhouse of willpower named Rose Potter. Now, to be fair, they'd been given instructions, which were basically, don't let her set anything on fire, and please try to keep the tantrums to a minimum. As vague as that was, Coulson had taken it seriously after all. It's not every day you're tasked with babysitting a child raised by Albus Dumbledore, or as Rose referred to him, Grandpa Dumbledore. From the way she said it, you'd think Albus had personally taught her to throw fireballs and demand nothing less than a unicorn puppy hybrid as her next pet. She's not that bad, right? Billy whispered, glancing sideways at Coulson, who was trying not to panic as Rose marched in front of them, a pink tiara perched precariously on her head. She'd somehow found the tiara, even though Coulson was pretty sure there was no tiara in the approved babysitting supplies list. But then again, this was Rose Potter. Rules were more like suggestions. Rose was currently inspecting the room with the look of someone who'd just discovered a new planet, and her first order of business was apparently to rearrange everything. Which, if you didn't know, meant everything that wasn't nailed down or actively glowing had a high chance of becoming part of an impromptu castle construction project. I demand the finest strawberries from the garden, Rose said, hands on her hips like she was the queen of some faraway land where strawberries were a currency. Rose, sweetie, we don't have a garden, Billy said, sounding more like a guy trying to defuse a bomb than a babysitter. How about we get you a snack from the kitchen? Not good enough, Rose said with a dramatic eye roll that made Coulson seriously wonder if she'd been taking lessons from a very snarky teenager. I want the garden strawberries. And I'll wait here. She flopped down dramatically, somehow managing to arrange herself on the couch like an ancient queen reclining on a throne. Billy exchanged a glance with Coulson. Okay, you go try to negotiate the garden strawberries, and I'll see if I can get her a juice box, maybe that'll tide her over. Coulson gave him a thumbs up, though it was obvious that neither of them had any idea how they'd gotten into this situation. Dumbledore had left the child in their care, after all, and while Coulson was used to dealing with all sorts of high-stakes, world-saving missions, this was an entirely new level of stress. Rose's eyes narrowed as she watched Billy head toward the kitchen. "And no funny business," she warned him in the most serious voice a 5-year-old could muster. "I'm watching you." "Right," Billy muttered under his breath. "I'm dealing with a toddler who thinks she's the boss of everything. Totally normal." Carlson just sighed and gave Billy a sympathetic look. Then he turned to Rose, who was now making sure her tiara was perfectly in place. "So," Carlson started, trying his best to be engaging without sounding like he was reading from a parenting manual, "tell me about your favorite adventure. Did Grandpa Dumbledore take you on any fun trips?" Rose's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Oh, Grandpa took me to this huge tower once. It was really tall, and we went up to the top, and I saw the whole world from there. He promised me I'd get to turn it into a giant playground." Sure," Carlson said, trying to process what she just said. "Did you get to play with any cool toys there?" "Only magical ones," Rose replied, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "There were flying books, and these talking mirrors, and there was a dragon who gave me advice. He told me not to trust people who don't wear hats." She frowned, clearly deep in thought. "Except for Grandpa. He always wears hats." "Good advice," Carlson said, nodding solemnly. "Now, how about we?" Before he could finish, Rose clapped her hands together. "I want a flying broomstick," she announced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And I want it now." Billy, just returning from the kitchen with 2 juice boxes in hand, froze mid-step. He was a trained agent, but he was not prepared for this. "Rose, you can't," Carlson started, but it was already too late. The young witch had already conjured up what appeared to be a miniature broomstick from thin air, hovering slightly off the ground. Billy stared at the broomstick. "Is that a thing she can just do?" "Apparently," Carlson said, trying to keep his cool, though his voice had a slight tremor. "I'm gonna need backup." The terrifying thing was that Rose just grinned at him, completely unfazed. "You should probably stay out of the way." The hum of the facility's main hall echoed with the sound of boots hitting the ground as Grindelwald and Howard Stark walked side by side, their arrival drawing the attention of everyone in the training area. Peggy, who had been pacing and reviewing the strategies for the team's next move, looked up, only to freeze mid-step as her gaze landed on Howard and the man beside him. For a moment, her heart stopped. The world seemed to blur and slow as her eyes locked onto the familiar figure. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. But there, standing in front of her, was Steve Rogers. The Steve Rogers she'd lost, the Steve Rogers she'd buried, was standing there, alive, with a look in his eyes that screamed, "I've been gone too long." "Peggy," Howard said, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. "You look just like you did when I last saw you. You haven't aged a day." Peggy blinked, her breath catching. "Howard, he." "Long story," Howard cut her off, holding up a hand before she could dive into the whirlwind of emotions rushing through her. "But yeah, Steve's back." Apparently, a combination of some Stark ingenuity and a little help from a certain magical friend. He gestured toward Grindelwald, who was standing nearby with his arms folded, looking disturbingly pleased with himself. "Managed to bring him back." After a little nudge. Peggy's mind was still trying to process the whirlwind of emotions. There was Steve, alive, and somehow just as frozen in time as she had been. There was that same jawline, those eyes, that Captain swagger. It was like no time had passed at all, and yet so much had changed. "Steve?" Peggy breathed, her voice shaking as she took a few hesitant steps forward. Steve, for his part, looked a bit disoriented, but he stepped forward too, as if to close the distance between them. "Peggy, I thought I lost you too," he said softly, his voice as familiar as it had always been, though with an edge of weariness that hadn't been there before. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." But before they could get caught in that moment, Bucky's voice rang out from across the room. "Steve?" Bucky said, his tone flat but with a hint of disbelief. The other members of the team, Harry, James, Lily, Ted, Andromeda, and even young Tonks, had stopped what they were doing, watching the scene unfold. But it was Bucky who stood frozen, staring at Steve with an expression that could only be described as a mixture of confusion and cautious hope. I thought you were dead," Bucky's voice cracked just slightly. Steve's eyes darted toward Bucky, his brow furrowed. The tension in the room thickened, as if the entire team was holding their breath. "Bucky," Steve said, taking a step forward, and there was something raw in his tone. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know, they told me you were dead. That mission. You don't have to explain," Bucky cut him off, his voice thick with emotion. "You were frozen for 70 years. We all thought you were gone, Steve. But here you are." He took a deep breath, clearly trying to keep his composure. "And me? I'm still here. With a new arm, too. Seems like I'm just full of surprises these days." Peggy blinked, glancing at Bucky's new metal arm, her breath catching once again. He looked like himself, but there was something new there, something different. And as much as it shocked her, she was relieved to see Bucky looking like Bucky, strong and solid as ever. "You're all here," Steve said softly, his gaze sweeping over the group. He looked a bit overwhelmed, as if he was seeing everything through the lens of someone who'd missed decades of history. How long has it been?" "Longer than I care to admit," Bucky replied dryly, though there was a warmth in his tone that Peggy wasn't sure everyone else caught. "But now that you're back, maybe we can finally do something about Hydra, hey?" Howard smirked. "That's the plan. But first, Peggy has some questions. And I imagine you all have a few of your own." Steve took a deep breath, his hands clenched at his sides. "I think we've got a lot of catching up to do. Starting with you," he gestured to Peggy, his eyes softened by a kind of longing she hadn't seen in decades. "I had no idea you were still." "Serum," Peggy interrupted quickly, still trying to catch her breath. "I took a version of the super soldier serum. Howard's formula," she added with a faint smile, her eyes flashing to Howard, who gave her a wink. "Don't ask for the details, Steve. You don't want to know." Steve's brow shot up, a mix of surprise and curiosity on his face. "You're super. Don't get too excited," Peggy said with a huff. "I'm still me, just with a bit more stamina. And I'm not the one who's been frozen for decades." Steve gave her a dry grin. "Fair enough." Just then, Natasha stepped forward, her sharp eyes never leaving Steve's face. She tilted her head slightly and raised an eyebrow. "So, Steve Rogers thawed out and ready to jump back into the fray? No rest for the weary, hey?" "Not when Hydra's still out there," Steve said, his gaze hardening. "If they thought they could keep me in that ice forever, they've got another thing coming." Bucky smirked, clapping him on the shoulder. "Glad to have you back, old friend. Let's take down Hydra." And just like that, the tension in the room shifted. The team was complete, even if they were still getting used to this new dynamic. But with Steve Rogers back, Peggy's confidence returned in full force. This was the team they'd been waiting for. And now, together, they would take on Hydra and whatever other dangers the world could throw at them. The training room was buzzing with its usual chaotic energy. People were throwing punches, breaking a sweat, trying to push their limits without wrecking anything important. Fists connecting with pads, the sound of someone getting knocked down, and the steady rhythm of feet pounding the floor. Steve Rogers was watching it all, but his mind wasn't really on the fight. He was still processing a lot, like how his best friend Bucky had been turned into a Hydra weapon for decades. And now, here he was, in this room full of kids. One of them was Harry. Harry was a complicated case. He had the body of an 18-year-old, all muscles and height, with that "I could probably bench press a tank" vibe. But then, you looked at his face, it still screamed kid who got stuck in a grown-up's body. And if that wasn't jarring enough, the whole Hydra experiment gone wrong thing wasn't exactly making him feel any better about it. Steve, being the guy who'd seen his share of messed up mind control, felt for him. He really did. But Steve wasn't the kind of guy who'd just sit back and wait for someone to open up. That's not how he worked. So, without thinking too much about it, which, in hindsight, was probably a bad idea, he decided to go talk to Harry. He walked over to where Harry was leaning against the wall, looking like he was deep in thought about whether the wall might suddenly develop an existential crisis or if he was gonna have to solve it himself. Classic Harry move. The guy wasn't sparring. He wasn't part of the action. Nah, he was the observer. I'm too dangerous to actually participate, but I'm gonna watch and make sure no one blows up kind of guy. Hey, kid, Steve called, voice sounding rougher than he intended, like it usually did. Got a minute? Harry turned around, his face unreadable. Of course it was. The kid had mastered the art of the I'm emotionally closed off, don't bother me stare. Sure, Harry said with a shrug that made Steve think maybe the kid was trying too hard to seem detached. Like, he didn't want anyone to know that, under all that, he might actually be a mess. Steve motioned toward a quieter corner, away from all the noise, the chaos, and definitely away from the rest of the team who might overhear something serious about the kind of trauma the kid was probably trying to bury. Steve didn't sit down. He wasn't here for a cozy heart-to-heart. He just leaned against the wall, watching Harry. After a few seconds, Harry met his gaze. For a guy who probably had more emotional baggage than a suitcase store, Harry had this intensity about him. Like, he knew how to keep his feelings under lock and key and wasn't about to let anyone in. So, Steve started, scratching the back of his neck like an old Brooklyn guy who didn't know how to deal with feelings but was gonna try anyway. I heard about, Hydra. The experiments. All that crap. Harry gave a small nod, like he was too tired to argue with it or fight back. He was just accepting it. It was a mess, Harry said, voice steady, like he'd said the words 100 times before. But I'm not the only one. I'm just lucky, I guess. I'm back with my family now. Steve's stomach twisted. He didn't know what it felt like to have your family ripped away and then put back together in some weird, broken version of what it once was. But he knew the feeling of losing people. His best friend Bucky, for instance. He'd lost him to the war, to Hydra. And even now, Steve was still fighting to bring him back from all the crap they'd put him through. I get it, Steve said, voice softer now, even though his Brooklyn accent was still there, like it always was. My best friend Bucky he was, made into something else. Brainwashed, used as a weapon. But I found him again. And we're still figuring it out. Harry didn't say anything at first, but Steve caught that flicker in his eyes. For a second, there was something in there. Maybe it was hope. Maybe it was just curiosity. Who the hell could say? It's not easy, Steve continued, his voice low. Hell, I've been fighting Hydra, fighting my own demons, and I'm still trying to figure out how to handle it. But, Harry. He looked the kid dead in the eye, his tone getting firmer. What I do know is, you get to make your own damn choices now. You don't gotta be anyone else's weapon. Not anymore. For a second, Harry's face softened just the slightest bit like someone who didn't know how to take a compliment, but wasn't about to shut it down either. Thanks, Steve, Harry said quietly. It helps. Hearing that. Steve let out a soft laugh. Don't mention it, kid. I mean, you're not on your own here. You've got a team now. And if you ever need to talk or hell, just grab a burger come find me, alright. Harry's lips twitched, almost like he was trying to fight a smile. For the first time since he'd joined the team, Steve saw a little flicker of something, maybe even a glimpse of the kid he used to be, the one buried under all the trauma and the Hydra crap. "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said, the first hint of lightness in his voice. Like, maybe he wasn't so alone in this after all. "Good," Steve said with a nod. He turned to head back, but then he paused. "And if you ever need a new shield?" "I'm not carrying your shield," Harry shot back with a grin. Steve snorted. "Tough crowd." As Steve walked away, he caught Harry's eyes one more time. And for once, it felt like the kid wasn't carrying the whole damn weight of the world on his shoulders. Maybe, just maybe, he was starting to find his place here. One step at a time. Chapter 11, Chapter 10. Gellert Grindelwald locked the door to his small, Spartan room at the safe house. The simple click of the lock felt louder than it should have, but he didn't flinch. He wasn't nervous, he hadn't been nervous in decades. No, this was something else. Anticipation. A mix of calculated determination and the faintest hint of hope. The room was plain, a bed, a desk, a chair. Nothing that hinted at the grandeur or power he once wielded as one of the most feared wizards of his age. The Dark Lord Grindelwald, terror of Europe, the visionary who almost bent the magical and mundane worlds to his will, now stood here, an aging man, wrapped in shadows and necessity. From within his coat, he withdrew a small vial filled with a faintly glowing liquid, the Infinity Formula. The result of decades of Hydra's obsessive experimentation and one of the many treasures hidden within their labyrinthine strongholds. He'd stolen it, of course. Hydra's secrets had always been ripe for the taking, and in the chaos of planning Harry's escape, this particular prize had fallen neatly into his hands. He turned the vial over in his fingers, the liquid inside shifting and catching the dim light of the desk lamp. The formula was Hydra's attempt to cheat death, a concoction promising a longer, stronger life. Gellert couldn't help but smile wryly at the irony. He was about to steal the future from an organization that had tried to rob it from countless others. It wasn't vanity that drove him. No, Gellert had abandoned such trivialities long ago. This was practicality. He was still an escaped war criminal, no matter how much time had passed or how reformed he might claim to be. If he was to lead the new wizarding division that SHIELD was building, to stand in the spotlight or even the shadows, he couldn't do it looking like a relic of another age. More than that, Harry needed him. Not as the broken old man he'd been forced to become in Nurmengard, but as someone capable of standing beside him, guiding him, protecting him. During their time in Hydra's clutches, Gellert had grown to care for the boy, a strange, fierce attachment he hadn't anticipated. Harry had reminded him of his younger self, full of fire and potential but burdened by chains and expectations he hadn't chosen. It was no small thing to admit, but he thought of Harry like a grandson, and now that they were free, he intended to ensure the boy had the chance to build a life outside of Hydra's shadow. With steady hands, he prepared the injection, pulling the formula into the syringe. The hum of magic in his blood called to him, an old, familiar ache, but this was a task for science, a necessary compromise in a world that now demanded both magic and technology. Rolling up his sleeve, Gellert revealed the thin, pale skin of his arm, crisscrossed with veins that seemed like faded maps to places long forgotten. He took a breath, steady and deliberate, before pressing the needle against his skin and injecting the formula. The reaction was immediate. A heat unlike anything he'd felt in years spread through his veins, igniting every nerve, every fiber of his being. He dropped the syringe, his fingers clutching the edge of the desk as his legs threatened to give way. His body felt like it was on fire, burning away the decades of wear and decay that had settled into his bones. He staggered back, crashing against the wall, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he might collapse. But then, just as suddenly as it began, the pain subsided, leaving behind a strange, thrumming energy. Gellert moved to the small mirror on the wall, his hands trembling as he lifted his gaze. The man staring back at him was, younger. Not the sharp-jawed youth he had been during his rise to power, but no longer the frail, silver-haired prisoner who had rotted away in Nurmengard. His hair was now a darker, platinum blonde, streaked faintly with silver, and his face, though still lined with age, had smoothed out, the deep creases of time softened. His eyes sharp, calculating, and still very much his own glimmered with something that had been missing for years, vitality. He touched his face, almost disbelieving. It had worked. This new visage would be enough to craft a new identity. A new man. Not Gellert Grindelwald, the fallen Dark Lord, but someone else entirely. A ghost, perhaps, but one with a purpose. Straightening, Gellert allowed himself a small smile. The weight of years still lingered in his mind, but his body was a blank slate, ready for what came next. He glanced down at the discarded vial, its now empty contents the key to his rebirth. Time to rebuild, he murmured to himself, his voice low and firm. For Harry. For magic. For the future. He picked up the vial and stashed it away, his mind already racing with plans. The past was behind him now. What mattered was what lay ahead. Steve hadn't walked far when he heard the distinct metallic snick of claws extending. He stopped in his tracks, turning just in time to see Harry step into the sparring ring with Bucky. The room fell silent, save for the quiet hum of tension that followed Harry everywhere these days. Bucky cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders, his left arm gleaming faintly under the training room's fluorescent lights. He glanced at Harry with a smirk, the kind of look that said, "Let's see what you've got, kid." Harry, on the other hand, looked calm, too calm. His posture was loose, his hands hanging by his sides, but Steve didn't miss the way his emerald eyes flickered with something sharp, something lethal. Bucky lunged first, his movements quick and precise, a perfect mix of his Hydra training and years of experience. Harry dodged with ease, his footwork fluid and deliberate. He wasn't just keeping up with Bucky, he was anticipating him. Steve leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the fight with growing curiosity. Harry was holding back, no doubt about it. His punches were controlled, his blocks deliberate. But then Bucky feinted left, his vibranium arm swinging toward Harry's ribs. That's when it happened. Harry's hands shot up, and suddenly, claws of shimmering vibranium extended from his knuckles with that unmistakable snick. The sound was sharp enough to cut through the tension in the room, and everyone froze for a split second, including Bucky. Steve's jaw tightened. What the hell did Hydra do to this kid? Harry didn't give Bucky time to recover. He parried the swing with his claws, the vibranium on vibranium clash sending a ringing vibration through the room. But that wasn't all. As Bucky pressed forward, Harry's claws began to glow faintly, absorbing the kinetic energy of the hit. With a grunt, Harry shoved Bucky back, the stored energy in his claws dispersing in a pulse that sent the Winter Soldier sliding several feet across the mat. "Whoa," Bucky muttered, shaking out his arm. He glanced at Steve, then back at Harry, eyebrows raised. "Didn't see that coming." Harry smirked, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I've got a few tricks." Steve pushed off the wall and stepped closer, his concern masked by his usual composed demeanor. "Harry." His voice was calm but firm, the kind of tone that brooked no argument. Harry turned, retracting his claws with another soft snick. "Yet." Steve gestured toward the sparring ring. "What was that?" Harry hesitated, glancing at the floor for a moment before meeting Steve's gaze. "Hydra didn't just mess with my head," he admitted quietly. "They experimented. Spliced my DNA with someone they called Weapon X. And then they decided to improve on the experiment." Steve's stomach churned. He knew exactly who Weapon X was, Wolverine. But adding vibranium to the mix? That was new. And horrifying. "They grafted vibranium to my skeleton," Harry continued, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. "Said it made me the perfect weapon." "The claws? They weren't exactly optional." Steve's eyes softened as he took a step closer. And the energy thing? Harry shrugged, trying to play it off like it wasn't a big deal. Something about how vibranium absorbs and stores kinetic energy. Turns out, I can channel it into my magic. The more I absorb, the stronger my core gets. Bucky, now standing at Steve's side, let out a low whistle. That's intense. Yeah, Harry said, his smirk returning, though this time it was tinged with bitterness. Guess Hydra didn't get the memo that I don't like being anyone's science project. Steve reached out, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're not a project. Not to us. You're part of this team, Harry. And no matter what they did to you, you get to decide what you do with it now. For a moment, Harry didn't respond. But then he nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Thanks, Captain. Anytime. As Harry turned back to the sparring ring, Steve exchanged a glance with Bucky. Neither of them said anything, but the unspoken agreement was clear: whatever Hydra had done to Harry, they'd make damn sure he never felt like a weapon again. Gellert Grindelwald adjusted the cuffs of his sleeve as he stepped out of his room, his movements fluid and deliberate. It was strange to feel strength return to his limbs, his joints no longer creaking under the weight of years. The sharp energy coursing through him was almost intoxicating, but he kept his expression neutral. He wasn't here to flaunt his transformation, he was here to face the consequences. The quiet hallway of the safe house was interrupted by the echo of voices, a sharp contrast to the stillness of his thoughts. Rounding the corner, he found Peggy Carter and Howard Stark in a heated discussion. Howard, as usual, gestured wildly with his hands, his voice dripping with sarcasm and irritation. Peggy stood opposite him, arms crossed, her expression one of exasperated patience. I'm just saying, Peg, if we had access to more samples, I could have figured out a way to replicate it safely this time. Hydra wasn't exactly sharing their notes with the rest of the class, Howard was saying when he noticed Gellert approaching. The words died on his lips as his gaze locked onto the wizard. Peggy turned a moment later, her brows knitting together in confusion before realization hit. She blinked once, twice, before schooling her features into something resembling composure. Grindelwald? Peggy asked cautiously, though her tone carried the authority of someone who demanded answers. What have you done? Howard's reaction was less composed. He let out a low whistle, his eyes narrowing as he took in Gellert's altered appearance. Well, I'll be damned. Either you found a really good hair dye, or... I took the infinity formula, Gellert interrupted, his voice calm but firm. I know what it looks like, but let me explain. Peggy's gaze hardened, her arms dropping to her sides as she stepped closer. You stole it from Hydra, she said, her voice laced with equal parts accusation and curiosity. Yes, Gellert admitted without hesitation. And I used it. Howard folded his arms, clearly unimpressed. You used it? You know, some of us might have liked a chance to, I don't know, study it first. Gellert reached into his pocket and, without a word, tossed the empty vial to Howard. The inventor caught it reflexively, his mouth opening to protest before he realized there was still a small residue of the glowing liquid inside. Study what's left, Gellert said evenly. There wasn't much to begin with. I used what I needed and nothing more. Howard scowled, inspecting the vial like it was a personal affront. Gee, thanks. A few drops to work with. That's generous. Enough, Howard, Peggy said sharply, her attention still fixed on Gellert. Why? Why take it now? Why not tell us? Gellert's lips twitched into the faintest of smiles. Because, Agent Carter, you would have argued against it. You would have told me it was unnecessary or reckless. And perhaps you would have been right. But I couldn't risk being a liability. Harry needs me whole and capable. Not an aging relic. Peggy's frown deepened, but she didn't immediately argue. Her gaze softened just slightly as she considered his words. And you think this will make you better suited to protect him? I do, Gellert said simply. I don't regret it. But I understand if you feel otherwise. Howard let out a huff of frustration, waving the vial in the air. Well, great. Now you're all shiny and new. But what happens when someone recognizes that face of yours? You're not exactly inconspicuous, you know. Gellert inclined his head. I assumed that's where the two of you would come in. A new identity will be necessary, I imagine. Peggy raised a brow. Do you have one in mind? Gellert's smile widened slightly, though it didn't reach his eyes. Call me Gideon Adler. Howard snorted. Subtle. Peggy ignored him, nodding thoughtfully. Gideon Adler it is. You'll need documents, of course birth records, identification. Howard. Yet, Howard muttered, still inspecting the vial. I'll take care of it. Just don't expect me to forgive you for wasting this golden ticket. Gellert inclined his head in acknowledgement. Your contribution is appreciated, Mr. Stark. Peggy glanced between the two men, letting out a quiet sigh. We'll make this work, but, Gideon, I need you to understand something. Trust is hard-earned in this line of work, and you've just complicated things. I'm well aware, Gellert said, his tone softening. But I assure you, Agent Carter, my loyalty remains with Harry. And, by extension, to you. Peggy held his gaze for a moment longer before nodding. Fine. Then let's focus on what comes next. As they walked away, Gellert allowed himself a moment of reflection. Gideon Adler. A new name for a new life. It felt strange, almost foreign, but necessary. He had chosen it for a reason. Because if there was one thing Gellert Grindelwald excelled at, it was reinventing himself. The Safe House's training room was a hub of noise and motion. Steve Rogers sparred with Bucky Barnes in the center, their movements sharp and deliberate as they tested each other's reflexes. Nearby, Harry Potter, a 5-year-old in the body of an 18-year-old super soldier, moved with awkward precision, attempting to mimic their movements under Steve's watchful eye. Harry's muscles obeyed Hydra's conditioning more than his actual thoughts, making every motion a strange blend of grace and hesitation. On the far side of the room, Natasha Romanoff was going through drills with James, Lily, Sirius, Ted, Andromeda, and Tonks. The wizards, still adjusting to the more physical demands of Muggle training, were visibly out of their element but determined to keep up. Tonks tripped over her own feet for the third time, earning a snort from Sirius and a muffled laugh from James. The door opened, and Peggy Carter walked in, flanked by Howard Stark and a newly rejuvenated Gellert Grindelwald, now Gideon Adler. The chatter died down almost immediately as all eyes turned toward them. Steve straightened, wiping sweat from his brow. Peggy. Howard. A&D. Grindelwald. He squinted at the older man, clearly thrown by his younger appearance. Not anymore, Peggy announced, her voice crisp. From this moment forward, Gellert Grindelwald is officially Gideon Adler. For operational purposes, he's starting over. Sirius barked out a laugh, nudging James. Well, Gideon Adler certainly has a ring to it. Sounds like a dodgy wizard from a cheap novel. James grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Or a traveling potion salesman. Step right up, ladies and gents. I'm Gideon Adler, purveyor of magical elixirs and miracle cures. Very amusing, Grindelwald. No, Adler said dryly, his tone not entirely devoid of humor. I trust your field names are equally inventive. Padfoot and Prongs, Lily said with a sigh, arms crossed. Yes, I'm married to Prongs. And before you ask, no, they're not changing them though I've tried. Those are barely pseudonyms, Peggy pointed out, frowning. Field names are supposed to protect your identities, not broadcast your animagus forms. Howard snickered. She's right. Might as well call yourself Big Stag Energy at this point. Big Stag Energy has a nice ring to it, Sirius said with a grin, dodging the swat James aimed at his head. Enough, Peggy said, her patience wearing thin. This is serious. We all need proper field names. Even Harry. Harry, who had been half listening while practicing a sequence of punches, froze. He turned to the group, his expression clouding. I'm not going by der Winterzauberer. The bitterness in his voice was palpable. That's what Hydra called me. Bucky, who had been leaning against the wall, nodded in solidarity. Same goes for me. The Winter Soldier is dead. If I need a name, I'm going with White Wolf. Steve gave Bucky an approving nod, but his gaze softened when it turned to Harry. Fair enough, kid. What do you want to be called? Harry hesitated, glancing around the room. Everyone was watching him now, waiting. He hated this. He'd barely come to terms with what Hydra had done to him, transforming his body into a weapon and robbing him of his childhood, and now he was supposed to rebrand himself like a superhero? The thought made his skin crawl. How about something cool, like Phoenix? Tonks suggested. You know, rising from the ashes and all that. Too obvious, Andromeda countered. And it doesn't fit his situation. What about Auror? James said proudly. That's a solid name. For a wizard, Ted said, shaking his head. Not for someone operating in both worlds. Suggestions flew around the room, each one less suitable than the last. Harry's frustration grew until Adler stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise. The Revenant, he said, his tone quiet but commanding. The room fell silent. Grindelwald's, or rather, Adler's gaze met Harry's, steady and unwavering. Hydra killed the Dursleys to make it appear as though you died with them. To the world, Harry Potter is dead. But you're here, alive, stronger than ever. A Revenant. Risen from the grave. Harry considered it, the weight of the name sinking in. It wasn't flashy, but it fit. It felt like him, someone who had been through hell and come out the other side, scarred but standing. The Revenant, Harry said slowly, testing the name on his tongue. He looked up at Adler and nodded. I like it. Peggy glanced at the group. Then it's settled. From this point forward, Harry is the Revenant. No more arguing. Sirius, never one to stay silent for long, smirked. Fine, but I'm still calling him kid off the field. Try it and see how far I punch you, Harry said, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. The room erupted into chuckles, the tension broken. For the first time in what felt like forever, Harry felt like he was part of something bigger than himself, something worth fighting for. The months flew by with a blur of preparation and teamwork, each day adding another layer to the bonds forming between the members of this newly forged team. They had learned to fight together, to heal together, and above all, to trust one another. The stakes had never been higher, and they knew that every action, every decision, would be crucial. Ted Tonks and Andromeda Black were the first to focus on the team's healing needs. It wasn't just about treating cuts and bruises, it was about creating a robust system of recovery for the kind of injuries they might face in battle. With Lily Potter's help, the trio had transformed their makeshift laboratory into a small, but efficient, healing center. I've been brewing for hours, Lily muttered, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead as she carefully added a pinch of powdered moonstone to a cauldron. These potions need to be precise, or we'll risk making things worse. Ted, can you check the salves again? Ted looked up from his notes, his hands dusted with soot from another concoction he'd just finished brewing. Of course, he said, grabbing a small vial and holding it up to the light. I've got this. You're the expert, Lily. Andromeda, busy inscribing runes onto the walls of the lab, nodded approvingly. Everything needs to be perfect, she said quietly, for them. For all of us. Howard Stark, who had been standing off to the side, occasionally glancing over their work with an almost childlike wonder, couldn't help but marvel at the magic in play. It wasn't just the precision or the result, it was the sheer foreignness of it. He knew science, he lived science, but this was something else entirely. Lily, I have to say, I'm amazed, Howard said, coming closer to observe the shimmering potions as they settled in their vials. I mean, I've seen all sorts of gadgets and tech, but this is different. How do you even begin to understand all this? Lily flashed him a smile, though it was tinged with sadness. It's second nature to us, Howard. We were taught it from the moment we could walk. Magic isn't about science, it's about understanding the world in a different way. But, she added, turning to face him fully, I'd be happy to show you a thing or two, if you're interested. Howard raised an eyebrow. Maybe later. I'm still trying to figure out how a wand can explode in your hands and not send you to the hospital. Don't worry, Lily said with a laugh. We're not that reckless, usually. Meanwhile, in another room of their hidden base, Howard, Adler, and Lily were working together to create new suits for the team. They had been using the technology they'd salvaged from the Hydra base where Harry had been held, most notably, the vibranium. The material was precious, and there was only so much of it, but it was enough to create something special. Okay, let's get serious here, Howard said as he spread out blueprints on a workbench. I've got the tech sorted. The suits need to be light, durable, and able to handle whatever magic or firepower we throw at them. I can handle that. Adler, looking over the designs with a critical eye, tapped a finger on the paper. The magic infusion needs to be carefully balanced. We can't just slap some charms on them and call it a day. Each suit needs an individual approach. Protection against curses, hexes, and, most importantly, pain. We don't want them down in the field because they've been incapacitated by something as trivial as a curse. That's where you come in, Lily said, pulling a small vial of shimmering liquid from her pocket and handing it to Adler. The special enchantments. They'll make all the difference. I'm on it, Adler replied, his voice a low rumble of concentration. The suits are going to be something else. Howard glanced up from his work, a mischievous glint in his eye. You know, I'm really excited to see how this goes, but I can't wait to see the look on Steve's face when he gets his new shield. Lily smiled. You're the one who suggested it, this new shield for Peggy, not Steve. The design's based on her captain role, but instead of the stars and stripes, we'll go with the Union Jack. I thought it would be a fitting tribute to her leadership. I still can't believe you got your hands on vibranium, Howard muttered in awe. But hey, if it works for Captain America, it'll work for Peggy. And Harry's suit? That one's extra special, right? Lily's face softened at the mention of Harry. Yes. I still feel like I failed him. I wasn't there when he needed me most, not when he was growing up, not when Hydra took him. I can't undo the past, but I'll make sure he has what he needs now. No one's going to hurt him again. I understand, Howard said, his tone surprisingly soft. But you're doing something right, because he's a different person now. Stronger. Better. I hope so, Lily replied. I hope so. On the training grounds, Harry was gradually becoming accustomed to the body he had inherited. With the super soldier strength coursing through him, combined with his magical abilities, he felt both powerful and overwhelmed. At times, he felt like an oversized child, unsure of how much power to use in any given situation. Bucky was the first to notice Harry's struggle during one of their sparring sessions. You've got the strength, kid, but you need to learn to control it, Bucky said, his voice steady as he dodged one of Harry's overly aggressive punches. Think before you throw a punch. You're not just throwing fists, you're controlling everything. I know, but it feels like I'm living in someone else's body, Harry grumbled, trying to regain his footing after missing his target. I've got all this power, and I don't know what to do with it. It's like I'm trying to figure out how to play a game without reading the rules. Steve, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward. Take a breath, he said, offering Harry a calming presence. You're not alone in this. I know it's hard, but you've got a team who's got your back. You're going to figure it out. We'll help you get there. Harry nodded, but the doubt still lingered in his eyes. I'm supposed to be this great hero, but I'm not sure I'm cut out for it. I don't want to fail. You won't, Natasha said, coming up behind him. Not with us here. Across the room, Adler was in the middle of instructing Harry on magical combat, while Lily, Sirius, and James provided assistance. The magical training was just as intense as the physical one, but it was different, calm, methodical, and deeply rooted in Harry's sense of identity. The harder they pushed him, the more he began to understand his own magic, each spell building upon the last. Meanwhile, Billy Koenig and Phil Coulson had their hands full with their most difficult mission yet, babysitting 5-year-old Rose Potter. Phil, I thought you said you were good with kids, Billy said, rubbing his temples as Rose threw yet another tantrum in the corner of the room. This kid's a hurricane. Phil's calm demeanor barely shifted. I can handle this. I've dealt with worse. Rose, sitting cross-legged on the floor, pouted. I want to go outside. Billy groaned. It's too dangerous out there, Rose. I don't care, she shouted, crossing her arms and sticking out her bottom lip. I want now. Yet, Phil muttered, this is definitely worse than Hydra. Tonks wandered by, glancing in at the chaos. Need help? I don't know if there's anything that can help, Billy said with a resigned sigh. She's definitely a handful, isn't she? Tonks said, raising an eyebrow. I guess this is the real challenge, hey. As the months passed, the team's efforts to train, heal, and create the tools they would need to protect each other continued. They worked tirelessly, but through it all, they grew stronger. And they knew that when the time came, they'd be ready together. The day had come. The suits, the gear, the culmination of months of work, were finally ready for the team. Howard Stark had been the mastermind behind the tech, blending his cutting-edge engineering with magical enhancements from Lily and Adler, who had meticulously fused ancient runes and charms into the fabric of their suits. The result was a fusion of technology and magic that no one could have ever expected. As the team gathered in their makeshift training facility, the atmosphere was electric. Howard paced excitedly in front of them, almost like a proud father. All right, folks, it's showtime, he said with a grin. I'm pretty sure these suits could stop a tank, and that's before you add the magic to the mix. Let's see them, then, Steve said, standing with his arms crossed, the usual stoic expression on his face, though a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Harry stepped forward first, his armor glinting under the dim lights. His suit red, black, and sleek was a perfect match for his new persona, the Revenant. The sleek, segmented armor hugged his frame, with the hood flowing around his face like a shadow. His helmet was dark and sleek, with glowing eyes that glowed red like embers in the dark. The others took a step back, staring in awe. Even Sirius, ever the cynic, couldn't help but smile, impressed by the craftsmanship. Well, look at you, kid, he said with a proud chuckle. That's some serious armor. Yet, James added, that's definitely I'm about to kick some serious butt, look. Howard gave a small bow. You're welcome. Harry flexed his fingers, feeling the enhanced strength and speed coursing through him. The suit was tailored to his every need, light enough to allow for fluid movement but strong enough to withstand the harshest blows. He could feel the vibranium coursing through the suit, giving it that extra edge and durability. Not bad, Harry said, his voice slightly muffled by the helmet. Not bad at all. Next, Steve, ever the soldier, stepped forward. His armor was a blend of red, white, and blue, but it was more tactical than the usual shield-bearing gear he wore. The armor was sleek and functional, designed for agility and protection in combat, with a matching helmet that had a full faceplate. The traditional star motif was subtle, engraved into the chest, with a glowing blue hue that symbolized the magic-infused technology. "It's different," Peggy said, inspecting the suit with a critical eye, "but I like it. It's practical, and it fits the look." Bucky, always the quieter one, let out a low whistle. "I think I've found my new favorite toy," he said, rubbing his hand over the durable surface of his own suit. His armor was darker, more tactical, with black and silver accents. His suit had been designed for stealth and speed, just like him. "Lily, Adler," Natasha said, her voice filled with approval, "you've outdone yourselves." Adler gave a small smirk. "It's the best of both worlds, really tech that's been upgraded by magic. Your new weapons are ready too." Howard clapped his hands together. "Don't forget about the gear. Gadgets, weapons, the whole shebang. We've got everything you need." James handed Harry a new, modified version of his wand now imbued with magical runes and tech enhancements. He felt the surge of power immediately, the familiar warmth of magic meeting the precision of technology. Ted and Andromeda's suits were designed for versatility, incorporating various magical wards for protection and healing. Ted's helmet was designed to allow for quick communication, while Andromeda's gauntlets had been customized to amplify her magical abilities. "I feel like I could take on an army," Andromeda remarked, admiring the way her suit flexed with her movements. Sirius, ever the showman, turned to Harry with a grin. "I've gotta say, that's a pretty epic look you've got there. Can't wait to see you in action with that." Harry raised an eyebrow under the helmet. "I'll try to keep the dramatic poses to a minimum." Howard cleared his throat dramatically. "I hope you all know that this is just the beginning. There's a lot more we can do with these suits. If we get into a jam, we've got backup plans ready. And if we don't, well, we can just wing it. Right, Adler?" Adler just grinned. "Always." As the team donned their suits and gathered their weapons, there was a sense of unity among them. These weren't just pieces of armor, they were symbols. Symbols of their readiness to face whatever challenges came their way together. Sirius cracked his knuckles, glancing at Harry. "All right, kid. Let's see if you can handle the heat. We've got a war to win." "Just try to keep up," Harry teased, his voice tinged with excitement. With their new suits and their combined might, the team was ready for anything that lay ahead.